Later today, there will be an auction over in the Crossbred ring. We will start this morning at 7 a.m. and we'll have a first call around that time. And with that, we're going to start off with the way we need to start every day, and that's going to be with a word of prayer. And to lead us in that is the San Antonio Livestock Show chaplain, Mr. Ken Hedges. So, folks, if you would please remove cover, and Mr. Hedges is going to lead us in a prayer, followed by our anthem.
Good morning. Please pray with me. Father in heaven, we thank you for another day as we come together to display these wonderful animals that are part of your creation and to marvel at the dedication of these young competitors. We're thankful for their hard work and the support they receive from parents, family, and teachers. We are united in your presence and in the spirit of competition and camaraderie that provide lessons in life that are invaluable. Let us celebrate with the winners and all who compete. Keep us from envy or anything that might detract from the achievements of all the contestants. We're thankful for many volunteers and the organizers who are working hard to provide the finest stock show in the country. We're grateful for this day and for your manifold blessings. For health and safety, we ask that your hand be upon us today and in the days to come. This is the day the Lord has made, and let us rejoice and be glad in it. We pray these things in the blessed name of Jesus. Amen. Now the national anthem.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, be getting ready. It won't be long. We'll start calling some pigs, but give us about 5 minutes and we'll get rolling. Testing, testing 1, 2. All right, attention in the barn. If you're going to be in class number 45 spots, this will be your first call. Number 45 spots to the Purebred ring. This is your first call. All right, Purebred exhibitors, class 45 spots. This is your second call. Class 45 spots. This is a second call.
I don't hear nothing. Seems dead. Testing.
Can you not hear you?
I heard me. Usually I can hear some outside noise when I turn that mic on. Maybe not. Well, it's working.
We can hear you. That's all that matters.
Aren't you bright and colorful today?
Yay!
Do you feel as spunky as you? Do you feel as spunky as you look?
Yeah.
All right. I'm glad.
All day, every day.
I'm glad to hear it. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our second day of the 77th annual Junior Purebred Breeding Gilt Show. We had a spectacular day yesterday where our judges went through 809 total head and 26 classes. This morning they've just called up our first breed of the morning, and it will be our spots. We have 201 head in this in our spot show. There was 200 last year, so we're actually one head higher than last year, so that's great. We actually have a total of 6 classes total. They've called up class 45, and it is weight ranges from 200 to 216, and we have 35 head in this class. Our judges today, the breeds that we're going to be going through with our judges will be, of course, our spots, and then Chester Whites, followed by Poland Chinas, Yorkshires, and we'll round out the day with our Herefords, ending our this year's show. Our judges will be going through 561 head and 18 classes, and these aren't counting the classes of naming your light division and heavyweight divisions, champions down to the 4th or 5th overall in each of these different weight divisions. But yeah, 18 total different classes that they'll be going through today. And then following that, we'll keep you up to date when we receive the information, but sometime after we're through with the show, they'll set a time that we'll do the Ring of Champions to name our Supreme and Reserve Grand Supreme overall. And we'll have the award ceremony before that, and so it'll be a great day. If you've never witnessed this here at San Antonio, it's
all right, class 45 spots. This is your final call. Class 45 spots. We need you to the show ring at this time.
This is a job well done by San Antonio. And if anyone's interested in purchasing some crossbred gilts, San Antonio, we have the crossbred gilt sale that starts at 1 p.m. They will have a preview at 9 a.m. If you want to see some of the quality of the crosses and had not seen them, or if you're interested in purchasing any, that sale starts again at 1 p.m. It can be viewed on Sale Ring Live. And this year they're going to be selling 40 lots. Last year it was 36, but they've upped it to 40 lots this year. So that's great. I understand they had a really strong crossbred show. There was actually 601 that showed up here at San Antonio for that show, which is also up. Most all the areas were up this year. Just a few breeds were down, but not any large amount. But overall, the entire show has been up, and so it's as I mentioned, the Purebred show had 1,370 head yesterday. For the entire junior show, and then 601 for the crossbred show this year, which puts us in the 1,900 range. Last year we only had 1,865. So both shows overall are up approximately about 50 head on each of those shows. So overall, about a little over 100 head from last year. So that's great to see. Great, our young people are coming out and getting involved and being able to come and exhibit and show off their animals, and get a great experience.
Well, good morning, everybody. I know Wayne kind of filled everybody in, but for those of you just now tuning in, we want to welcome you to the Taylor Fort webcasting here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Purebred Gilt Show, Day 2. We're going to be judging 561 total head today in comparison to 809 yesterday, so should be done a little bit quicker today. I know we have a Supreme Overall Drive today. It's going to probably happen around 3 or 4 if it stays consistent with years past. And the guys have done a really good job going through all these animals. And moving on to day 2, we're going to start off with our spot breed. Right now we're currently evaluating class number 45, 35 total head in this class. And weight ranges on these gilts goes from 200 to 216. Total of 3 classes make up the lightweight division, and 3 classes make up the heavyweight division. So total of 6 total classes of spot gilts here today. At the conclusion of the spot breed, we're going to move on to our Chesters, then our Polands, Yorkshires, and conclude with our newest breed, the Herefords. This will be year 3 for the Herefords. Wayne's kind of getting all the, all the pedigrees from yesterday together. And also kind of visit a little bit about the Cross Gilt show that happened yesterday, and I believe the sale is today. And Well, he's going to kind of touch on that a little bit for those of you who watched both yesterday. Appreciate you tuning in and supporting both sets of kids in both rings. And today is our second day, like I said, of the Purebred Gilts show here. And then we concluded up at about 3 or 4 today, I would think, is when the Grand Drive or Supreme Drive will be happening today. Our two judges today, our lead judges, Mr. Hold on. I'm going to read a bio here in a minute on both of them. Our lead judge today is Mr. Seth Kemplinger of Springfield, Ohio. He is a livestock producer. His wife is Kinsey, and he's got 2 sons, Eli and Clinton, and daughter Clara. Went to Urbana University, and he studied middle childhood education in history and math. Pretty sure he said he'd be a teacher, and I need to ask him because my wife is a teacher. Hobbies and interests are going to sporting events and showing livestock with his children. He's had the opportunity to judge at over 30 different states. Shows include the Exposition, Winter National, OSU, LSU, Indiana State Fair, Missouri State Fair, Texas Elite, and many others. As a breeder, one of his big accomplishments is winning Grand and Reserve barrows at the Ohio State Fair. One of his favorite things about the livestock shows or agriculture in general is the people you get to meet from all walks of life and how they work and in different parts of the country. We want to welcome Mr. Seth Kemplinger. And our secondary judge today is Mr. Chris Hofschulte, and he's from Oklahoma. I do not have a bio on him yet, but what I will do is I will get one from him as the day goes on. Or I'll talk to Dr. Williams and see about getting a bio on him so we can introduce him as well. Both of these two guys do a phenomenal job working together. Seth's really done a good job commanding the ring and getting with Chris, and then both kind of evaluating each one of these hogs from top
All right,
to
attention
bottom.
to the barn. If we missed you on check-in, just raise your hand. But Alan Shaw, Lorraine FFA, your class is being judged. If we missed you, just let us know.
Might be missing a kiddo. But what they're doing for those of you tuning in, they're going to go see Seth first. And if Seth points straight ahead, you're going to go to the scale and get wanded to make sure your ear tag matches your registration papers. And then you can weigh within 15 pounds on the upper end of what you turn your weight card in. So if you turned your weight card in at 200, you can weigh up to 215 on the top end. There's no bottom end on that deal.
Yeah, as soon as they get done talking, I'm here while they're walking.
They've been historically picking between 10 and 12 to even sometimes, depending the depth of the class, 14 to 15 back for a chance at a top 10 placing ribbon. Currently they have 6 pinned. If Seth points to the left, they will go to Chris. And what Chris will do, he'll be the secondary evaluator. If he points straight ahead, you go to the big arena for a secondary evaluation at the conclusion of the first sort. If he points to the right, or left, you will go back to your pins, and we wish you best of luck. This is not a terminal show, so you can take these females on to other
All right,
county
special
shows.
announcement. If Kylie Keith or a representative would like to come up to the announcer's stand, we have a biography to pick up. Again, Kylie Keith or a representative at some point, come to the announcer's stand. We have a biography to pick up for the Duroc champion.
So once again, this is not a terminal show. This is a breeding show.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're started in the main ring at this time. If you would, let's put our hands together for these exhibitors as they make their way back to the pen.
So they're able to take their hogs on to other shows. If you have a later county show or take it down to another major, these females here are going to be the next producers of the next generation of show animals. Stay tuned.
Well, we have just a moment, and we're staging these final lightweight spots. We'll go ahead and reintroduce our judges for today. We have the same gentleman as yesterday, obviously, and we start off with our lead judge, Mr. Seth Keplinger from Springfield, Ohio. Seth is a livestock producer where he lives with his wife, Kinsey, has two sons, Eli and Clinton, and a daughter, Clara. He's a graduate of Urbana University. His pastimes include sporting events and, of course, livestock shows, and loves livestock shows with his own children. He's judged in over 30 states, everything from the Exposition, Winter National, Texas Elite, with about every state fair you can name. His favorite things about the livestock shows and agriculture, simply the people you get to meet from all walks of life and how we handle agriculture different in different parts of the country. But his favorite thing is watching kids and families work for goals and getting to achieve those goals. There's no better feeling than seeing those high fives, hugs, and smiles at the end of a solid day. Our associate judge this year is Mr. Chris Hofschulte. He is the herdsman and co-owner of Hofschulte Genetics in Miami, Oklahoma. He graduated from Oklahoma State, where he was a member of the national champion judging team in 2012. Judged a number of shows across the country, including many state fairs from coast to coast. He appreciates the fact that his family or his business gets to be family owned, where they manage over 120 sows along with a boar stud. He's married there to his wife, Caitlin, and they have two daughters, Hallie and Lottie. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, let's give another warm San Antonio welcome to our two judges, Mr. Seth Keplinger and Chris Hofschulte.
If you just now joined us, we're starting the first class of our second day of our Junior Purebred Gilt Show. We're with the spots, class 45. They've sorted the initial sort. We had 10 head that they've kept back. They're going through their second sort, and now they have 4 that they've put back that they're going to reevaluate for the top end or the top placings there. Once they kind of get that number, and that's been anywhere from 4 to 6. Some cases it's been a few more depending on the depth of the class, but after they've done that, then they'll start from the bottom and place it that direction all the way back up toward first place.
All right, attention to the barn, class 46 spots. This is your first call. Class 46 spots, first call.
Looks like they've pinned 7 back in the start of this class 45. And now he's gotten the buttons, and we're going to start from 10th back up to the final 7, and they'll let them out starting on the opposite end. Yeah, if you've never seen the ring, or I know it's hard to see it out from your computer, but San Antonio has really worked hard to continue at all times of seeing how they can better and improve things. And last year, one of the biggest changes made was this ring was about half the size as what it is today. And they were able to expand it almost double what it was. They were able to put additional grandstands all the way around. And it's just been so comforting to be able to, for these exhibitors, be able to get out and show their animals, have room. It's allowed the judges to better evaluate the animals, and for our spectators, a place to sit and comfortably see the entire show from all around the ring. So we really appreciate the hard work of our group here, and of seeing the foresight of how they can improve and always make things better here at San Antonio. Looks like we placed 10th and 9th. It looks like he's placed 8th as well. Looks like he's got them all placed here. As they go back to the ring there, or to the pen. Now he's going to go ahead and let out the first one on the opposite end. And he'll go ahead and evaluate these top 7 here and place them from 7th back to first place. Looks like he's going to go ahead and let all 7 totally out before he decides if he's going to put some back for a third sort, or if he's just going to go ahead and start placing from 7th on up. Now, if it holds true what happened yesterday and this carries over in today, you really had to have some base width, some structure, flexibility, really wide on all fours with some production and broodiness as well. They try to keep this pattern all the way through, and you could follow it, and I thought they did a good job. They worked very closely together. You could see they worked at a very nice comfort level, which you could tell they were having fun doing this together. So I can take it that these two this is not their first time of doing things and judging hogs together. Having the two-judge system, it just allows you to work with another person and throwing the ideas of what you both see out there, and also if you miss something, the other judge has an opportunity of seeing it and viewing it while the lead judge is actually looking at the animals as well, or the gilts as well. And so it just is a good way of ensuring that all these kids get a fair opportunity and an opportunity to show off the hard work that they've put forth. A lot of these projects, especially in the gilts, they're bought in August. And with that, they've spent a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of feed costs, a lot of efforts to get these things to where they're at today. And, just for having a few minutes time to show the animals, it's great that we have the two-judge system, that San Antonio saw that, and that it's carried over also into some of our, a lot of our other large shows as well.
How's it going, Wayne?
Hey, it's going great. We're to our final 7 out there. They're discussing these, and
we're still in the first class,
up.
right?
Yep, we're still in class 45, and there's 201 head in this show
of this breed.
Of this breed.
That's pretty good size spot breed this year.
Yes, there's 35 in this first class as well.
Well, I went to go. Sorry, I had to step away. I'm tracking down a young man. Yesterday I interviewed a young lady, and I'm bringing a young man up here today. Here shortly, I think.
Attention to the barn, class 46 spots. This is your second call. Class 46 spots, second call.
I think it's important for our viewers at home listening, and some of you young kids who may be listening. It's good to hear some things about the show from your peers and from people of that age group, just because it's like this is what's going through their minds currently, what they enjoy about it, what they would change and do to make it better for them, or maybe for you, and you may be able to take some advice from some of these kiddos. So, like I said, we're going to bring people up throughout the day and kind of interview. Might bring some parents up. We'll see. I might have Wayne.
All right, so
somebody.
class 46, second call. Class 46, second call.
Looks like we're down to our final 3 in this first class. All right, Seth's going for the mic.
Well, I don't know what's better. I had a cup of coffee there with Chris this morning, and we open up with a great top pair of them, a very, very good class out here. And, I think both of them, when we talk about just, bringing the extras in terms of feature, in terms of bone and foot size, both of these open up tremendously well as they come right at you. One of them's just an absolute runaway in terms of just body dimension, in terms of shape and width and spread. She's living on the edge out back, but still keeps things collected. Young lady right there is our class winner. I told Chris, I said, hey, this 1 and 2, you talk about one in terms of just bone and feature, in terms of forearm size. Hey, that'll pump this guy up quite a bit. I told him, I said, hey, if we want to make the argument that this one's just a little more extended out front, you can do so. You get right up on top of her comparative to our class winner. Probably not as dimensional in her forerib and midrib, but man, if that young man continues to be able to feed on that one, for another end result. I think a gilt that can be a lot of fun moving forward. Excellent one to be there in second. The gilt that comes in third is just good and practical, awesome in terms of her build and design and presence. Opens up tremendously well at the base of her chest, knee to ground. You start studying her comparative to the top two there, and she just simply runs out of it. When we just talk about just forearm size, front ankle, foot, those kind of things. But man, in terms of just long-term longevity as a sow prospect, I like that gilt quite a bit as well. She is absolutely maxed out in terms of just body condition, body texture, those kind of things get me fired up. Young lady's done an excellent job of getting one ready to come to San Antonio. Young fella comes out here next, and we can make an argument. This thing's as big-backed and broad from that aspect, is fresh in terms of her shape to her loin edge there, opens up well in terms of her chest, and that's been a positive on these spots as they've come through the gate there. I told Chris, I said, hey, when we step off to the side of this one, I need to see this one just be more dimensional. It's got to have more swoop to her midsection in a big ring type of gilt setting, but man, I think the young man's got a good project as well. I like her maturity. We just got to have more swoop to her midsection. Young lady comes out with another one that's got some length to her side there that you appreciate. You know, as you study this one, in terms of just her rear joint work, I need to see her just be looser and just be able to have more motivation to her rear leg, but the young lady does an excellent job. I talked to these kiddos down the line, told them where their projects needed to be better. I thought it was an excellent way to start us off here in the spot division. Let's put our hands together for these kids as they head on out.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Colliper from Medina Valley FFA. In 8th, we had Aiden Viramontes from Sabinal FFA. 7th went to Kenley Few from Stephenville FFA. 6th was Jaden Walthall from Mount Enterprise FFA. 5 was Riley Langford from Parker County 4-H. 4th was Harris Hitzfelder from Dehannes FFA. 3rd went to Mila Friesenhahn from Southwest FFA. Third, yes, was Mila Friesenhahn from Southwest FFA. 2nd went to Cash McCamey from Hawkins FFA. And our class champion was Lila Bonert from Kendall County 4-H.
Those of you tuning in, welcome. We are now judging class number 46, our second class of spots. Weight ranges on those gilts goes from 217 to 239, and the amount of hogs in that class is 35. Total of 3 classes of the lightweight division of our spots and 3 classes of our heavyweight division, totaling the pigs to 201 total spots here today. We've broken it up in the light and the heavyweight divisions. So at the conclusion of our 3rd class of spots, we will judge for our lightweight division champion and reserve champion, followed by 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall lightweight. Then move on to our 3 classes of heavy spots. Our 2 judges today, Mr. Seth Keplinger of Ohio and Mr. Chris Hoff-Schulte of Oklahoma. Both those 2 guys happy to be here. Seth is our lead judge. Of those of you just now tuning in, they're going to go see Seth first in the initial ring. If Seth points straight ahead, they will go to the scale to get weighed. You have to weigh within 15 pounds of your turned-in weight card on the upper end. Lower end does not matter, but you have to weigh within 15 pounds of the upper end of your weight card. Say you turned it in at 200, you can weigh up to 215 across the scale, and you will have an opportunity at that point to show for a top 10 placing ribbon. If he points to the left, they will go to our secondary judge, which is Chris Hoff-Schulte. And if he points straight ahead, you will go to the big arena for a secondary evaluation after their initial first sort for an opportunity to potentially get pinned again for a chance at a top 10 placing ribbon. If Chris points to the left, you go back to your pin. So I hope that makes sense to everybody. Those of you who've watched before, who have been here, you know what I'm talking about. But those of you who don't, hopefully that helped a little bit. At the conclusion of that, they'll go to the big arena and sort through those secondary sorts. And they pulled pigs from that arena, and those pigs have actually placed before. So if you ever get put in the big arena, never give up, because you have an opportunity to get a placing position. Sometimes you don't maybe have your hog set up just right for the 2 guys to look at you, and that gives them an opportunity to really see them and let them shine in the big arena. And both judges understand that very well. And also they understand the fact that these projects have been going on for the past 6 months, and all the hard work you kids put into these projects. They want to make sure you have a fair evaluation of your animal for all the hard work you put into it. This is the 77th annual San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Purebred Gilt Show. Total attendance from last year that came to the Stock Show and Rodeo was 1.5 million visitors. And anybody who is on the working staff here will tell you this show would be nothing without the 7,000 plus volunteers that make up this Stock Show and Rodeo. They dedicate their time, their vacation time, away from work, away from home, to be here to support these kids. And if you know any of these volunteers or run into any of these volunteers, they don't do it for a thank you. But if you see them, tell them how much they're appreciated here, because we couldn't do it without them. So whether you're at work, you're at home, in the car driving down the road, listening in, we appreciate you tuning in to the Taylor Fort Podcasting, giving us all a front row seat to the Purebred Gilt Show. My name is Landon Rohde, and I'm joined by my co-host, Wayne Rohde. He stepped away for a minute. What he's been doing all day, for those of you breeders listening in, we've been getting the pedigrees on the top 2 placings in every class, so that way you guys know what boards were used and what pedigree.
All right, attention to the barn. Courtney Williams, we have gathered your registration paper here in the show ring. Courtney Williams, our representative, we have a spot registration paper found in the show ring here at the announcer stand. Also, as a reminder, the spotted division will have 2 divisions, a lightweight and a heavyweight. So we will judge classes 45, 46, and 47, and then we will do our lightweight division drive, and then we'll come back with our final 3 spot classes. So after class 47, again, we will have a lightweight division drive.
Once again, we're on class number 46, 35 head. We've got about 8 or 9 pinned up to this point. The 2 judges are in the big arena now evaluating these animals to see if there's anything else they want to pull back out for a chance at a top 10 placing ribbon. In the meantime, Wayne, do you have the pedigrees on that last class?
Yes, I just got them out of Class 45. Our class champion, Lila Bonard from Kendall County. Hers was sired by Kronos, and it was bred by Luke Lintner out of Texas. Luke does a really good job with all of his livestock there in Comfort, Texas. Congratulations, Luke. Our second place was Cash McCamey from Hawkins FFA, and the sire of his was Titan, and it was bred by the Jennings family out of Oklahoma. And Titan was a boar that was really popular last year. In fact, Titan.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we kept a few extra this
reserve.
time. If you would, let's give these young ladies a nice hand as they make their way back.
Looks like we have about 11 pin, Wayne. We had one coming out of the big arena for a chance at a top 10 placing. I know there's 10 here, and they're going to pull them out one at a time here. Those of you tuning in, they really like you. They're going to pin you back, and if you get pinned back in this sort, you have a very, very good chance to make the top part of this class. If, say, they pin 4 back, there's a good chance those pigs will be in the top 4. They really never left one out standing to compete with those ones they pin back, but they have in the past, depending on how deep the class is. It just kind of is contingent on that. Pulling them out one at a time. They haven't pinned anybody back yet. You know, in these lighter classes too, Wayne, there's a lot of good spots here. There's a lot of good potential in these spots, but they're not quite at 12 o'clock yet in the sense of, you know, some of them may need a little more muscle. The bigger they get, the more they're going to put on, and that's where they can really fill in those spots. No pun intended there, even though we're showing spots right now.
Well, you can tell in this class, too, from our first class, you know, those 200-pounders, you know, they're a little raw in their makeup and, like you said, more immature. And you look at the second class and you're starting to see a little bit more maturity gradually as we go into these heavier classes.
They pack a little more punch to them.
Absolutely, in all areas.
And that's what we're going to see continually, gradually getting better and better as we get into the heavier weights because they have more weight to work with and they can fill in some of those gaps a little bit better. Structurally, they're all made very well. That's something that holds pretty true with all the animals as they get bigger, no matter what size they are. They've got to have structure. They pin back
the
one.
young lady in the pink stripe just got pinned.
That's the second one,
right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. We talk about standing out in the ring like that young lady has a pink shirt and a pink bow. It's easy for the judge to come find.
No, and I always encourage that with our young people and our audience here. If you have young ones showing or any kids showing, have them wear something bright and not something that's real, you know, conservative, and it actually helps you stand out a little bit more, and it gives ease to the judge. I know when I judge some shows that, you know, when I've evaluated that animal, you know, if you've got 15 or 20 out in that ring, I know what that animal looks like, and the judge knows what that animal looks like, and it's easier to spot and find that animal again. So that I always encourage that with our young people.
Four pin back now. He's going to go and pin another young lady in the light purple. That'll be the fifth one pinned back, and what I think they're going to do from here, Wayne, is they're going to start placing from the bottom up. We have a total of 11 pigs pinned back here. And just double checking to see if there's anything else they want to pin back. If not, they'll place from the bottom up. 10 of these 11 will get a placing ribbon, but they will place 11 here. They will place from the bottom up. Once they complete this part, they'll pull those other 5 back out again, and those will be your top 5 individuals. And yes, Seth went for the button, so here we go.
All right, attention in the barn, class 47 spots. This is your first call. Class 47 spots, first call.
They've placed the top 6 in this second class of spots. Now we're pulling these other 5 out, and these will be your top 5 in class number 46 here. Started with 35 and down to 5.
Attention to the barn, Class 47. This is your second call. Class 47 spots, second call.
Well, took just a little bit longer on this pair and honestly on the trio that we have out here. And to be quite honest with you, there's a little bit of give and take between them. And, you know, it's just good to sit there and talk to Chris and just be able to talk him. And as I stated there yesterday, we're going to take time when needed. Obviously, we got a division drive coming up. You know, we had an excellent first class Gilt that comes out. And as she hit the SIF pin there, her rear view to me is absolutely impeccable in terms of just the design of her rear leg. It's exaggerated in terms of how big it is. You know, you compare it to the one that goes there in 2. Does she have just as much turn and roll to her just loin edge comparatively? Maybe not, but man, from the side, I think that thing's absolutely elite in terms of being tall-shouldered. The longer the drive goes, just the utilization of her rear leg and her step and reach we thought was just a shot better. We think it's a wash as they come right at you. Both of them are square-kneed. Both of them could stand to just be a shot wider in terms of where they want to put their toe path. But, man, we thought an excellent top pair. Young man comes out, and if you drive them like this to me in a barrier ring, you're going to have a good day because that one's probably a little more aired up in terms of her midrib. She's got more description to her loin edge there. The longer the drive goes, she wants to hinge just a shot tighter out of her upper hip. Like I stated, much like our class winner, they both could stand to be just a shot wider coming at you. We can make the argument that the one that comes in 3 is bolder and wider as she comes at you. That's where she's impressive at. I told Chris, I said, when we step off to the side of that one, gets a little easier in her top line, gets just a little stouter about her mug. Not as ladylike as I'd like to see, but man, the young lady's done a tremendous job of getting that particular gilt driven as well. The one that drops in 4 is another one that probably opens up as good as any in the class. I just think from a balance standpoint, as we study that gilt in terms of being a little lower set to her shoulder, she gets a little shorter and steeper out of her hip. I just got to see that particular gilt balance better just from a silhouette standpoint to go any higher in this particular class. Young lady with the loud colored purple shirt comes next, and this particular gilt comes out with some feature, with some stoutness. It's kind of the same song, different dance out here on that one in terms of just the design of that one from a pattern standpoint. Just don't see it being quite as desirable from that. But man, in terms of just bulk, dimension, roundness of rib, big rear leg, you can get in on that particular gilt. I talked to these kiddos down the line. We're battling, some condition issues. Biggest thing is just skeletal dimension in these particular hogs. Another good class. Let's put our hands together for these kiddos as they head on out.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
Class 46. In 10th was Addison Jones from Bell County 4-H. 9th was Adam Hood from Chico FFA. 8th was Scarlett Flores from Royce City FFA. 7th was Darby Glenn from Salina FFA. 6th was Elizabeth Jansen from Hayes County 4-H. 5th was Lily McLaughlin from Joshua FFA. Fourth was Dawson Shrouse from Harris County 4-H. Third went to Haskell Howarts from Early FFA. Second went to Charles Davis from Joshua FFA. And our class champion was Matley Fishbacher of Potter County 4-H.
Congratulations to those top 10 individuals from class number 46. We're moving on to our last and final class of the lightweight division for the spot breed. Class number 47 consists of 35 head, and the Gilts weight ranges go from 240 to 252. So at the conclusion of this class, we will judge for our lightweight division. That consists of the champion and reserve champion lightweight division spots, followed by third, fourth, and fifth overall lightweight spots. Then we will move on to our three classes of our heavyweight division of our spot breed, followed by the division selection for our heavyweights, and then conclude it with the overall spots in that particular breed. The breeds we're judging today, we're currently on spots. Then we have Chesters, then Polands, Yorks, Herefords, and then the Supreme Champion Drive. For those of you who can tune into that, it's really, really cool. They do a scholarship presentation first, and then they announce each kid, bring each kid out there, and kind of showcase them and their hard work, because it's about the kids, not the animals. And then we bring the pigs back out and select overalls. It's a lot of fun. It's a good way to showcase these kids and all the hard work they put into it. There's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes for those of you who are familiar with the pig industry or any project in this ag world that these kids are a part of. There's a lot of things behind the scenes you don't see that happen way beyond this ring. But we're thankful for San Antonio for allowing them to showcase their animals out here and really show off their hard work that they've done the past 6 to 7 months with their projects.
All right, as a reminder, at the conclusion of this class, number 47, we will select a champion and reserve along with a top 5 lightweight division for the spot breed. So again, spots will have 2 divisions. Our first division selection will occur here after class 47, which is now in the ring.
So of our lightweight division spots, there's a total of 105 head that make up the lightweight division, and a total of 96 head that make up the heavyweight division of our spot breed, totaling out to 201 total spots here today at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Junior Purebred Breeding Gilt Show. Total numbers for our Breeding Gilt Show and our Purebred Show are, let me double check this, 1,370 total purebred gilts here at San Antonio. That's up by about 50 to 60 head from last year. And the crossbred show we had yesterday totaled 1,865 total crossbreds that were exhibited yesterday. Yesterday we judged a total of 809 total purebred gilts, a total of 26 classes. That doesn't include your lightweight division and heavyweight division champions and also your breed champions. Those are just purely classes. And today we're going to judge a total of 18 classes. So it'll be a little quicker today, but we also have the Supreme Drive, and like I mentioned a while ago, the scholarship presentation to each one of these kiddos. $10,000 scholarships going around to these kids. Currently in class number 47, we have a total of about 5 to 6 that are pinned back for a chance at a top 10 placing ribbon. There's one out in the big arena for a secondary evaluation at the conclusion of the first initial sort of this particular class. The guys have been pinning anywhere between 10 to 12 per class back from their initial sort. And there really hadn't been a whole lot that have gone over 10 to 12 they've kept back. There was a couple Duroc classes where they did. Durocs were very deep, as they always are. We saw a lot of breeds yesterday that were deep as well, other than the Durocs. Berkshire Breed was very deep, top to bottom, and the spots are really starting to come on. The bigger they're getting, the more package they're coming with now. They got a little more room to play with. And Wayne, do you have the pedigrees on that last class?
They just came to me, and out of class 46, our class champion, Matley Fischbacher, out of Potter County. Hers was sired by Incognito, and the breeder, she was also the breeder of her gilt. So congratulations to her of seeing that whole project all the way through from start to finish.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a couple of dismissals. If you would put your hands together for those great kids as they make their way back.
And then in class 46, our second place belonging to Charles Davis from Joshua FFA. His gilt was sired by Titan, and that the breeder is the Jennings family out of Oklahoma. In fact, the Jennings family has not only raised this second place in class 46, but also the second place in 45. And I double-checked, and these are actually out of 2 different litters. So congratulations to the Jennings family as well. Looks like we're down to our final. Looks like we got 2 pinned. And we're letting out the next 4, so it'd be the top 6 so far.
Looks like they pinned 2 back so far, and
Yes,
if they pin you back, you're going to be in the top end of the class. There's no doubt about it. From what these guys did consistently yesterday, and also in the first 2 classes of spots, if you were pinned back, so they're going to take them out one at a time. If they pin you back to the pin, you will be in the top part of that class. There's no doubt about it. And the rest of them that are left standing, they will be judged for the bottom part of the class. To make the top 10 at this major is a big deal. This Purebred Gilt Show is one of the toughest, if not the toughest, in the country when it comes to top to bottom quality. There's quality at every show you go to, but this is just a very, very, very tough show. And Seth made a point of talking about that earlier, like, wow, they do everything bigger in Texas, and that is very true.
And I think you're dead on there. It is the toughest one. I mean, what other show could you go to in a junior program that the total, with including our crossbred show here at San Antonio, tallied a 1,971 total head, and that's up from last year. Last year, the total combined head of the crossbreds and junior purebreds was 1,865, so we're over 100 more than what we had last year.
That's incredible.
So this is the final class of our lightweight division, huh, Landon?
That is correct. Then we will judge our division champion and reserve champion, followed by 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall of our lightweight division spot breed. Then move on to our 3 classes of the heavyweight division of the spot breed.
So when they finished class 47, our judges have gone through 105 head this morning so far. And then in our heavyweight division, we'll have 3 classes of those, and it'll be a total of 96, with the total combined of 201, which is actually 1 head greater than last year. Our spot show is the third largest breed this year at the San Antonio Livestock Show. In fact, it was actually the top three breeds are the same this year as they were last year. Durox having the greatest amount at 405. It was followed by our Berks that had 290 head in the Berk show. And then, of course, our spots is 201.
Yeah, our Durox alone made up for a third of the show.
Absolutely.
Just in that particular breed. The next closest breed, like you said, is the Berkshires, which there's 115 total difference in head number from the second most in the breed to the most in the breed. So,
well, that really gives our judges that take on this job here in San Antonio. It starts them out in a really outstanding situation, because you start with one of the toughest breeds
and
with
also
the most
largest,
out, and the largest.
So you get that out while your mind's fresh, because I mean, you know, as a judge, you're sitting there judging and evaluating hogs all
All right,
day
this will
long.
be a first call for class number 45 and 46, first and second places. If you were first or second in class 45 or 46, this is your first call.
So yeah, you're judging all day long. You know, to keep that kind of laser focus on every single hog, it's tough, because eventually you start getting what I call pin blind or ringside blind, and you start seeing double almost at sometimes. And to have that first breed knocked out first while you're fresh and your mind's fresh, it's a good thing to do it that way. And I appreciate San Antonio acknowledging that. And I don't know if the cards just happened to fall that way, but it worked out great.
It definitely it puts our judges on their A game from the gate.
Absolutely. And the spot breed has always been very competitive here at San Antonio. I mean,
absolutely.
The spot breed, if you're a spot breeder out there, whatever y'all are doing, it's working really well. I mean, I know there's some crossed up spots out there, but I mean, for the purebreds to look this good, whatever y'all are doing, keep doing what you're doing and continuing to make this breed bigger, better, badder, and more consistent.
If you hadn't followed us throughout yesterday, one of the things, these gilts are all shown by weights. This is the second year that they've done this. They saw the need for that, of just having more consistent classes in size and everything. So they started this last year, and they also, another thing that they added was the basis of being able to have divisions. So, you know, Durox had 3 because it was such a large breed, but then anything that has 2 or more classes will definitely have a up to 5th overall as well in each of these breeds. If you only have 2 classes in your breed, then you'll only have up to 4th overall. But they also have to have their papers, of course, and they have to be aged. They can't be born before. It starts, the oldest that can be is June 1st, and they go to the youngest at September the 15th. But then from there, they actually show by weights.
Down to our top 3 in this final class of the lightweight division, Wayne. At the conclusion of this class, we're going to bring all the firsts and seconds back out from the previous 2 classes. And then select a lightweight division and reserve division champion, followed by 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall in that lightweight division of our spots. I think there's one they really like out here. They keep looking back at it, and what I like about Seth and Chris right now, they're talking about these top 3 and say, hey, here's what we got, here's what I like, here's what I'd change. Where do you want to put this one compared to this one? What do you see? This is what I see. So the communication's really good. Now, I'm a bad lip reader up here. We're 12 feet off the ground, but looks like the young lady in the green's going to be 3rd. Seth's got the mic. Let's hear what he has to say, because I think he's fixing to play some
Well, another good class and a good top pair, good top trio, to be quite honest with you. But yet at the same time, I think we got one that needs to win. Young man here in the pink shirt's got our class winner. Her rear view is absolutely impeccable, much like our first two class winners in terms of being exaggerated in terms of her rear leg bone. She's getting just a little heated up, and I'd make sure you get that thing calmed down for division. But in terms of just a pattern, a design, a big fresh back, and she opens up with tremendous width underneath, I just thought her look and design from the side outperformed the gilt that goes here in 2. Love the body dimension of the gilt in 2. She's pliable, awesome swoop to her midsection, still has some extension, probably not as descriptive in terms of just her lower jaw there. She just simply opens up with more horsepower as she comes right at you in terms of just her knee to ground, comparative to the gilt that we drop out here in 3. Originally you watch this one in terms of rear 2/3 can get these guys pretty fired up, because you talk about a 3-dimensional animal in terms of just body composition, and compliments to the young lady on skin and hair, because obviously when she loaded up to come to San Antonio, maybe didn't predict herself being there in 3rd, and we like the gilt. She just gets a little more problematic for us is when you come right at you in terms of blade, knee to ground, she'll siphon and funnel the hardest as we get right to the surface. You study her in terms of the size of her front toe, just not quite as bold there from that aspect. Young man brings a gilt that's awesome built from the side, and I absolutely can tie into them when they look like that. From a profile standpoint, she's just simply too narrow gauge coming and going comparative to the top trio, but the young man does an awesome job. As we drop the one out here in 5, there's things we like about this one, and as we talked to Chris, he said, hey, this thing can absolutely motor out back in terms of the way she's able to plant and drive with comfort. I thought she played out from a balance perspective in terms of just a length to height ratio. I think she also wants to flatten just a shot more in terms of her forerib. I get a little more critical in terms of just the position of her front foot. I know out here it's not hindering her, but yet at the same time, I bet back at the concrete becomes a little more suspect, can get a little more critical. I'd also just change the dimension of her rear hock as well. But a good class. Talk to these other kids down the line here. Let's put our hands together before we get to this division.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the Champions formula at winning-enterprises.com.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, coming out of class number 5, we've got Lila Bonnert from Kendall County 4-H. Second in that class was Cash McCamey from Hawkins FFA. Out next from class 46, we've got Matley Fishbacher of Potter County 4-H. Second in that class was Charles Davis of Joshua FFA. And then out of our third class, number 47, we have got Tucker Hutton of the Perrin FFA. Second in that class was Kaylee Keys of Hale County 4-H. Ladies and gentlemen, ringside, if you would put your hands together for these spotted showmen at this time.
Let's first things first. Let's put our hands together for these kiddos that we have out here. Yesterday was good, and to be quite honest with you, it's been an incredible first division of these things as all three of them come back out here. You know, there's probably some give and take between them. There's a little bit of differences, and like I stated, you know, I guess one of the most fun thing is when you're judging these livestock or whether we're just sitting at home with the boys and studying gilts, you know, with a cup of coffee. I don't know if there's much more fun, and especially when they're good. And, you know, and I think all three of these are very, very good. We can make a case for all three of them. We just think one's just more extreme in an area or two, yet she still has ladylike kind of figures out here. Man, oh man, is she dimensional when you get right up on top of her. You talk about a big round rib cage. She's starting to throw a little bit of fits, and I told Chris, I said, I better make it short because these spots are going to blow up. But this thing's got us right here. Congratulations to her.
All right, congratulations to Lila Bonnert, Kendall County 4-H. Coming out next, we've got Cash McCamey of Hawkins FFA.
Young man steps in, and we talked about that first class. We talk about that one in terms of being stout, in terms of her feature. Man, she's got a big, big forearm, front ankle. Love the position of her front foot. You know, comparative to the other two out here, she's probably just not mature enough in terms of just the roundness of her mid-body and forerib. But, man, the young man's got a unique one that was second in that particular class. There's another one out here that hit us hard in terms of her rear view. As she goes right directly away from you. You know, she's at one that's got a terrible, terrible attitude out here. I told Chris, though, I said, man, she's still not breaking down just terribly in terms of how she wants to drive. She's still got range and reach. We didn't think she was probably as far out there as our champion of this particular division, but we darn sure like her second best. Congratulations to that young man.
Congratulations to Tucker Hutton, your reserve champion in this division. Coming out next is Kaylee Keys, Hale County 4-H. And it looks like third is going to be Miss Matley Fishbacher from Potter County 4-H. Coming out next will be Charles Davis of Joshua FFA. Fourth will go to Charles Davis of Joshua FFA. And it looks like fifth will be Mr. Cash McCamey of Hawkins FFA. Congratulations to those winners. That concludes classes 45 to 47, the lightweight division of spots. Next up in the back will be class number 50 spots. And again, there will be 3 classes in the heavyweight division. This will be the largest breed of the day and the only one we do have divisions to select.
To reiterate what Dr. Williams just said, we have 3 classes of heavyweights left in our spot breed. Class number 50 is made up of 34 head, and weight ranges on these females goes from 253 to 265. The conclusion of these 3 classes of spots, we will judge for the heavyweight division, and then the overall spot breed will be at the conclusion of the heavyweight division. After the spots, we move on to our chesters, which there's 5 classes of chesters and a total of 147 chesters here today. Total of 18 classes being judged today, 561 head versus 809 yesterday and 26 classes yesterday. So definitely a shorter day today versus yesterday. But we also have the grand drive and the scholarship presentation of these kiddos at the conclusion of our last breed, which is the Herefords today. Once again, we are judging spots, chesters, Polands, Yorks, and Herford purebred breeding gilts here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo, the 77th annual Stock Show and Rodeo. Made up of over 7,000 volunteers that dedicate their time to these kids, and total entries from last year for the livestock and horse competition events was 25,173 total entries. First rodeo was held in 1950, and their mission statement here at San Antonio is a volunteer organization that emphasizes agriculture and education to develop the youth of Texas. So if you're listening near, far.
All right. Here are results out of class 47 spots. In 10th place was Leah Ward from Longview FFA. 9th was Molly Ann Clayton of Smith County 4-H. 8th was Caney Boyette from Erath County 4-H. 7th was Markley Mathis from Midland FFA. 6th was Kaylee Espatia from Deer Park FFA. 5th was Haley Friesenhahn from Southwest FFA. 4th, Jordan Powers of Stephenville FFA. 3, Kinley Scott of Midland County 4-H. 2nd was Kaylee Keys of Hale County 4-H. And our class champion was Tucker Hutton of Perrin FFA.
And just a reminder for all you breeders listening, or people who are wanting to know the pedigrees, Wayne is getting the pedigrees on all the first and seconds of every class, the pedigrees and the breeders and where they're from. And I think that's super important, especially during a breeding show. We're always looking for boars or the next best thing to hit. I know it's breeding season for a lot of us when it comes to getting ready for the next generation of show pigs. So it's kind of good to know kind of what boars hit, what makeup they are, where they're from, and who raised them. So I think it's only fitting we get the pedigrees, and we've been doing it for years and enjoy doing it. So I appreciate Dad getting all that together and Mr. Bionzik downstairs getting us all the pedigrees as they're coming across. And so I think that's very important for all of us at home. So if you are a breeder, we are doing that throughout the day. If you want to know a specific class. We do that after the class is over with, between the next two classes. They're working diligently on trying to get that put together. And then we also tell everybody the champion and reserve champion pedigrees as well. Once again, we are currently judging class number 50, total of 34 head. And weight ranges on these females goes from 253 to 265, total of 96 head in the three classes of our heavyweight division of the spot breed. Two total pigs pinned back so far. What they're going to do is go see Seth first. If Seth points straight ahead, those of you just now listening, they will get weighed and wanded to make sure the registration papers match the gilt. They can weigh within 15 pounds.
Sarah. All right, a couple of kids we did not check in. If you're back there, raise your hand. If not, get to the show ring. Aubrey Bowman, Davenport FFA, and Syra Anchinato from Pecos FFA. We need to check you in, or you need to get here.
Oh man! So going back to that, if the first judge they go to is Mr. Kemplinger, Seth, and what he will do, if he points straight ahead, you will go get wanded to make sure your registration papers match your animal. And then you can weigh across the scale, and you have to weigh within 15 pounds on the top end of your weight card that you turn in. And if all those things check out, you go to the holding pen, and you have a chance at a top 10 placing ribbon in your class. If he points to the left, they will go to Chris. And Chris will either point straight ahead and go to the big arena, or if he points to the left, they will go back to their pins. If Chris points straight ahead, he's the secondary judge here today, Mr. Hofschulte. He's from Oklahoma. And if they go to the big arena, they have a chance at a secondary evaluation. If they like you, then they're going to pin you back again, and you will have a chance at a top 10 placing ribbon. I've seen pigs come from that big arena and get placed. And in years past, there's been some that have gone from the big arena for a secondary look and have also won their class. It's all about, first impressions. If your animal is not set up right or walking right out of the gate, they don't get a good look at it. And, that's where the secondary judge comes in and says, hey, you didn't really get a good look, but I did, and I think it's pretty good. So let's go and put it in the big arena and reevaluate that animal. So just like in life, first impressions are huge. So as soon as you come out of that gate, make sure your animal's head's up and moving and show off those good attributes about your animal. Looks like Seth has made it to the big arena, and Chris is not too far behind him. There's only one in the big arena right now. Looks like they have 9 or 10 pulled back already to make up the class. And I'm not sure if they're going to send this young lady back to her pen or if they're going to weigh. We'll find out here shortly. But I know for a fact there is 9 pinned back. It only takes 10 to make a class. We'll find out here shortly. We've got 2 in the big arena now.
Well, Landon, I've got the results of 47.
We're going to go ahead and have this young lady weigh hers. And so the young lady, I think, is going to get sent back to her pen. But what did you say when you got the pedigree from the last class?
Yes, from class 47. And if you didn't get to see all the results of the lightweight division overall titles, but in class 47, our class champion was Tucker Hutton. It was Mr. Irrelevant. It was breeder was Harv Keyser out of Illinois. Congratulations. Our second place, Keeley Keys of Hale County, 4-H. Limitless from Harkey Farms. They're in Texas. Harkey, I know them well. They do a really fine job up at New Deal, Texas. And if you didn't get to see the lightweight division drive, the division champion was Lila Bonard. Canos was the sire, bred by Luke Lintner. Congratulations for having the division champion. Our reserve division champion, Tucker Hutton, Mr. Irrelevant, was the sire. Harv Keyser out of Illinois had the reserve division. And then the third was out of Class 46, Matley Fishbacher, Incognito, and she bred that gilt. And fourth overall, Charles Davis out of Joshua Titan. That was bred by the Jennings family. And our fifth overall was Cash McCamey, and it was also Titan that sired that one, and the Jennings family also bred that gilt.
So those of you just now tuning in, what they're doing, they're pulling them out one at a time. If they really like your gilt, they're going to pin you back just like they did this young lady in the black. She got out and pinned them pretty quickly. So if you get pinned back in this sort here, there's a good chance you're going to be in the top. Not a good chance. There is. You're going to be in the top end of the class. Like, there's no doubt about it. They've kept it consistent the past 2 days. Whatever they pin back will be the top end of their class, and they will judge accordingly with what's left and place from the bottom up. Once they place that set, they bring the ones back out again that they pinned back, and those animals will be the top end of the class. Say they keep 5 pigs back, for instance. That will be your 5th through 1st place in that class. And they've kept it consistent. They developed a pattern. Whether you do it differently, that's up to you. But these guys have set a pattern, and they've kept true to that pattern. Usually judges, once they set a pattern, they don't deviate from it. The only contingent thing is how deep that class is. Sometimes you may have 10 pigs that look all identical. In that case, it kind of changes the way you may think things, but it's contingent on what you see in front of you and what you get. But for the most part, I mean, I'm going to say 99.9% of the time they've done it this way. I think there was one class they did a little bit different where they did a double sort, or a triple sort, excuse me. They had started with 15, and they narrowed it down to 10, and then of that 10, they sorted them again, and then they placed accordingly from there, because the depth of quality in that particular class just happened to be extremely deep. I do believe the champion.
All right, attention in the barn, class 51 spots. This is your first call. Class 51 spots, first call.
And once again, this is your first class of the heavyweight division of your spot breed. Total of 3 classes make up that, 96 total head in the heavyweight division. The conclusion of these 3 classes, this is the first of 3 of the heavyweight divisions. We will crown a heavyweight division champion and reserve division champion, followed by 3rd through 5th overall. Bring that lightweight division champion and reserve through 5th overall back out with the heavyweight division champions, and select a overall spot champion, reserve champion, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall of the spot breed. Then we will move on to the Chester breed, and we'll go from there.
Well, they're talking on this, evaluating how they're going to place this Class 50 here on the ones that they still have out in the ring. You know, this show could not be run without the volunteers. There are very few people here that are paid employees, and the rest are volunteers. It takes over 7,000 volunteers to put this show in operation, and without them, all of these volunteers donate their vacation time, time off, time without pay, just to come out here and support these kids, because they believe in what San Antonio is trying to do, and believe in furthering the education of our kids, and say we appreciate the hard work they've put forth in each and every one of their projects. And then it has really grown. San Antonio has built their show around scholarships. They had this vision. In 1984 was the first scholarships they ever gave, and it was only 15 of them that was a mere $90,000. And today, all scholarships involved and monies that they give out, they expect to give out this year $1,865,000 in all combined. And that's just an outstanding number to help these kids further their education and be leaders of tomorrow. Looks like in Class 50, we're getting up in the top end now. We've let the first one out. Looks like we've got a place, looks like the top 7 yet that we're going to evaluate here. Would like to thank Taylor Fort Webcasting and all the sponsors that you might see on screen there for all they do here. Taylor and his crew just gives you the play-by-play and makes you feel like you're here ringside, and we couldn't do it without them, and we appreciate the opportunity to help them and be able to give you the play-by-play as they go out and film it.
All right,
for
attention
you.
to the barn, Class 51 spots, second call. Class 51 spots, second call.
Looks like we're down to our final 3 here. No, they've really liked the one in the black sweater really well. They had her stop showing for a little bit. Really nice gilt, but they're all 3 out there very nice. Looks like young man in the plaid. Checkered was 3rd. Now he'll talk his final 2. Good luck to those 2 exhibitors.
Well, another good class and a good, class, honestly, 1 through 10, as Chris and I talked. But sometimes you just got to take the hard truth and know that, there's an absolute runaway in this particular class. Holstein marked one here in the center ring comes and demands your attention. It don't matter if she's a crossbred, a Duroc, what have you. That thing looks awfully, awfully unique as she prances around the ring. Big-chested, big forearm, still propped up on her toes. And yet what's probably the most admirable about her within this particular breed is she's got some set to her rear foot. She's so dimensional when you get up on top of her. We had a little bit of discussion between 2 and 3, and we were in total agreement. We thought the 1 and 2 just look more like a lady in terms of her design and look. I absolutely dig in on this one in terms of the rear 2/3 and the design of it, her body texture, the roll to her midrib, her view going right directly away. Probably get just a shot more critical as that gilt turns and comes right at you. Just looks just a shot more fragile compared to our class winner. But we thought in terms of ladylike features, she had it for sure. Young man drops the 1 out in 3, and to me, she looks more like a breeding pieces. Got some big parts and pieces about her there. Huge chested, stout nostrils as she comes right at you, and those are things that you latch onto as a show judge. You get up on top of her. She's a big back individual. I told Chris, I said, I just need to see this one blend and combinate better in terms of blade to loin, ham loin hookup. She's a little shorter and steeper out of her hip, but I think she's got real value. Mark target hog setting, you could probably move her up a place. But just from the standpoint of a female perspective, she's just got to be better in an area or two. Young lady that comes out here next has got one that's good design, flat-backed, and those are the things that you like about her. Just from a distance, from a profile standpoint, you step in behind her. She just gets a little more boomerang hind-legged in terms of from hock to ground. She's just got to square up there a shot better to go any higher in this particular class. The gilt that comes out next here in 5, it's going to sound repetitive the last few days, just a little more common. In terms of just her overall views and looks there, I still think she's ladylike in terms of her appearance. We've got to make her a shot more descriptive in terms of just her lower jawline there. It just got to give that particular gilt more flair throughout. I talked to these kids down the line, told them where their projects needed to be better. As a whole, as we bring them out here, we got some issues and some that are a little more problematic as they come right at you. Biggest thing is they just got to be looser hinge, taller at their point of the shoulder, but a very good class. Let's put our hands together for those kids.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Well, that concludes class number 50. Moving on to class number 51 now. Weight ranges on these gilts goes from 266 to 280. Now we're getting to the bigger ones now.
All right, congratulations to our class 50 winners. In the back, we have class 51 going on, so be sure you're here if you're in that class. 50 results. In 10th place, we had Tatum Harding from Lake Dallas FFA. 9th was Aubrey Bowman of Davenport FFA. 8th was Gabriella Shimon from Samuel Clemens FFA. 7th was Grace Scott of McLennan County 4-H. 6th was Jaylee Deer of Granbury FFA. 5th was Aubrey Karras of McNeil FFA. 4th was Peyton Goff from Fort Bend County 4-H. 3rd was Wyatt Ludke from Cuero FFA. 2nd went to Ryder Havey of Medina County 4-H. And our class champion went to Avery May Mabry of Brock FFA. Congratulations to those winners. We are now on to class 51. This is the second class in the division and the 5th class in the breed. There will be 6 total spot classes. So at the end of class 52, we will select our division winners, and then at the conclusion of that, we will select our breed and reserve breed champion spots along with that top 5.
Congratulations to those top 10 individuals from class 50. Moving on to class 51, as I mentioned, weight ranges on those females goes from 266 to 280 and 31 total head in that class. This is the second of 3 total classes of our heavyweight division of our spot breed. One more class at the conclusion of this one that we're currently sorting. Then we select our heavyweight division champion and reserve heavyweight division champion, followed by 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall heavyweight. Once we conclude that, we will move on to our overall selection of our spot breed. We'll bring both the lights and the heavy divisions back out here and go head-to-head for that, which will be very exciting. The spots have really turned up the heat in these last few classes. Nothing to take away from those first few. But it's we're starting to see a bigger package, obviously. We got a little more weight to play with here. But really starting to shine on these spots, and, top to bottom are very, very competitive. They pinned back 3 so far that I can see for a chance at a top 10 placing ribbon. The sound of that looks like somebody else got pinned. For those of you just now tuning in, we want to welcome you to the Taylor Fort Webcasting, giving us all a front row seat to the San Antonio Purebred Gilts Show. Yes, it is 2026, hard as it is to believe, and it's already flying by, but what a better place to be. So we appreciate your support to these kids, whether you know the kids, know the animals, or just want to watch a really good competitive purebred gilt show. You came to the right place. Pinned back several so far, but if y'all are just now tuning in, and I've explained it several times throughout the podcast, but want to reiterate it again, the first judge they will go to is the lead judge, Mr. Seth Keplinger of Ohio. If he points straight ahead, you go to the scale to get weighed and also wanded to make sure your registration papers match your animal. If you meet that criteria, you go to a holding pen where you will be evaluated at the conclusion of the sort for a top 10 placing. If Mr. Keplinger points to the left, they will go to Chris Hofschulte, who is the secondary judge here from Oklahoma. If he points straight ahead, you will go to the big arena for a secondary evaluation, which consistently in this breed, they've pulled one or two out of the big arena up to this point for a chance at a top 10 placing. If he points to the left, they will go back to the pen. This is not a terminal show, so you get to take these animals on to your county show if you have a later county show here in Texas, or to another major show. These gilts here are the future of our breeding stock here in Texas. They will create the next babies for the next generation to show. And we're excited to see what we have today. Stay tuned. I've got a young man coming up here in a bit. Going to interview him. He showed
Attention
yesterday.
to the barn as you guys come in to load and get ready to go home. There is to be no parking or trailers or vehicles on the west side next to the vet barn. There is a competition actually occurring in that area. So they need to keep all vehicles and trailers out of that west side, which would be between the west barn and the cell barn next door. So be sure you keep trucks and trailers out of that area. All right, attention to the barn, class 52 spots, first call. Class 52 spots, first call.
Okay, I've got the results of Class 50 on the sires. Our first place class champion in Class 50, Avery Mabry from Brock FFA. Her sire of her gilt was Titan. And the Jennings family from Oklahoma raised that one. Congratulations. Jennings family have had a great day so far here in our spot show. And Titan has been doing pretty well so far. In fact, Titan actually sired the champion reserve in last year's 2025 show of the spot show. And then our second place was rider Habe. And its sire was Pocket Change, and it was the breeder was Cole Farms out of Texas. Congratulations to the Coles Farm family as well. Thank y'all. And then if you're interested in expanding your herd or getting some crossbreds in your herd, be sure and view the sale ring live there on the Stock Show website. They're going to have a preview here at 9 o'clock of the crossbreds, and that sale then will begin at 1 p.m. They'll be selling 40 lots, starting with the Grand and Reserve Grand Champion. There was 601 total in that show yesterday. Very competitive. Looks like we're ready to let out the top. Looks like the top 5. Just joined us. It's 31 head in this class 51, and the weight ranges was from 266 to 280.
So how many do you keep back?
Well,
7.
well, 5 to. But there's some down there, right?
Or maybe this is 5.
Yeah, it's just
This
these
one-
5 left.
This one was watering the pig, so it looked like she was getting ready.
I thought he might have placed her, but maybe not. Maybe
We're down to our top 5 in this second class of the heavyweight division, which being class number 51. He's the top end of the class. Young man was 5th here in kind of the lavender shirt. Down to our top 4 in this class. And like I was mentioning earlier, Wayne, the heat has really been turned up in these spot classes these last few.
Yes. You know, the spots have done well. I think they pick a spot for Grand Supreme last year?
I can't remember. You'd asked me that a while ago, but I'll double check that just to make sure.
Looks like we're at our final two here in our class 51. Judges have discussed it, and Seth is ready to he gave it. The one in the green will be our class champion, and the one in the purple our
Well, I've
reserve.
told you before, the spots have been good, and we get into a heater here in this particular class, and we got a top pair of them that are very, very close. We elected to go with the gilt there on the far side there in the green. We just thought in terms of where her shoulder blade wants to set relative to her skeleton is a shot better there. You know, that gilt's getting a little bit agitated out here, but yet at the same time, she's still got more reach off of her rear too. She's compositionally better in terms of just her midrib. She's deeper about her heart comparative to the gilt that goes there in 2. The gilt in 2 comes out, and I saw her back at the SIF pin, and I thought, man, just in terms of getting one ready for the big show, she's got those kind of things. In terms of just skin and hair, those kind of complexions you can get real excited about. Man, in terms of just being maxed out in terms of back shape and width there, you know, where we get more critical on her is when we step off to the side of her there, just where her shoulder blade wants to set relative to her skeleton. And then as you analyze that particular gilt going right directly away from you and just how she wants to hinge from the side, she's a little more quicker in terms of her overall step comparative to our class winner. The one that comes out in 3 here is another one that's got some stoutness, got some feature. Those are things that you like about her. She's upright off of both ends of her skeleton comparative to the top 2 there. She's shorter and steeper out of her hip as well. I didn't see that gilt being quite as mesmerizing in terms of just her top of her crest line and lower cheek, but the gilt's still awfully good to be there in 3. The young man that comes here in 4, you know, we had some discussion. Man, if you can paint him from the side like that, you're going to trip our trigger. In terms of a design and look, everything just fits and balances from the side. She gets more disappointing when you get right up on top of her. Doesn't have as much punch and roll in terms of her forerib and midrib. Just doesn't come with the shape and width up high as well, but still a very good one in terms of her design and look. The young man that comes here in 5 has got one that, you know, here again, in terms of just the midsection, you absolutely dig in on. She's got some range and reach about her. We become the most critical on her is when she turns and comes right at you. She's just got to open up with more spread and width underneath, but we still thought a very nice one that needed to be talked about here in the top 5. I talked to these kids down the line here again, told them where their projects needed to be better. You know, we're just probably battling a little bit of some structural issues in terms of just how they want to hinge and plant out of their upper hip as a whole. Good class. Let's put our hands together for those kids as they head out.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Keplinger.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Third was Cadence Watson from Smith County 4-H. Second went to Lila Bonert from Kendall County 4-H. And her class champion was Kinley Scott from Midland County 4-H. That concludes Class 51. We are now on to Class 52, the final class of this division. Again, after this division, we will have a division winners followed by breed champion drive.
Well, that concludes class number 51. Started with 31 and finished them out. Now we're moving on to class number 52. This is our final classes of our heavyweight division and our spot breed. Weight ranges on those females goes from 281 to 350, and there's 31 head in this class as well. Like Dr. Williams just elaborated on, is we have these 3 classes. We'll judge our heavyweight division followed by the spot breed. And right now I'm joined by a very special guest here. What's your name, bud?
Connor Sides.
Connor Sides. Where are you from, Connor Sides?
Fredericksburg, Texas.
Fredericksburg, Texas, man. What grade are you in?
5th grade.
5th grade. So you're the big dog on campus, right?
Yes, sir.
That's awesome, man. So how many years have you been showing pigs now?
I think this is my 5th year showing.
5th year showing? Okay. What is your favorite breed to show?
White OPBs or Chesters.
White OPBs or Chesters. So why do you like white OPBs?
We have really good white OPBs back at the barn. I've won breed champion white OPB a bunch of times at county, so I think it's really fun to have those.
And you did pretty good you did pretty good here last year too, didn't you, at the Barrow Show?
Yes, sir.
With what breed?
I showed a Duroc and I got 3rd.
That's a really big deal. And, we've talked about this during the podcast, Connor, and I've been a part of this show for a very long time. Actually, I won this Gilts show back in 2008. And this show right here is one of the most competitive shows in the nation, not just state, in the nation. So if you get a placing ribbon in any one of these classes, y'all, for those of you tuned in, it's a very big deal. And to make the top 3 in any one of these breeds, especially the Barrow Show, that is a humongous deal. That's like winning, a lot of these pigs, Connor, and I've seen this throughout the years, there's been some 8th and 10th place hogs that were grand champion at their county shows. So that shows you the depth of quality. So what are some of your favorite things about getting your project ready for the show?
We usually go to different cities around the area that we're going to show in and stage.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's really fun to hang out with all my friends and family, just staging our pigs and getting them ready for the show.
It's fun. Some of my favorite memories, Connor, as a kid growing up, is waiting in line to get into the barn. Because you get to go hang out, you get to go run around, throw the football a little bit. You like football, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Are you playing baseball this year?
Uh-huh.
What position?
I'm first base and catcher.
Did you bring your baseball glove with you?
No.
No, you didn't. You have to remember that for the Barrow Show, okay?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, those are really fun things, Connor. A lot of memories are made. I think about when I was your age, and I still think about all the fun things that I used to do, and we used to do the same thing. When we didn't have a football, we'd get a water bottle and fill it with rocks and play tackle football in the arena after the show was over with. Do you all ever do that?
Yeah, we get a water bottle and just fill it up with water and play around with it. It's fun.
That works too. There's plenty of water around here, isn't there?
Yes, sir.
That's good. So what is your favorite pig this year that you're showing?
I have a Chester that won grand champion at county, and we're supposed to show it at San Angelo, so I'm hoping for good things about that.
So you're leaving here and then headed to San Angelo before too long, aren't you?
Yeah, after this Gilt show, we'll immediately go to the Junior Elite show in Kerrville.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, next week is the San Angelo Barrow show, so we'll go to that and show my Chester.
Well, that'll be fun. So are you showing anything else today here at the San Antonio Gilt Show?
I have a Poland that's in a couple of classes, and I'm looking forward to that one.
Good deal, man. So I guess my question to you, Connor, and this is a big one. So anybody who's listening that's your age or younger or thinking about showing, what's some advice you would give somebody who's maybe on the fence, like, do I want to show a pig? Do I not want to show a pig? What would you encourage them to do? And that's something that you've learned along the last 5 years you've been showing.
Not only, we should not as much care about our rewards and our, how we show our pigs. We should just care more about the experience and how we react to how we do. I say just being able to pick your head up after something that you didn't agree with or something, but just always have your head up and always be joyful about you getting to show pigs.
Connor, I think a lot of us can take what you just said home and to heart, because that is the most important thing in this thing, is learning and doing this as a community. And when you're down, you keep your head up because you keep fighting and eventually you'll hit. And it makes when you do well that much sweeter, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
Kind of like when you got third place last year at the Barrow Show at San Antonio.
Yes,
that was a pretty cool deal. I was excited. I know you, and I know a lot of the kids that are out here, and we don't have any pigs anymore, but it's fun to watch you kids out there and be successful. And inside I'm doing the podcast, right? But inside my heart is just racing and cheering for y'all. And so when you placed, it was really cool to see what you did with that animal. And I know all the hard work you put into it. There's a lot of things that happen behind the scenes that nobody out here can see, and you do a lot of that at home, and I know you do. And I know you're a competitor at heart, and that's a really good attribute to have as a young man. I know you're only in 5th grade, but what at this point in time in your life, what do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to do something through agriculture.
Okay.
I'm not sure what I want to do yet, but I definitely want to do something through stock show and agriculture.
Oh, that'll be fun, man. So what is, I guess, to conclude what this interview here, man, what is something that you want to do better at? Maybe say like, okay, like what can I work harder at to do better at? And what you've learned so far, like, okay, is there something I can do at home? Is there something I can do here differently that'll make me a better shower?
Just going out to the barn really every morning and night, just working with my dad and my parents and my family. Just working at home with your animals shows a lot of difference when you come to the shows. I think that's very important about showing your animal.
And, you know, it's funny you say that, Connor, because earlier I touched on that. You can really tell the individuals out here in the show ring that have really worked with their animals. And you can also tell the ones who did not work with their animals because, you know, it's like showing a pig's like driving a car, right? You gotta move it around the ring and drive it. If you've never worked with your animal, it's going to be hard to steer that pig, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
It's like a rodeo out there, right? Or
Yeah.
a race. Yeah. Well, that's good. Well, Connor, I wish
Ladies
you the
and
best
gentlemen,
of luck.
ringside, if you can hear me, put your hands together for these exhibitors as they make their way back to the pens.
Connor, I wish you the best of luck in your show year this year. You've got a lot of years left, and like I'm going to tell you and I'll tell everybody else, you soak up these moments because they're fun, and you're going to look back and you're going to be like me one day and wish you were the one out there showing. If somebody could give me a stick and shave my beard off and call me 18 again to go show, I would do it in a heartbeat. I miss it, but it's fun to watch y'all do it and the smile y'all have on y'all's face when y'all do well. So good luck to you, buddy, and thanks for coming up here.
Thank you.
Well, that was fun having Connor up here, and those of you who don't know, he's a fifth grader, and he said some really important things that sometimes as adults we need to remember that, you know, the kids are watching everything we do, and they're absorbing everything. They're a sponge at this age, and that kid he's soaking it up, and and to be able to be his age and realize the important things in life, sometimes as adults, we need to hear that from them, knowing that we're doing something right, and he's definitely being raised right by his family, and he's got a good support group, and that's the kind of kids we want in this industry, and that's the kind of kids we want to grow in agriculture. So I appreciate Connor and his words, and I didn't kind of prep him for any of these questions. I just asked him questions and kind of put him on the spot, and he knocked it out of the park as far as I'm concerned, for those of you who tuned in for that. We pinned 4 back, 5 now for the top end of this final class of spot gilts. These will probably be the top end of your class. Not probably, they will be. And then we should start placing from the bottom up here. Kept 11 total hogs back. And so they'll place these ones here and then pull out their top 5 and place all the way up till we have a class winner. At the conclusion of this class, we'll bring all the first and second places back out of the heavyweight division, total of 3 classes, and select our heavyweight division and reserve division champion, followed by 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall. And then we will crown a spot champion of the breed, and then move on to our Chester breed. Stay tuned.
All right, attention in the barn. If you were first or second in class 50 or 51, this is your first call. If you were first or second in class 50 or 51, this is your first call to return for division drive.
All right, we're down to our top 5 in our final class of spot breeding guilds here at the 77th Annual San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. Going to pull all 5 of these females out, judge them one at a time until we have a crowned first place here. Started with 201 spots, and now we're down to 5. And then we're going to work on our division champion for the heavyweight, followed by the overall selection of our spot breed. I know Wayne is working diligently on getting the pedigrees put together from that last class. For those of you breeders who are tuned in who want to know the pedigrees, we've been doing that throughout the day, yesterday, and also today on the first and second place in every single one of these classes. And then once we get to the champion drive, we'll kind of go over the pedigrees of each one of the champion and reserve champion on their pedigrees of each one of the breeds want to thank Dad and Mr. Pionzik downstairs. He's wanding everything and also getting us the pedigrees on those first and second places of each class. So they're doing a little extra just so we can make sure we get you all those pedigrees and give it also a shout out to the breeder and the kid. I think that's super important. I know you breeders at home work very hard to raise some really good stock for these kiddos to show, and we want to spotlight you guys and also these guys who've created some of these boars prospects, because I think it's very fitting. Like I said earlier, this is a breeding show, and we're trying to create the next great show pigs, whether it be in the breeding show or the market show, and want to spotlight you guys. So thanks for tuning in.
All right, this is a repeat. If you're in class 50 or 51, first or second, this is your second call. Class 50 or 51, first and seconds, this is your second call.
Down to our top 4 here in this final class of spots. Once again, we want to thank Taylor Fort and his crew for bringing us all a front row seat wherever you're at and wherever you're at in the country. I've talked to several people from other states who've texted and said they're tuned in, so I want to welcome everybody from all walks of life and all places of the United States. And if you're in a different country, I want to say buenos dias, welcome, danke schön, all the things for tuning in. Currently, the temperature in San Antonio, Texas is in the mid to high 60s, approaching 70-ish. We're going to get up to 80-something degrees today in true Texas fashion. We're going to be warm. Then I'm pretty sure all you northerners are going to send us a nice cold front, hopefully with some moisture that comes with that. We'll take all the rain you can give us, and I'm sure y'all feel the same way. I mean, we'll take snow. Anything that turns into water and goes in the ground, I'm all for it at this point. Amazing how much in Fredericksburg we got 4 1/4 inches of rain the other week when that ice storm hit, and it doesn't look like we've had any rain. It just went straight in the ground and soaked it up. But looks like we're down to our top 2 individuals. Young lady in the white and black striped shirt, she was placed 3rd in this final class of spot gilts. Down to a young man and a young lady left here, and Seth's got the mic, so he's pretty spot on with finishing this class, no pun intended here. He's tracking both of these gilts. They're both very unique in their own right here. The lady's got a real powerful maternal-looking one. The young man's got a real clean-fronted one, a little bit smaller-headed, but not want to cooperate for a second here, but the young man's doing a phenomenal job getting her back up and moving here. Here we go.
Well, good class, and to be honest with you, a class that presents, some challenges within it because not a runaway or a perfect one out here. Obviously, we haven't seen just maybe a perfect one yet here today. And maybe we'll never see one, throughout time. But, as we start breaking them down, the gilt that wins the class, is one that is so extreme in an area or two, just in terms of being broad-backed and stout-featured and heavy-boned. Those are the things that are extremely impressive on that gilt. As you study and analyze her there, she's a little far forward in terms of her shoulder blade set. She gets just a little shorter and steeper out of her hip, probably not as captivating in terms of just her overall look from the side, but man, in this particular class, just in terms of feature and bone, aesthetic value, you can get pretty excited on. The young man's gilt, I naturally prefer in terms of just her design and look from the side for a female, more than anything in this particular class. Unfortunately, the longer the drive goes on this gilt, and even early on in the drive, she does a little bit more of a quick step. She's starting to want to break down in terms of just just how she handles herself up through the front 1/3 of her body as well. But man, and when she early on there, from a presence, from a build design standpoint, from the side profile, you could get real excited on that gilt. The one that comes in 3, we talked about her there for a little bit, and to be quite honest with you, there was things that we really, really liked about her in terms of just how she's designed out of the rear 2/3 of her body. She's got some extension ahead of her blade. You know, comparative to the top 2 there, you start studying that gilt in terms of feature and bone size, especially at her front ankle and foot. I just needed to see that one be just a shot stouter from that standpoint, but still a good gilt to be there in 3. The gilt in 4 comes out, and that's where just naturally you want to criticize her in terms of where her front foot wants to plant, just the position of it in terms of the way it comes right at you. From the side, you can get a little more excited on her in terms of swoop to her midsection. She's a big back individual. She's got some feature about her, and then as you study her from a hock standpoint, she just gets more narrower gauge as we go right down to the foundation of her skeleton. That's where we essentially need to change that particular animal. The one that comes in 5 is a design hog from that standpoint. She's got some pliability. She's got some roundness of rib. She plays out in terms of her top line just a shot. She gets just a little bit lower fronted. And to be quite honest with you, from a breeding gilt standpoint, just her rump shape's just a shot scarier. But I still thought a good hog all in all. As I talked to the kids down the line here, told them where their projects needed to be, you know, just a shot better. I thought just from a body composition standpoint, several of these were good. Here again, it's going to sound repetitive. We just got to fix some of these from a skeletal perspective to go ahead and move up any higher. Good class. Let's put our hands together for those kiddos as they head on out.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
All right, here in our Division II spot drive, coming out of class number 50 is Avery Mabry of Brock FFA. Second was Ryder Habe of Medina County 4-H. Up next, out of class number 51, we've got Kinley Scott of Midland County 4-H. Second in that class was Lila Bonert from Kendall County 4-H. And out of the heaviest class, number 52, we've got Dakota Follis of Mitchell County 4-H. Second in that class was Kane Dragatis of Falls City FFA. If you can hear me, put your hands together for these exhibitors as they make their way around the ring.
Let's put our hands together for another incredible division that we have out here. You know, we get all three of them out here, and I told you in class, when it's easy, it's easy. One of them simply makes it easy out here for us, just in terms of density, in terms of shape and spread, in terms of being flat-backed and still having some roll to her midrib. To me, she wins the art contest in this particular division. Young lady right there is our division winner.
All right, congratulations to Avery Mabry of Brock FFA. Coming out next will be Ryder Habe of Medina County 4-H.
For reserve, there's another one just in terms of comfort level. Her step and reach is absolutely impeccable out here. We talked that one comparatively to our champion in this particular division. Maybe not as stout in terms of her front ankle and front foot. Comparatively, maybe not as tall at the point of her shoulder. But man, in terms of just being ladylike, feminine, awesome kind of just presence from the side, still round rib. Young lady, you were reserved. Congratulations to you.
All right, congratulations to Kenley Scott from Midland County 4-H. Next up, Lila Bonert from Kendall County 4-H. All right, third is going to go to Lila Bonert from Kendall County 4-H. Fourth will be Ryder Habe from Medina County 4-H. And it looks like fifth will go to Dakota Follis from Mitchell County 4-H. Congratulations to those winners. Next up will be Breed Champion Spot Drive. Give us just a moment to get everything reset, and we'll select a top 5 overall in the breed.
Man, that was fun watching that. Now the much
In
anticipated.
just a moment, we'll go ahead and read results for Class 52. In 10th place was Skyly Renner from Cisco FFA. 9th, Jaden Walthall from Mount Enterprise FFA. 8th, Jenna Locke from Santa Fe FFA. 7th, Gabriela Salazar, Abbott FFA. 6th, Sixth went to Grace Scott of McLennan County 4-H. 5th was Brianna Nolans of Stephenville FFA. 4th was Bailey Cunningham of Midlothian FFA. 3rd was Casey Barnes of Lavernia FFA. 2nd was Kane Jergadis of Falls City FFA. And our class champion again, Dakota Follis of Mitchell County 4-H.
Those of you just tuning in, we're fixing to start the spot breed drive here. We're going to select an overall champion spot, reserve champion spot, followed by 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall spot. Then move on to our 5 classes of Chester White.
While we're waiting on, are we on? While we're waiting on that, I've got the resired results from Class 51 and 52. In Class 51, Kenley Scotts was sired by Mystery Irrelevant. Harv Kieser from Illinois is the breeder. Congratulations. And The second in that class was Lila Bonard. Titan was the sire, and Luke Littner raised that one. Congratulations to both of these breeders in Class 51. Class 52, Dakota Follis. She was, hers was sired by Dark Horse. Triggs Genetics out of Illinois.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the champion's formula at winning-enterprises.com.
Was the from Illinois was the breeder on that one. Congratulations. And then of course third overall was Lila Bonard, and then fourth overall was Ryder Habe, and then we went to fifth overall Dakota Follis. So congratulations to each of these individuals. As I mentioned kind of in the show, Titan was and Mr. Irrelevant. Those were two kind of that came to the top in our bloodlines. Titan last year was very much a dominant, siring both the champion and reserve in 2025, and he's definitely well represented again in this drive.
All right, ladies here and gentlemen, here for our champion spot drive coming out of Class 45 in Division 1, Lila Bonert from Kendall County 4-H. Coming out next, out of Division 2, Avery Mabry of Brock FFA.
Well, guys, it's been a good spot division, and I'm going to ask you again. These kids deserve it. You guys have been an incredible crowd here at San Antonio. Let's put our hands together for an excellent, excellent spot drive. We get a pair of them out here, and man, as parents and as showmen, you two young ladies should be exceptionally proud because, to be quite honest with you, as Chris and I are talking over there, he said, man, these things are presented to an absolute T, and they are. And, you know, hats off to them for doing the extras at home, and then it makes it that much sweeter when you got just top-notch kind of livestock out here, just in terms of their build, just in terms of their presence. You know, we think both of them are exceptional from that aspect. There's one of them that's just an absolute masterpiece out here, just in terms of density, in terms of stoutness. Man, she's extra, extra good. Young lady, you got it. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to Avery Mabry of Brock FFA. Coming out next will be Kenley Scott of Midland County 4-H.
Well, young lady comes out that was reserve in that particular division. I talked to her there in division and class. Man, absolutely beautiful in terms of her look from the side. Is one that you like and admire in terms of her body texture. You could maybe just make her a shot taller at the point of her shoulder. But man, oh man, does she have some very, very unique pieces as well. Maybe a little more common compared to another one out here. One of them is just absolutely memorable in terms of just a length to height ratio. I call it the 2026 version, and where we got to be in the show pig industry. Absolutely maxed out in terms of just presentation. Awesome in terms of her rib. She's extra stout in terms of her bone work. I told Chris, I said, when I analyze her just in terms of her foot path comparative to our champion, I didn't see her being quite as square, but man, we cannot leave that one out of the big dance. Young lady on the far side, she'll be reserved.
Congratulations to Lila Boner, Kendall County 4-H, your reserve breed champion. Out next would be Matley Fishbacher. Out next would be Tucker Hutton of Perrin FFA. And third place goes to Kinley Scott in our spotted breed. Next up would be Lila Boner from Kendall County 4-H. Fourth is going to be Tucker Hutton. Out next would be Matley Fishbacher. And fifth place will go to Lila Boner of Kendall County 4-H. All right, congratulations to those winners. That concludes our spotted breed for the morning. Next up will be our Chester division. So if you are in class 57 Chesters, this will be your first call. Class 57 Chesters, first call.
Well, that concludes our spot show. Moving on to our
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
the conclusion of our Chester breed. We show Poland Chinas, then Yorkshires, and then conclude with Herefords, and then move on to our championship drive and our scholarship presentation. For those of you who've never seen the scholarship presentation, it's super cool. We highlight the kids, spotlight the kids. It's just a lot of fun.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
as we get ready for our first class of Chester Whites, our lead judge today is Mr. Seth Keplinger, and he's from Ohio. And what they're going to do is during the initial sort, if you're just now tuning in, if Seth points straight ahead, they're going to go get wanded, which they check the registration papers to make sure it matches the animal. Get weighed. You can weigh within 15 pounds on the upper end of what you turn your weight card in. So if you turn your weight card in at 200, you can weigh up to 215. Lower end does not matter. I still have yet to see somebody turn one in at 250 and then weigh 220 going across the scale. I don't think that's will ever happen. I hope not. But you want to be one of the biggest in your classes if possible. But it is a 15-pound weigh back on the upper end from your turned-in weight card. If you meet all that criteria, you'll go to a holding pen and have a chance at a top 10 placing spot in your class. If Seth points to the left, they'll go to Chris Hofschulte, who is the secondary judge here at the San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show. He is from Oklahoma. And if he points straight ahead, you will go to the big arena for a secondary evaluation at the conclusion of the first evaluation of these guys. If he points to the left, you go back to your pen and go on with your animal. This is a purebred breeding gilt show. This is not a terminal show like the market show. So you get to take these females on to, if you have a later county show, you can take them to that county show or to another major show that has a purebred breeding gilt show. Or in cases like a lot of them, they'll take them on to become mamas. These gilts are the next generation of our show stock for these kids. A lot of good pieces in here. There's a lot of gilts that are like 7th or 8th in class. They may not be ready yet, but they've got some really good pieces. You breed them to a board that has the pieces that your gilt lacks, you can really come up with some really good stock. And that's something for those of you at home who are curious. Go talk to one of the breeders around here or the breeder that you may know and say, hey, how does this work? I want to learn more about this. They'd be happy to help answer questions because we're all about expanding these kids' knowledge in this and getting them to be involved too, just like we all are. So all you breeders out there, help make sure that these kids understand how this thing works, not just showing the animal, but how it starts and how it ends up. So that is very important knowledge for these kids to learn and understand as they go and show these stock, because they take more of an appreciation for it when they know the background and how much effort it takes before they even get the animal, all the backstory behind those animals and how they get to where they are before they get in their show barns. So just something to keep in mind. I'm sure most of y'all know that, but those of you who may take that for granted or don't think about things like that at the time, because we're all busy. We all have a million things going on, but sometimes it's good to slow down and smell the roses and show off kind of what you've worked hard to create. So something to keep in mind. Currently, we're judging Class 57. This is the first of 5 total classes of Chester Purebred Gilts here at the 77th Annual San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. Stay tuned.
All right, again in the back, we've got Class 57 Chesters underway. If you're in Class 57 Chesters, you do need to be to the show ring. Quick reminder, students, if you win a breed or reserve breed champion and have a biography, please bring those back to the announcer's stand at some point this morning or early afternoon. Also, if Kylie Keith or a representative, we have a biography sheet we need to pass out to you guys. Kylie Keith or a representative from Lee County 4-H We need a representative to hand y'all a biography for tonight's Supreme Champion.
I just peeped my head back around me here. I'm up in here in the crow's nest, so we have a front row view to the big arena. But I was watching kind of the initial sift of this first class of Chesters, and I will tell y'all, I think this Chester show is going to be pretty good. There has been a lot that have been pinned back so far that I've seen them, and there's been a lot of good ones that have gone to the secondary pin. And there's a few out there in the big arena right now that are pretty good. Be interesting to see what they do here. I really think this Chester show is going to be pretty good this year. Like I said, we went from 114 Chesters last year to 147 this year here at the San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show. And excited to see what these Chesters look like once he gets them evaluated. The guys are out in the big arena right now evaluating these 3 for a secondary option potentially. But what I like about these 2 guys right now, they're talking about all 3 of them, and now they're going to go tell the kids like what they like about them, what they change, so that way when they go back to the pen, they have something and appreciate all their hard work. And the guys coming in here and acknowledging that and talking to the kids. And I think we have a full class.
Ladies and gentlemen,
At least
ringside,
10.
if you would, put your hands together for these kiddos as they make their way back.
Y'all, we are rocking and rolling, and they've pinned at least 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I count 12. This is the most they've pinned back so far in any one of the classes today. And they're pulling them out one at a time right now. Had a runner over here in the ring. Pulling them out one at a time. If they really like you, they're going to pin you back, and you will be at the top part of the class. That's 3 they've pinned back so far, and they still have a few more to evaluate. That's the 4th one pinned back. Young lady in the red is going to go back to her holding pin for a chance at a top placing in this class, this first class of Chesters. They have 5 now. And like I said, they have 12 total animals out here. 10 of them will get a placing rosette, or ribbon, excuse me. That's 6th. So it'll be interesting to see if these guys do a double sort here. But I don't think so. Going to place that young lady 12th. Young lady in the light blue is 12th. Young lady in the checkered shirt is 11th. Now we're down to our top 10. It only looks like there's 4 pigs out here, but there's actually 6 pigs held up back here for the top individual spots. The young lady in the white is going to be 10th place. Young lady in the red is going to be 9th place. Leaves us 2, and he will place these 2. He's got 6 held back for the top positions in this class, and they will not leave these 2 out.
All right, attention in the barn, Class 58 Chesters. This is your first call. Class 58 Chesters, first call.
So, yeah, he's going to place these 2. This will be 8th and 7th place here that we're looking at currently. Young man will be 8th, and young lady in the blue will be 7th. Now that we place these, we're going to pull these other 6 individuals back out again and place from 6 all the way till we have a class winner in this particular breed. This first class of our Chesters, this is the first of 5 total classes of Chester Purebred Gilts here at San Antonio.
Looks like they've placed the young man sixth. We're down to our final five here. The judges are conferring here to line up their final five, placing fifth on up to end up with our top two. Exhibitors here at San Antonio in the Junior Purebred Gilt Show are allowed to enter 2 purebred gilts. So that is a maximum. They can either show 2 of the same breed, or they could be one in one breed, one in another. You've just joined us. This year's show totaled with the crossbred showed 1,971 head in comparison to last year of 1,865. So we're up over 100 head. In our purebred show, we're at 1,370 of that, and last year was 1,319. So both shows were up this year. The Chester show was 114 last year. This year's Chester show is 147. So congratulations to San Antonio for having all these fine exhibitors show up for the show and make it the success that it has been year after year. We're down to our final
All right, attention
two.
to the barn. Class 58 Chester, second call. Class 58 Chester, second call.
Our judges are conferring on these final two, and we're about to get a decision. Both gilts are very uniform, got some depth of body, pulled out on the corners. It's going to come down to personal preference here, what these judges want to start that checks their boxes the best. Starts with the young lady in the red. She'll be our class champion, followed by the young man.
Well, Double Bubbles got our class winner in this particular drive, and to be quite honest with you, very poetic as the young lady comes out. Absolutely an incredible showman, and it just makes things good when you step into the ring as a show judge to have a showman like that, and then you got a good one. She's able to have a good one on the end of the stick there. I think a real good way to start. And this top pair we think is close, but yet at the same time, as we read this particular gilt in terms of just her skull, the character to it is just a shot more ideal for these particular guys. Both of them absolutely incredible in terms of their views going right away. And I'm sure when the young man loaded up to come here, I didn't expect to be second in the first class of the Chesters because that's an awfully good gilt as well. As we study him there, just from the side, I just didn't see the character to that one's head being quite as unique as our class winner. But man, you talk about one that's got some feature, got some stoutness. Young man's done an absolutely incredible job of getting this one driven as well, and we're appreciative of that as a show judge. There again, just didn't see her being quite as just polarizing in terms of just her look up front comparative to our class winner. I told Chris, I said, man, this 1 and 3 is snake-headed and wild-looking from the side. Things that, guys want to talk about. I think she just plays out from a balance perspective in terms of her top line as you analyze her from the side profile. She'll concave just a shot more than our top two in terms of where she wants to put her footpath comparative to them. And then also, as you get it right up on top of that one, not as impressive in terms of just back shape and spread and roll to her midrib compared to those top two. But man, it's got some pieces and parts that can pump a guy up for sure. One that comes out here in 4, big chested, got some rib shape and those things that you like. She's just too deep necked throughout as you analyze her from that aspect. She gets just a shot more tentative out here as well. But man, you talk about one stout individual and a place or two that can get you fired up as well. The gilt that comes here in 5, we just thought simply just too common in terms of her overall look up front, and especially at this particular, class setting, being the first class of the day. We thought she was just a shot more over conditioned from that aspect. You analyze that gilt as she comes right at you. Show a little bit more deviation in her front knee as well. I talked to the kids down the line, told them where the projects needed to be better. Let's put our hands together for the first class of Chesters.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
5th, Hunter Harris, Canyon, New Braunfels FFA. 4th, Hannah Halsey from Bandera County 4-H. 3rd was Kendall Rooser from Junction FFA. 2nd went to Ian Diaz from Bandera County 4-H. And our class champion in class number 57 was Haven Creel of Young County 4-H.
Man, what a great first class of Chesters we had. Moving on to class number 58, total of 29 head in this class. Weight ranges on these females goes from 232 to 256. Already pinned a couple. Last class we had 12 total pinned back. And that's one of the bigger classes we've seen to this point. Once again, this is our second of 5 total classes of Chesters. We don't have any more division champions like we did in some of our bigger breeds. The way they broke that up, and San Antonio acknowledged it, when you had a bunch of classes, sometimes, you got to break those up by divisions, because when you have 9 or 10 classes for a breed and you have 9 or 10 really, really good ones, it's hard to find one. It's easier to break them up and like almost double sort, if that makes sense. And kudos to San Antonio for acknowledging that a few years back and making the change and made it for the better, and everybody's real happy about it. And so that's worked out really well for this stock show. We have 3 more breeds to judge at the conclusion of the Chester breed. We have Poland Chinas Yorkshires, and Herefords after that. Total of 4 pigs pinned back to this point for an opportunity at a top 10 placing position. What's crazy about the Gilt Show, and I mean crazy in a good way, we are up a number of animals this year. Total of 1,370 purebred Gilts showed up here. What's cool about that is that you are allowed to show 2 per exhibitor, 2 purebred Gilts per exhibitor. So that means there is a total of at least 685 exhibitors here showing at the Purebred Gilt Show. That's if you brought 2. I know several who only brought 1. So that being said, we're looking in the 700s, potentially 800 kids exhibiting just in the Purebred Gilt Show alone. So that's pretty cool. And once again, what we're going to be doing during the day, Dad and Mr. Pionzik are working hard on getting our pedigrees on our first and second place from each one of these classes today and yesterday, and also our champion and reserve champion. And Wayne, give us some pedigrees from that first class.
Yes, we got them, and like you said, Landon, it takes us a while to get them. A lot more than last year. Last year we had some back numbers on these kids, so it takes a little longer to get that information. But we're getting it readily available as we're able to get it, and we appreciate all the hard work that Mr. Pionzik assists me with to get all of this information so we can give you some accurate information to you breeders and all parties interested in bloodlines. In Class 57, our first class of Chesters, Haven Creole, her sire of her gilt was all-inclusive, and the breeder was 650 genetics out of Indiana, Ron Umble. And our second place is Ann Diaz out of Bandera County 4-H. The sire of his was Petmaster, and the breeder was Russell Canese Show Pigs out of Texas. Congratulations!
All right,
to
ladies
both
and
of
gentlemen,
these
we got
breeders.
a few that were kept back and going to be released at this time. Let's give these kids another nice round of applause.
If you just now joined us, we are in our Chester show. We just completed the spot show a while ago. We're going to have 5 classes of Chesters. We will not have a light and heavyweight division. With 5 classes, they just do one show with five classes, so there will be no divisions in this show. Last year we had 114 total heads show up here at San Antonio. This year, 147. So we're up from last year. In fact, the entire show is up. We're in class 58. The weight ranges is from 232 to 256 with 29 head exhibiting in this class. We got 6 that have been let out so far, and 1 penned back of the first 6. We got the 7th one coming out. Got a second one going back in, the young man in the bluish type shirt, long sleeve, just got pinned. So we have 2 penned back. We have our 8th one coming out. He was pinned back right away. Ninth one coming out. And the one in the blue shirt is the minute he came out of the ring, or out of the pen, that is. So we've got a total of 5 pinned back at this time. Looks like they are satisfied with what they've got pinned back in our top 5. They're conferring to just ensure that that's what they want to do, and then they'll start. If that's where they want to end up, then they'll go ahead and start from 11th back to through 6th place.
I'll tell you, when I went down ringside for a minute there, just kind of see what they look like. You know, they pinned back 6 so far for the top end of this class. There's still some really good pigs out there that have a lot more dimension and package than I thought they do, because, you know, we're up 12 feet up in there, and they look pretty good from here. There's a lot of good breeding stock in here. You breed to the right boars, really could create some really good show pigs out there.
I think this breed as a whole is even stouter than what we saw last year.
And that's what I said after that first class on the mic. I was like, you know, just watching that first class, I was like, man, if this first class looks this good, I can't wait to see what the bigger ones look like as a whole. They're really put together nicely.
Sure. And then when I talk stoutness and just deeper, it's just deeper from end to end. Just a lot more consistency throughout the class.
All right, attention to the barn, Class 59 Chesters. This is your first call. Class 59 Chesters, first call.
Looks like we've got them all placed up through 7th at this time, and the judges have given the comments to each of these young people on what they would change about their gilts.
Now we're down to our top 6 in this second class.
And I really appreciate that they give. I mean, these kids definitely deserve, you know, their comments and, you know, and know what they could change about them, how they can improve going forward.
Well, and that's, as a judge, you know, that's what you look for as a parent. You know, you put in 6 months of time into this animal, maybe longer. If you raise this animal, it was longer than 6 months. But just all that time put into there for a little bit of fame out here, and the judge points out, here's what I liked about your animal, here's what I changed about your animal, and you can go home knowing, like, hey, it just wasn't my day because of this reason. Is there anything we can do to improve that, or is it something we need to look at from the breeding side to make sure we fix once we breed that animal to a boar? So down to our top 6 in this class. We're going to place from 6th up until we have a class winner. And once again, we have 5 total classes of Chesters. 147 Chesters were here versus 100 and something last year. 114. Looks like the young man in the gray is going to be 6th. Down to our top 5 now. Started with 29, down to 5.
They have these pretty equally, these last classes, from class 58 till 60. We all 29 for every class.
You know what I've noticed, though? You know, granted, we judged Landrace yesterday, which they have humongous ears. They have Dumbo-type ears. But I've noticed on a lot of these Chesters this year, they've got little bitty ears in comparison to years past. I see a lot of little ears, and some of them are flopping up almost playing York over here. Young man in the pink is going to be 5th. Young man in the plaid is going to be 4th, down to 3 now.
All right, attention in the barn, Class 59 Chester, second call. Class 59 Chester, second call.
Young lady in the blue is going to be third. Now we're down to our top two individuals here.
Well, I think a good class, and I think Chris put it best to me. He said, hey, there's one out here that'll give you the warm and fuzzies. That's the young man there in the blue. He's going to be our class winner, and I told him, I said, hey, when that thing shoots out of the gate, to be that motivated in terms of her skeleton, you grab a pin right quick. She's tall-shouldered, she's attractive, she's ladylike in her figures out here. I think a real nice kind of class winner. The one that goes to 2 is just a watered-down version of our class winner, probably not as bold, not as stout, as you get to analyzing her comparatively there. Probably just a little cresty at the top side of her neck, but man, in terms of just freshness, a back shape, roll to her midrib, still motivated in terms of how she wants to hitch and go out back. We thought a real nice one to go there in 2. That's where I had the advantage over the one that comes in 3 in terms of just freshness of shape up high and spread and width. Gilt comes out. She's tall-shouldered. She's still attractive in terms of how she's designed out front. It's got some length off of both ends of her skeleton. I naturally prefer that particular gilt in terms of the slope to her hip. Get up on top of her. She's just a shot more manila. You can also criticize her in terms of just her knee set, how she wants to tie her blade into her skeleton. Probably not as ideal as those top 2, but still a good gilt to be there in 3. The 1 in 4 and 5 are very similar in type and kind, just in terms of big rib, pliable individuals there. This gilt gets just a little high in her jump muscle, gets a little steeper out of her hip. We thought she stayed just a shot more fresher in terms of her overall appearance comparative to the gilt that goes here in 5. The 1 in 5, man, stout, no doubt. And you can get pumped up from that aspect. Hey, they got to be just a shot more motivated in their skeleton. They got to set back in terms of her shoulder blade a shot more to go any higher. As the kids down the line, we had talked to them and told them where they had to be a little bit better here and there. I thought as a whole, though, this group was excellent in terms of body composition, in terms of freshness in this particular class. We just got some structural issues that need to be changed. Good class, thought a good one there at the top. Let's put our hands together.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the Champions formula at winning-enterprises.com.
Corinne Welch from Leon FFA. 9th went to Bailey Louise Shievo from East Central FFA. Sorry, we're missing some letters. 8th went to Michael Cazales from James Madison FFA. 7th was Hudson Harris from Angelina County 4-H. 6th went to Ransom Jones from Jacksboro FFA. 5th went to Wyatt Dietrich from James Madison FFA. 4th went to Cody Robles from Victoria County 4-H. 3rd went to Gentry Phipps from Wise County 4-H. 2nd was Jagger Monroe from Bosque County 4-H. And our class champion went to Hayden Pompa from Samuel Clemens FFA.
Currently judging class number 59, as we mentioned. Looks like they have a couple pinned back right now. those top end on those top 5 Chesters in that last class, man, they were very, very good. And I actually went down ringside and 6th through 10th or 11th, whatever they kept back. There was a lot of really good pieces in those gilts. I mean, there were some things you changed, and like Seth had said, structurally there's a couple of things you could change and guard for. But if you take them on the right board, there's a lot of good pieces you could breed those gilts to that would really allow them to really thrive with their offspring. It's a beautiful thing. They don't have to be the perfect gilt or the perfect boar. You just take them to the extremities on both ends, and you could come up with a really, really good complete animal that these kids can show next year. I mean, here in Texas, we're doing a lot of our breeding right now for our next offspring for the next year's shows. It's crazy that we're here and we're at this point, but it's a every day, 365 days, 24/7 kind of job. We talk about, I was talking to some other guys and some other species, and the thing about pigs, you can't just put them out in the pasture and they graze or give them a bale of hay and they're fine. You've got to feed these things. They rely on you. They can drink, they can sleep, they can eat, they can do all the things, but you've got to feed them and you got to be constantly on them in a lot of aspects. They take a lot more care, and the the husbandry behind it. When you talk about them having babies, the babies are fine, but you got to constantly keep an eye on them, make sure they don't get stepped on, because they're little bitty compared to the moms. The moms are 400 or 500 pounds. And these babies are less than a pound in some cases. So they're fragile as babies. They're very resilient animals, but you have to constantly maintain, and there's a lot of maintenance that comes with swine. So as any of you breeders can attest, it is 24/7, 365 days a year. They don't take holidays in the swine world. There's no such thing. You have to have somebody constantly there, constantly monitoring, clean the pens, keep everything sanitary. There's a lot of things that go into it that a lot of people don't realize. It's not just about taking the animal out and showing it with a stick and it's good. There's a lot of things behind the scenes that people need to learn and be educated on to know, hey, when you have this project, it makes it that much sweeter when you win because of all the things you had to do prior to it to get to this point. I have a feeling this class is going to be extremely deep as well, just like the previous 2 classes were. There are 6 total pinned for a chance at a top 10 placing position. One out in the big arena to look at, see if they like this one. Pretty good looking gilt, actually. Yeah, they're going to go weigh him. Yep. Not weigh him, weigh the gilt. I apologize. Make sure I clarify this is a purebred breeding gilt show. Pretty sure they have enough to make a class prior to that pig, but that pig does look pretty good, and it's worth taking a look at with the other ones. And if that pig looks pretty good, I can't imagine what the other ones look like as well. We're going to take them out one at a time here in this 3rd class of Chesters, that being class number 59 here. And if the guys really like their animal, they're going to send them back to the pen for a opportunity at a top placing position in this class. Then work their way from the bottom up. At the conclusion of these 5 classes, then we will judge for the overall champion and reserve champion Chester, followed by 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall Chester. There's no divisions in this breed. There's only 5 classes, so we're not going to break it up by divisions.
While our judges are evaluating Class 59, I have the results on the sires of Class 58, our class champions, shown by Hayden Pompa. The sire was Blue Collar, and the breeder was Cole Farms out of Texas. Our second place in that class was Jagger Monroe, and that was also sired by Blue Collar. And the Lacey family out of Texas was the breeder of that gilt. So congratulations to both of these breeders and to the Blue Collar sire who was dominant in Class 58. Looks like we've got one pen back and another one going into the pen. We've got 6 more out. We have a total, this will be the 9th one coming out. Got a 3rd one coming back to the pen, the young lady in the black sweater. So we have a total of 3 pen back.
All right, attention in the barn, Class 60 Chesters, this is your first call. Class 60 Chesters, this is your first call.
We got 4 pen back at this time. Judges are conferring. Oh, well, now we got a 5th one back, so they're conferring if they're going to pen another one before they start from the bottom upward in our placings. Really deep class in this Class 59. They kept back 12 in this class. We have 10 of them that will receive a nice ribbon. They did put a 6th one back. Young lady in the light blue long sleeve shirt was pinned back. So now we're up to 6. And I bet you they're going to start then from the bottom. But they're going to confer to make sure. That's what I really appreciate about these judges here. In the 2-judge system, they're working together. They're making sure that each of them see the same things, and that if one missed something, the other can point it out. They can discuss it and do a thorough evaluation of each and every one of these exhibitors' gilts. And they are starting from the bottom back. Our Chester show is the 4th largest breed here at San Antonio in our Junior Purebred Gilt show, and it was also the 4th last year. And with that being said, as we mentioned throughout the show of our breed of Chesters, it has grown from last year to this year, it being 114 last year and 147 this year. Gilts started last year being showed by weights to get the consistency in the size, and all the gilts in class getting a little closer to size by weight. They do have to be registered and shown by age. The oldest that they can be is June the 1st, and the youngest September 15th. They've got everything sorted from the bottom up. They've let the first one out, followed by the second one coming out of the gate. They will evaluate our top 6. A change that San Antonio has made here that is new for 2026 is the top 5 overall gilts in each breed will be verified with DNA testing by the National Swine Registry of the Certified Pedigree Swine or the American Berkshire Association, depending on where the breed is being papered at. And each gilt that's not meeting the DNA requirements set by the registry will be subject to disqualification. So what they test for is they do a hair sample that's sent off to the registry that they send off to a lab, and it verifies the DNA testing that the gilt that they've shown matches the mom and dad's DNAs.
Which is good. They need to do that.
Yes, that way we know that it's definitely what the papers say it is. It is. So
and that it's pure. That clarifies the purity of it. And there's some breeds that you have to do more than others, I feel like. But I will say, Dad, I don't know if I know you've been reading some really educated stuff off that actually I've found really interesting as well. But I've been watching these 6 that are out here, I guess 5 now.
Uh-huh.
There's some good Chesters out here, dude.
No, I'm like we said throughout this Chester show, from the get-go of the first class, of class 57, the depth started there, and it's consistently gone all the way through through this class 59. I can only imagine what the next classes will come out to.
Well,
all right, Class 60 Chesters. This is a second call, Class 60.
And we have
Chesters,
2 more
second
classes
call.
left.
Well, my big thing on this class right here, we look at last year. Last year, the Chesters were good, but they weren't this deep from top to bottom like they are this year.
I agree.
Now, we even talked about that last year. Like, man, the Chesters are usually spot on. And, sometimes it's a growing year. You try a few boars out, and they maybe don't stick, or they hit right, or that, you have birthing issues. And as a whole, sometimes it's funny because you'll think you're the only one who has birthing issues or farrowing issues. Then you call a bunch of other people, and they have the same issues you do. And that might have been the case in the Chester breed. I'm not sure. But what I see this year, the gilts are good. We're going to see a lot of really good Chester Barras here in a couple weeks or next week sometime. Week after next, yeah. I don't know. Are they the second wave?
I think they come in next Friday.
So about a week from now.
Friday.
Yeah. So are they first wave? I'm assuming. That's a great question. I need to find the answer to.
We will have it.
But regardless, we're going to see some really good Chester Barrows.
Absolutely.
But I mean, if we're seeing good Chester Gilts out here right now, I can imagine what the Chester Barrows look like.
I would
as
say
well.
the Chester. In fact, I know the Chesters are in the second wave because that's
so
the
about a
white
week and a half
wave.
away then.
Yes.
Before we get to see them, so down to our top 3 here, trio out here that look really, really good here in our third class. That being class 59.
And when you talk about these things, I think the breeders really found the right matchups in their breeding programs too.
Absolutely, they found something that will niche.
Yes.
And the consistency, you could breed to a boar, and 9 out of 10 times it doesn't hit. It just takes one hit, and then sometimes you find one that doesn't matter what you take him to, they're going to raise really, really good stock. And the same thing on the mama side. Mama may hit, and the daughters may not hit at all. And it's one of those deals. You got to figure out where all the good genetics are in these females and what matches up and lines up. Just because one sister produces a bunch doesn't mean the other sister will.
Well, what's interesting here, I'm looking at last year's champion in reserve, and they were sired by Go Time and Keystone. I haven't heard that name yet. We've got some new names that
I've
have
heard
come out.
I've heard of Keystone, just a different kind, I think.
Yeah, yeah, I bet you have.
Anywho, all jokes aside here, these top trio are very, very similar in kind. And you talk about the conditioning, what you do at home. These individuals have been driving their animal for a long time. They're all three doing a phenomenal job presenting their animal here. They're not getting tired out there, so that just goes to show you the kind of conditioning they've conditioned these animals in by walking them every day. You don't get to this point and then be able to walk this good by not walking them at home.
Well, and you start them out just like any athlete. You start out slowly and work your way up.
You don't run a marathon the first day.
Absolutely.
There's one that really hits me hard. It'll be interesting to see what they do with this one. Okay. I really like one out here. Young man's Gilts kind of acting up, getting grouchy. It's probably hungry. Typical Chester. Starts squealing and wants some food. I feel the same way. I feel like I'm a Chester sometimes. Yep, that's what I like. Let's hear from Seth.
A good class, and to be honest with you, a class that comes with some challenges, and there's pieces and parts of them that we like about the top trio for sure. Elected to go with the young lady here in the kind of bright colored shirt to be our class winner. I thought from a length to height ratio, she's the most ideal from that aspect. The longer the drive goes, probably took a little more time. Some will say we took too much time, but a class that presents challenges, you got to start to break them down and which one you just naturally want to gravitate to, which one you think just the positives outweigh the negatives. That's what we saw in this particular gilt. She's broad back, she's fresh in terms of her shape, she's still got some shape and turn to her loin edge. That gilt, as she comes right at you, probably not just the most ideal. We thought the longer the drive goes, though, that she just gathers herself just a shot better than the ones that go in 2 and 3. I told Chris, I said, man, if we can allow this thing to just loosen up, we can ride this one a long, long time, because she looks like a lady in terms of just the length that she has off of both ends of her skeleton. She comes with some density, comes with some stoutness about her. We just got to make her more motivated out here to go any higher. We also got to elevate her at the point of her shoulder, probably just make her proportion better from a length to height ratio. The one that lies in 3 has those far-reaching pieces, and so many times I wanted to gravitate and go ahead and allow her to win this particular class. It's just as I get to studying her and breaking her down from a skeletal perspective, she'll want to push just a shot more further in terms of her blade set. And then where I probably got the most critical on her in terms of just hock to ground, in terms of how she just wants to come to the surface and funnel from that aspect. But man, oh man, you talk about one big, fresh-backed individual, comes at you and opens up extremely well. She's got one bad to the bone mug for sure as well. Just needed things just to fit into harmony just a shot more to go ahead and move her up any higher in this particular class. Young lady that comes here in 3, we got to just simply open that one up in terms of her footpath. She's big in terms of just her sternum. She needs to be better where she goes right to the surface. I told Chris, I said, she's almost got like a jump muscle there in terms of her blade. I just need to see things in terms of a female type of setting just to smooth up and combinate a shot better to go any higher in this particular class. Young man that comes out here next has got one initially. I remember him back in the SIF pins there. I thought the young man in the vest is going to have one because that's a fresh built one. She gives you an awesome view. She goes right right directly away from you. You know, she's not as round ribbed. She's not as bold in terms of her center rib and forerib. And then as you study that particular Gilts, just her noggin there, she's got a little bit more of an overbite in terms of where her underjaw is. But still, I think a good-looking one from the side that's comfy. Just simple enough, runs out of horsepower in this particular drive. I talked to the kids down the line here again. Let's put our hands together for them as they head on out.
All right, here are results out of Class 59, but before that, Class 60, you do need to be to the show ring. In Class 59, in 10th place, we had Finley Parr from Blue Ridge FFA. In 9th was Isaiah Villar from Taft FFA. 8th was Piper Long from Farmer.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
3 of 5 classes done in our Chesters. We will have 2 more classes. Just a special announcement, if everybody will listen up, we are going to take a lunch break today at the conclusion of the Chesters. So we will break between the Chesters and the Polands. So we will take a short lunch break, hopefully about 30 to 40 minutes max. So. Attention in the barn, Landry Onace from Coryell County 4-H. We missed you on check-in. Landry Onace from Coryell County 4-H. If you're back there, raise your hand. If not, we need you to the show ring.
As our judges are sorting Class 60, I have the results of the sires for Class 59. Our class champion, Aubrey Hitt, the sire of that gilt, was hands down. The breeder was Hadley and Harper Davis out of Texas. Congratulations to to the Davises for breeding this class champion. In our second place, behind it, was Sterling Hauser from Royce City FFA. The sire of his gilt was Petmaster, and that was Team Sloan Livestock out of Missouri. They do an outstanding job as well, the Sloan Livestock group there. So congratulations to the Sloan Livestock and Sterling Hauser for his second place in Class 59. Looks like in the second sort here, we've got two now penned back. We had the second one just recently go into the pen, the young lady in the green sweater. Got quite a few out here, another deep class. As we were discussing, we think this breed as a whole has probably made some leaps and bounds as a breed.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, two quick
comparison.
announcements. Again, we will take a lunch break at the conclusion of the Chesters. So we will break between Chesters and Poland's today. Also, the Supreme Drive this evening, we will take probably a 20 to 30-minute break between our final class of Herefords and that Supreme Drive. So as soon as the Herefords are done, we will attempt to start the Supreme Drive around 30 minutes afterwards. We will announce an official start time at that time. And finally, on loadout today, guys, just please be courteous to your neighbors and try to get in and out as quickly as possible so that we can get everybody on down the road to the next show.
Looks like we've got 5 penned, and it looks like they're already placing now from the backside all the way up to through 6th place. And we'll see these final 5 come back out here in a moment. Then you can see Seth making sure that every one of these ones that he's placed from the ground, from the back up, that they get an explanation from him what he would change about their gilt. And
all right, attention to the barn, Class 61 Chesters. This is your first call. Class 61 Chesters, first call. This will be the final class in the division.
So we're on Class 60 of our Chester breed. 147 showed up this year at San Antonio. We're in the second to final class. They just now called up Class 61, which will be our final class of the Chesters. And after naming our champion through 5th overall, we will be breaking for lunch. And then we'll be starting with the Poland Chinas after lunch, followed by the Yorkshires, and we'll be ending the show with our Herefords. Got our top 5 out here. Seth is viewing them, while Chris has also analyzed them from the distance. They're the conferring. And that's what I like about the two-judge system. And these two guys have really worked well together. You can see at ease they're discussing the differences of the pigs. They see the same things, and they work it out, and by God, they get after it. So really appreciate how well these two judges work together.
Well, good or bad, I told Chris, I think a class that comes together, fairly logically out here, 1 through 5, and I think we got a real nice class winner. Young man out front's got her for sure. As you open the gates and as they come out, she demands your attention in terms of chest width, in terms of comfort level, remains motivated in terms of her skeleton, still has density, still fresh up high, awesome roll, and just swoop to her midsection. Good kind of class winner to start us off with. Like the deep-sided gilt, like her proportions, just from a balance perspective, you get to studying that particular gilt. She's a little more manila in terms of her shape. As you get up high on her, doesn't have as quite as much flare and square to her upper hip comparative to our class winner. But we thought one that was just extra comfy out here and just proportioned very well from that standpoint. Young lady that comes out here in 3, if we can change a few little things, she's so close. It's like Ohio State. They were so close to winning another national title, but man, you got some glaring holes, and that's what we got there in Columbus at times. As you study and analyze this particular gilt, as you get in behind her and analyze her rear hock, she's got a big rear leg. It's just the position of it and how it wants to funnel towards the surface. She begins to labor out here just a little more than we term ideal, but man, it's got some big pieces. Looks like at one time she was a 5-star for sure. The young man that comes out here next has got one that, here again, rear 2/3, we can get pretty fired up on. You start breaking her down from the front 1/3 of her skeleton, a little more common in terms of her lower jaw. She's just simply too in at her knee, too flat in her front foot. But man, oh man, their back, she gets you pumped up in terms of just being fresh-bodied, exhibited to the max, and I appreciate that. Compliments to that young man. He's done some work at home for sure. The gilt that comes next is probably just too upright in her shoulder. She's too narrow gauged as she comes right at you. There again, a little bit of the same song, different dance on that one. Man, she is freshly presented in terms of top shape, in terms of skin and hair complexion, those kind of things. We got to make that one a shot more trendy, and plain and simple, we got to open her up underneath to go any higher. I talked with these kids here down the line. Let's put our hands together as they head on out.
Husky. Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the champion's formula at winning-enterprises.com.
All right, congratulations to our Class 60 winners. Class 61 is underway in the back. Out of Class 60, in 10th place, we had Clayton Doyle. 9th, we had Tinley Few from Stephenville FFA. In 8th, we had Lily Mann from Coryell County 4-H. 7th went to Rowan Schulte from Brock FFA. 6th was Jay Sullivan from Guadalupe County 4-H. 5th was Brooklyn Luter from Tioga FFA. Fourth was Easton Pedroza from Medina Valley FFA. Third was Riley Christensen from Valley View FFA. Second went to Braley Kirkpatrick from Toller FFA. And our class champion went to Brigham Bottleberg from Erath County 4-H.
How you pronounce that one?
All right, attention to the barn. Nolan Helms from Williamson County 4-H. We did not check you in. If you would raise your hand or just be sure you're here. Nolan Helms, Williamson County 4-H.
As our judges are judging Class 61, I do have the results of Class 60 on the sires. Our class champion, Brighton Bottleberg. The sire was Hired Gun, and the breeder was RNC Show Pigs out of Indiana. Congratulations to RNC Show Pigs for breeding the class champion in Class 60. Our second place in that class was Brayley Kirkpatrick. The sire of her gilt was Blue Collar, and the breeder was Russell Canese Show Pigs out of Texas. And congratulations to Russell. He does an outstanding job. I watched that young man grow up, and very proud of his accomplishments that he's done in the pig world genetics. As we're looking at Class 61, we've got 5 put back. Looks like we're placing from the back forward now up through 6th place. Again, if you've just now joined us, this is our final class of Chesters. And on the completion of this class, we will be judging for the champion and reserve through 5th overall Chester. As when we're finished with that selection, we will be breaking for lunch and then starting with our next breed after lunch, which would be our Poland Chinas, followed by our Yorkshires, and ending our show with the Herfords. And then what we're going to be doing is we'll take approximately 20 to 30 minute break. We will get further announcements on that. The exact time that we will do the scholarship and awards presentation. And then once that's done, then they will go right into the selection of our Supreme and Reserve Supreme overall for the 2026 Junior Purebred Gilt Breeding Show. And by the way, the Supreme will get an additional $5,000 added onto their scholarship. The scholarships here at San Antonio are $10,000, and an exhibitor in any competitive event can continue to win scholarships here at San Antonio to a max of $20,000. But what's
all right? Attention in the barn. If you were first or second in the Chester division, this is your first call. If you have a first or second place Chester in the back of the barn, this is your first call to the show ring.
But of course, this does not take away this $20,000. This isn't only in competitive events. If your child, when he upon graduation applies for one of the 4-H or FFA ones that San Antonio gives out, that does not play into the equation. That would be additional. That there is no bearing that if you've won $20,000 in competitive events, that's going to take away applying for one of those other scholarships. So that's a great way of San Antonio helping every one of our young people to further their education.
What do you think about that last class?
The previous class?
The previous class, I didn't get to see that one.
It was very deep.
These top 4 here are very consistent as well. I feel
absolutely.
I mean, top 6 or 7 probably in this class. And these are the big girls, and to be able to be that flexible and that mobile at that size is unbelievable. They look big from up here, and when you get over to the top of them, they're even bigger. Young lady in the light blue is going to be 4th. Down to our top 3 in this class here. You know what's funny is there's 3 of them that look very similar in kind, and one of the tiebreakers for them, we talk about bone work and stuff like that sometimes being a tiebreaker. Sometimes for these guys it's skull. If one has a little bit bigger skull, that's where they're like, hey, we like this one, but the only difference between the two is it has a little bit smaller skull to it. You don't ever hear about the skull quite as much, and they've talked about it only when it's come to cutting hair or splitting hair kind of things when it comes to the top end of the class.
And that comes to a little bit of personal preference and of cosmetics.
Yes, exactly. And sometimes having a bigger skull sometimes shows age in a maturity, in a female or a market animal. But for as big as they all look very fresh looking, I feel like, for these Chesters.
Well, I think these young people, they really work hard on hair care and skin care and just the supplements you have to work with. Looks like he's made his decision.
Yeah, young lady in the black. Here we go.
Well, another good class, and to be quite honest with you, a little bit of give and take, but as Chris and I talk, one's absolutely elite in terms of their look as they go right directly away from you. That's a young lady there in the black. She's got our class winner. She's wanting to maybe just gasp her some air a little bit out here. But man, oh man, you talk about one bareback in terms of just laying that kind of spread, that kind of width, absolutely beautifully presented in terms of top shape. The roll to her loin edge is absolutely impressive. Still opens up with a tremendous amount of width as she comes right at you. We thought just her view going away. We thought her consistent views of quality in terms of coming and going, and absolutely from the side is what allows that gilt to win this particular class. The gilt here in 2 is another one that's big and fresh in terms of her turn to her loin edge. Awesome in terms of her rib shape. As you study that gilt going away, she's probably just a little more depressing comparative to our class winner. As she turns and comes right at you, she'll just close just ever so slightly. Where I get real critical on her is in terms of just shoulder blade height, in terms of a balanced figure from the side. I didn't see her being quite as good as our class winner. The one that comes here in 3, just simply probably a little more pudgy at the top side of her neck, not as attractive. Her shoulder blade wants to rock forward just a shot more comparative to the 2 ahead of her there. You can get in on her in terms of just her rear view as she comes or as she leaves you per se, but we just didn't find her being quite as attractive, just quite as neat and tidy about her look, but still a good one to be where she lands. The one that comes here in 4 has got some pieces and parts as well. We didn't see that one being just quite as stout in terms of her forearm and front ankle. She too is just starting to show a little more condition. She gets a little more robotic in terms of her approach out here at the surface. But the young lady's done an incredible job. When we talk about body composition, swoop to her midsection is excellent as well. Young fellow that comes here next, Chris called it best. He said, hey, she's just the flattest and driest of them all out here. Probably just doesn't fit from a maternal trait comparative to those gilts in terms of being round-bodied, having that kind of spring of rib. But she is a gilt that gives you a good picture from the side. I like the shape to her rear leg, but yet at the same time, I'd like to see it just be a shot more motivated. We got to open her up just a shot more as well. I talked to the kids here again down the line. Looking forward to this Chester drive.
And rightfully so, what Seth said, that concludes all 5 of our classes. Started with 147 total Chesters here. Now we're going to do the Chester drive here for our overall champion Chester, reserve champion Chester, followed by 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall Chester. Really, really deep set as a Chester breed, and any of you breeders out there that had one that was in the hunt for this thing, you're going to be very proud. Even the 6th,
congratulations to those winners.
Really
again, if you are a 1st or 2nd place Chester showman, you need to be back at the show ring, be getting this way. Real quickly while we stage, here are results out of 61. In 10th, we had Dylan Hatcher. 9th went to Brody Byer from Fredericksburg FFA. 8th was Adeline Suarez from Mansfield FFA. 7th was Jesse Threet from Florence FFA. 6th, Caleb Wright, Stephenville FFA. 5th was Gunnar Stewart from Miller Grove FFA. 4th went to Kylie Mikes from Georgetown FFA. 3rd was Avery Mabry from Brock FFA. 2nd was Colby Florence from Tarrant County 4-H. And our class champion was Haley Friesenhahn of Southwest FFA. Ladies and gentlemen, in our Chester Drive, coming out of Class 57 is Haven Creel, Young County 4-H. Coming out next, Hayden Pompa from Samuel Clemens FFA. Coming out in Class 59, we've got Audrey Hitt from Belton FFA. Coming out of Class 60, Brigham Bottleberg from Erath County 4-H. And out of Class 61, we've got Haley Friesenhahn, Southwest FFA. Second place winners on standby include Ian Diaz from Bandera County 4-H, Jagger Monroe, Bosque County 4-H, Sterling Hauser, Royce City FFA, Braley Kirkpatrick, Toller FFA, and Colby Florence of Tarrant County 4-H.
I looked at Seth from up here, and he looked at me, and I was like, man, that was deep. And these are some really, really good Chesters out here, a very uniform set. And I know they're excited to come look at these, get their hands on them, watch them walk around and compare to each other, because during class they look really good, but what's really interesting to see is once you get all 5 class winners out here and how uniformed all these Chester Gilts really are as a whole, you almost take the skeletal of the lightweight and just kind of slowly get it bigger and bigger, and that's what you get through these classes. They all look very similar in kind, all very mobile females, tall at the point of the shoulder. Some of them a little grouchier than others. But, man, this will be fun to listen to what Seth has to say and evaluate these 5 good Chester Gilts out here for the overall Chester Drive. At the conclusion of this, we're going to take a lunch break and then start back up after lunch with the Poland Chinas.
So as they're looking at selecting the champion reserve through 5th overall, Class 61's results are class winner, Haley Friesenhahn. Her gilt was blue collar, Cole Farms, Texas.
Well, now we're going to have a little bit of a lunch break, and it looks like the crowd's creeping in. So let's put our hands together for another incredible drive. It's been fun, and, you know, to be quite honest with you, all 5 of them got a resemblance to them, just in terms of being ladylike, in terms of their appearance, yet they come with some extras in terms of just punch to their midsection, their rear leg, and how they're assembled are very, very similar. We're in total agreement. Our champion is just absolutely flawless. You know, it's going to be fun for this one to stack up and get their seat at the table at the big show here in a few hours. She's going to add to the drive. Young man there in the blue, you got her. Congratulations.
All right, congratulations to Hayden Pompa of Samuel Clemens FFA. Next out of that class is Jagger Monroe of Bosque County 4-H.
I think for reserve, it gets just a shot closer. There's a pair of them that are a little bit different, yet at the same time. There was one that hit us extremely hard in terms of just being bareback, awesome in terms of shape and width, but yet at the same time, she's got some ladylike features out here. You know, for me, I called her, you know, just the lower 1/3. I'd like to see just a shot more fill and swoop to her midsection. But, man, when you talk about one dense creature in terms of just how she wants to utilize her hind leg, and like I said, she's so impressive up high. Young lady in the black shirts reserve. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to Haley Friesenhahn, Southwest FFA. Out next is Colby Florence, Tarrant County 4-H. Congratulations to Brigham Bottleberg, Erath County 4-H, your third overall winner. Fourth, we'll go to Haven Creel from Young County 4-H. And fifth overall, we'll go to Ian Diaz of Bandera County 4-H. Congratulations to those winners. That concludes the Chester breed. We will start into our lunch break at this time.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
For your cooperation. Again, we are on lunch break now. We will start back at 12:15. Attention in the barn and the lost and found. We have a phone with an ID. Lindsay Shumway from Dripping Springs. Lindsay from Dripping Springs. We had your phone turned in to the announcer stand. We will take it to the main office. So, Lindsay from Dripping Springs, we will take your phone to the main office.
Testing, testing.
All right, attention to the barn, guys. Give us just about a minute and a half, and we'll do a call, but we were real close to making that first call. Give us just a moment to make sure we're set.
Well, welcome back to our final part of our second day of our Junior Breeding Gilt Show. We are going to start here in the next few minutes with continuing on our last final three breeds. We'll start with the Poland Chinas. There's two classes of those. There's 71 total head here. That was exactly what we had last year. And then we'll follow it by the Yorkshires and end up with the Herefords, and then that'll be the end of our show, and then they'll take a break after that. And so anyway, and then we'll give you the announcement when the actual show for the presentation of all the awards will be given, and then the Supreme Grand Drive will occur. While we're waiting, we're going to start here in a few minutes with the Poland Chinas, but I thought it would be a great time, if you're listening, for me to give you the Champion Reserve bloodline results of all the breeds that we've judged so far. We started yesterday with the Durocs. There were 405 total head. The champion overall was exhibited by Kylie Keith from Lee County 4-H. The sire of her gilt was Bedrock 57-6. The breeder of her gilt was Burger Farms out of Texas. Our reserve champion overall red one was Dallas Martinez, and the sire of his gilt was Bridge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time we'll go ahead and make our official first call. If you want to start heading this way. Official first call, class.
Okay. Continuing, the reserve champion Duroc Dallas Martinez's was bred by Bridge the Gap 8-3, and the Byers Farm out of Illinois bred the reserve champion. Congratulations to them as well. Both of these breeders do an outstanding job. Then we followed it up with our Landrace show. And our champion was exhibited by Paisley Oglesby, and the sire was
All right,
Wildcat.
so again, this will be the first official call, Class 64, Poland. Class 64, Poland, first official call.
In our Landrace show, Paisley's gilt was sired by Wildcat 17-9. Colton and Knox Canal out of Illinois bred this gilt. This reserve champ, the reserve champion. The reserve champion was Taylor Horn out of Harrison County 4-H, and it also was sired by Wildcat 17-9, and it was a breeder of that gilt was Chad Day and family out of Indiana. So Wildcat 17-9 did an exceptional, dominant job here in our Landrace show, and congratulations to both breeders. Then we go into our Hampshire show, and with the overall champion Addison Horn, the sire of her gilt was Core Power 51-2, and Savage Genetics was the breeder of her gilt. Congratulations there, our reserve champion Hampshire. In the show was Bristol Shoemake, and from Phantom 16-2, bred by the Krager Farms out of Ohio. Congratulations to Savage Genetics and Krager for breeding the overall champion and reserve champion Hamp. Then we finished out the day
While we're getting
yesterday.
set up as a reminder, if you have a breed or reserve breed champion and have not brought up your biography, those can come to the announcer stand. If you still have your biography for a breed or reserve breed champion, feel free to bring those to the announcer stand as early as you can.
And then we finished out the day yesterday with the Berkshire show, and the overall champion was exhibited by Canner Stone out of Hyco, and the sire of that gilt was Above All 23-4. He was very dominant out there, that all Above All in some areas. And Price Show Pigs was a breeder in Texas here. Congratulations to Price Show Pigs for breeding that. Our reserve champion was Zane Byers, and the sire of his gilt was Hen House 54-8. And the breeder was Travis and Adrian Platt. Both really do a really exceptional job, had a great stud service, and also just breed some really good hogs as well. And in fact, Zane Bowers had the champion last year in the Berkshire Show, and it was bred by Travis and Adrian Platt as well. So very consistent for the Byer family of being right up there again in 2026. Then today we started with the spots this morning, and our champion ended up being Avery Mabry, and Titan was the sire of her gilt, and the Jennings family out of Oklahoma raised it. And in fact, the Jennings family also raised out of Titan the champion last year that Grady Lowry had in 2025. So 2 years back to back, the Jennings family has dominated the spots. Congratulations for a fine job there. Our reserve champion was Lila Bonert, and Canos was the sire. Luke Lintner out of Comfort, Texas. Luke does an exceptional job with his breeding program, not only in the spots, but all the crossbred breeding he does, and just show.
All right, ladies and
general.
gentlemen, class 64 spots, second call. Class 64 spots, this is your second call.
You mean Poland Chinas?
This again, class 64 Poland Chinas. Second call, class 64 Poland Chinas to the show ring.
A little bit. And then we continued with the Chesters, which we ended ended at lunchtime, and the champion Chester was exhibited by Hayden Pompa, and his sire was Blue Collar. Breeder was Cole Farms out of Texas. And Blue Collar was very dominant, as Blue Collar also sired the reserve champion that Haley Friesenhahn had and Cole Farms also raised that one. So Cole Farms, you had a great day with your champion in reserve Chesters and siring some really great genetics. And as I said, we're fixing to start. In fact, they've already called up the Poland Chinas, the first class. It's class 64. The weight ranges is from 200 to 274, so 74-pound variance here. And we have 35 in this class. There's only 2 classes of Poland Chinas, a total of 71. And we had 71 last year, so we're at dead even from last year to this year. And after showing those 2 classes, then they will name the champion and reserve in that, and they'll go all the way through 4th overall.
Yeah, and like I mentioned earlier, I said the grand drive's probably going to be between 3 and 4 o'clock. I think I'm pretty spot on with that. We have only 9 classes left in the day. That is not including the champion and reserve champion drive of each one of these last 3 breeds we have, which is your Poland Chinas, Yorks, and Herefords. But I think it should go fairly quickly this afternoon. Like Dad said, we only have 2 classes of Polands, 3 classes of Yorks, and 2 classes of Herefords. Hold on, 2, 5, 7 total classes left. Not 9, I apologize.
And so that'll go quick.
That'll go very quick, because in the Hereford breed, we only have 31 total head. So that should go relatively quickly when it comes to that. So thank you guys for tuning in to Taylor Fort Webcasting and bringing us all a front row seat wherever you're at. Thank you for tuning in, and watching the show and supporting these kiddos. Like I said, I'm excited to see what happens once we get all these different breeds out there, Wayne. It's always fun to see that in the Grand Drive, to see how they all compare, because there's breed characteristics and differences between the different breeds, and the makeup and the structure of things and how they're made and the makeup of each one of these breeds. But as a whole, you look for certain things. You want to make sure they're structurally correct, they're sound, they're complete from front to end. They're pulled apart in their shoulders, and they have a good tail set, wide based. All those things are attributed to what we look for in the perfect type of stock in our breeding gilts, and so it'll be interesting to see once the Grand Drive happens how they all shape up once you get all the different breeds out there together.
Well, and I think too with our judges, they've held pretty true to checking those boxes you described the best they can. Each class is its own set, and you line it up as consistent as you can with that type of pattern. And I think you could follow them very well. The reasons match the reasons. The animal match the reasons they
Ladies
explain.
and gentlemen, while our attention is in the back of the show ring, if you would, the two groups we could not put this show on without. If y'all would, and you can hear me, please put your hands together for our San Antonio Swine Committee members, along with our interns from Palo Alto College and Blinn Community College in Brenham. We can't do without these guys. Such a great help, and wouldn't be possible without all of them.
And just a reminder, if we have some listeners out here that are interested in buying some and adding some crossbred genetics to their operation, we have the San Antonio crossbred sale fixing to happen at 1 o'clock this afternoon. They're going to be selling 40 lots. That's 4 more than last year. We had even a bigger crossbred show this year. We had 601 total head in our crossbred show, and in 2025 it was 546. So we were up on that, and they've added 4 lots. So I heard that there's some really nice gilts in there, and AJ did a really good job of lining them up. And so if you're needing some crossbred gilts, tune in to Show Ring Live off of the San Antonio website there, and you'll be able to work through all of that. Looks like in our polling class, I can see down below our pavilion here, we're got 5 in the pen so far. None in the big arena at this time. Again, we got a 74-pound variance. It ranges from 200 to 274 and 35 head in this class. If you've just joined us for the Poland show and haven't stayed up with us on this, the way San Antonio started this last year, they went from showing them by age to weight last year, and they've continued to do that. They also added the division to it in your bigger breeds, and they've done a really good job in that respect. Now, they still have to be papered, of course, and the ages range. The oldest that they can be is June 1st, and the youngest they can be is September 15th. And then from there, they do them by age. They have a 15-pound weigh back on the top end, but none on the bottom end.
Looks like we have 6 or 7 pinned back here. I guess 8 now that I can see. It's going to take 10 to make a complete class. Top 10 individuals get a nice placing ribbon. Like you said, there's only 2 classes of Poland, so this should go pretty quick. And, I mean, both pretty good-sized classes, 35 and 36, has been the upper end of what we've had in classes. I think looking at this whole list here, Wayne, from yesterday and today, the largest class of the entire show is 37, and that's actually in one of the York classes.
Absolutely.
Most of them are in the low 30s or, high 20s, low 30s. So 36, 37 is kind of where we go. Actually, I lied, 38. The York classes have the 2 largest classes of the entire show. They have 3 total classes, but 2 of those are the largest classes. We've got enough to make a full crew here. There's 10 here. Looks like Seth and Chris are having a good time here. That's exactly what it's about.
They've got some food in their belly now, and they're all fired up and ready to go again.
That shrimp scampi was pretty good.
Oh, it was excellent.
They're scampying around the ring here.
How about all this ring help? How beautiful this arena looks again. They raked this
they
smooth
made it look like a
while we were at
spiral.
lunch.
And I will tell you, when they rake it, you dang sure better not step on that before those pigs do, because you will get chewed out. Trust me, I've been there, done that. I took 2 steps on the moon, and they kicked me right off.
Well, San Antonio's done such a great job. Last year was the biggest change they made here out on the arena. They made it twice as big as what it was, and added more stands to go all the way around this arena. So it's given more places for spectators and parents and interested people to watch the show and get all views all the way around, having the surround view, and giving the exhibitors a lot more room to show their pigs and the judges more room to analyze the pigs.
Absolutely, Wayne. And, when they brought these in here, it was just like, wow. Because, those stands beforehand, they'd been here for a very, very long time. And when they brought these in here, it's the cat's meow in a sense. And, I know they're talking about building new barns here. And I know that bond has passed through, so I'm really excited about that in the next few years. The future of this show continues to get better and better, and we can't wait to see what San Antonio has in store for all these kiddos. And that goes without saying to thank all the 7,000 plus volunteers and all the people who donate money for the scholarships or to these kids or to this organization to continue to make it better and top notch. So right now, guys, they're pulling them out one at a time. And if you really like, she's going to get you pinned up, and you will be at the top part of this class, and they will judge them accordingly from there.
All right, attention to the barn, class 65 spots. 65 Polands. This will be your first class.
In Kevin's defense, they do have
Class
spots.
65 Polands. This will be your first call.
Looks like they pinned back 4, now 5 of them for a chance at a top 5 placing to this point. And it looks like Seth's ready for the button. So we had 11 total head that they pulled back in this class. And we're going to place from the bottom up here. I don't know what we're waiting on here. If there's might be one other pig in the scale trying to get weighed and classed here. So we'll see. The total of the kiddos to kind of make their way on that side of the ring, so that tells me there's maybe 1 or 2 underneath that haven't completed the scale part yet. Yeah, here we go.
All right, first call, class 65 Polands. First call, class 65.
As our judges evaluate the class out here in the big arena here, San Antonio has been built on a mission statement, and their mission statement is a volunteer organization that emphasizes agriculture and education to develop the youth of Texas. And they've shown that. They've shown that in building such a great, outstanding scholarship program, along with all the funding that they do. They started in 1984 with 15 scholarships only, with a total of $90,000. Since then, to date, they have given out over $279 million and all kinds of revenue back to these kids to further their education. And the thing of what these kids learn here, and I say this quite often anytime I have that opportunity, but these kids, what they get out of these projects and in agriculture in itself and through the classroom and coming out here and showing and learning responsibility, these are lifelong lessons that will make them strong when they graduate from high school, go on if they enter college or a trade school, or they enter the workforce. It just strengthens them and just increases their portfolio in that they're going to be a survivor, and they're going to, the industry is looking for people that want to work and accomplish goals and be successful. And these kids out here really are given that opportunity by participating in these type of events.
They ended up pinning 6 back here, Wayne, so I know there was 11 total in this class, and 6 of them came back for the top end of the class, so that just shows you the depth of quality in these Polands here. I think we have a few of them that are really going to rise to the top of this class, and it looks like we're ready to place these top 6. These are the top 6 individuals left standing in this first of 2 classes of Poland Chinas here.
Yeah, you see that first one coming out here. He's no slouch. He's a good one.
Yes, he is.
Or she is.
She.
Second one coming
yeah,
out again.
The Market Barrow
really
show's
wide,
not till next weekend.
They're
So
really
just so
wide-hipped. They got some good structure, and you can see that first one that came out. She's really pulled apart.
Now, when I was a kid, Dad, didn't they used to have a boar show here too?
Years ago, they actually had a boar show. Of course, when we were still in the business, and even before your time, we had an open show with a actual breeder sale and stuff. I showed here growing up as a kid, and even after graduation, and even graduation after college, we were still showing breeding stock here at San Antonio because of an open show.
Is this the same barn that was here, or is this
It's
newer?
the same barn, yes. And they didn't really have a junior show at that time.
All right, attention, Class 65 Poland, second call. Class 65 Poland, second call.
Looks like we just placed one. The young lady in the kind of lavender is 6th, it looks like. Down to our top 5 here in this first class to Poland's.
Yeah, you look at these 5 out here, they're really uniform, Landon, in the fact that they've got some broodiness to them. They're flexible. They take a long stride.
Young lady in the pink was 5th, and you talk about uniformity. Let's talk about the showing too. All these young ladies out here are doing a phenomenal job presenting their animal, keeping them moving, and showing all angles and attributes of every one of these females here.
What's amazing to me too on these Polands is, really you don't see that often, but you see some extension.
Look at the front end in that one coming at us right now.
Oh, yes, the one in the green. Absolutely. Yes. But look at the extension through that neck region on these Polands.
Oh, yeah.
They're not jammed up by no means.
No, they're not. I think I know where he's going to go for first, and we're fixing to find out. Young lady in the white was 3rd. Let's hear from Seth. Yeah, they're talking about it right now. I bet they're talking about the same thing we did.
Well, good class, and Chris put it best. I looked back, I said, hey, Blackie's got to win, right? He said, yeah, absolute runaway. Good way to come back from lunch. Young lady's got one. When you drive out of the gate looking like that, and then when you step off to the side, then you got ladylike kind of features. She's got some pep to her step, and then you analyze her in terms of inner dimension, roll to her midrib, absolutely on point from that aspect. Still remains comfy in terms of her hind leg. Here again, we're going to stick to the script of using that kind here today. real good kind of class winner to start us off with. The girl in the green comes in and grabs a pin just a little bit later, and as you start breaking her down there, she's got squareness coming and going. That's where she's got the added advantage over the gilt that goes in 3 in this particular drive. She just opens up with better chest cavity. Step off to the side of her. She's not as unique in terms of just her overall value of look from the side as our class winner, but man, that's a big engine that's revved up and ready to go. Young lady does a tremendous job. I told that Chris, I said, man, there's nothing better when these kids come out and get them driven like this young lady does, because, man, she could drive one for me any day of the week. Just her ability to get them driven, wants you to gravitate to that particular gilt. And I like her in terms of aesthetics of hair, bone, feature, big ribbed, and maxed out from that aspect. It's when that gilt turns and burns and comes right at you is where you got to put her there in 3 in terms of where her knee set wants to be, in terms of where her shoulder blade height is. But the young lady does a remarkable job of getting that one driven. The 1 and 4 is just too narrow gauge coming and going. It's a hog that's got some muscle, got some shape, still got a good enough in terms of the swoop to her midsection. She becomes more robotic in terms of how she wants to use her hind leg. Just need to see that one ease down in her top line just a shot. Just be more comfy out here to go any higher. Young lady's got another one, same story in terms of just chest width. I like her in terms of barrel proportions as we study that one too. Not quite as unique in terms of just her lower cheek line. She too, like I said, has got to open up in terms of her width. We can drop the young lady out in 6-2 here. I didn't tell her exactly what was wrong with her pig. She made it to that final heat or that final cut there. That was a gilt that reads with some durability, reads with some stoutness and feature there. You get up on top of her. She's the flattest in terms of her mid-rib and fore-rib of the top 6. Talk to the kids down the line. I thought an excellent class of Polands to start us off with.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
All right, congratulations to our Class 64 Poland exhibitors. In 10th place, we had Kinsler Gango from Mansfield FFA. In 9th, we had Elazar Atkins from Mitchell County 4-H. 8th was Cadence Watson from Smith County 4-H. 7th was Brody Hurley of Ponder FFA. 6th was Cheyenne Shoemate of Ponder FFA. 5th was Cody Kelso of Marion FFA. 4th was Landry Frishy from Dallam County 4-H. 3rd was Ava Luke from Hampshire Thanet FFA. 2nd was Sarah Langston from Silsby FFA. And our class champion was Blakely Bottleberg of Stephenville FFA. In the ring now is Class 65. This is the second of the 2 Poland classes in this breed. So at the conclusion of Class 65, we will select a top 4 overall here in the Poland division. All right, Cooper Lane Harrell, if you can hear me in the back, raise your hand. But Cooper Lane Harrell, your class is underway. As a reminder, we will have the Supreme Drive at the conclusion of the show. We will take probably a 20 to 30-minute break between our selection of breed champion Herford, and then at the conclusion of that breed, we'll take about a 20 to 30-minute break and then roll immediately into that Supreme Drive. Also, just to be aware, in the Supreme Drive, we have the buckle and scholarship ceremony. So at that time, we would ask that each exhibitor bring a family member or someone to manage or watch their animal while they go receive their hardware, their buckle, their scholarship certificate, and all those things. So basically, we'll need 2 people per pig, the exhibitor, and whatever guest they choose to bring.
Sorry for the lag. I was sitting there watching the sort back here, and I was down below. And, man, I'll tell you all, some of these Poland Chinas, there's some really, really good ones out there. And you talk about ditches for back and some of these gilts, they're really, really good. So this is going to be, I think, a very, very, very competitive class. And I saw some people ringside, and I was telling them that first class of Polands was really good. And they're like, yeah, look at the ones out here. And this one's going to be a fun one as well, Wayne. So, sometimes you take that for granted. There's less Polands being shown, but the quality that
it
is
only
here,
takes one to win it.
Well, there's going to be several. Yeah, exactly. And
well, and think these are purebreds too. It's not like these are crossed up.
Well, Kevin thought these were spots for a minute, but he quickly corrected himself over here.
Yeah, he's on his A game. He caught himself.
He's got better hearing than you do, Wayne. He turned real quick.
So I have the results of Class 64, our first class of the day for the Poland Chinas on the sires. Blakely Bottlesburg, hers was sired by Step Ahead, and she and the Rees, it was Bottleberg and Rees Genetics out of Texas. She was part of raising this one along with the Rees family. So she basically created it from the ground up. So congratulations to her on that class champion. Second place in the class was Sarah Langston, and it was also sired by Step Ahead, and the breeder of that gilt was Russell Canese Show Pigs out of Texas. Russell's been at it a long time and very
All
proud
right,
of
ladies
his
and gentlemen, we're going to
accomplishments.
dismiss a few extra from the ring at this time. Great set of exhibitors. Let's put your hands together as they make their way out.
I was saying Russell has done an outstanding job. Very proud of him on how his success has been. He's had a great day today in other breeds as well.
I see Russell right now, actually. He's holding a Gatorade, I think. Holding that Gatorade. Blue Hawaiian Gatorade or something like that. Anyways, we're fixing to sort these here. We're going to pull them out one at a time. That shows you how deep the class is. I see 12, or 11, excuse me. Some really good gilts here. Here we go. We're going to pull them out one at a time. And if you really likes that gilt, he'll pin it right back and you'll be in the top part of the class. Feel like the heavy hitters are in this class, Wayne. There's a lot of really good Polands coming out. We're not even near done. And now 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. He kept back 14. This is the largest keeper pin that he's had in a while. I think he had a Chester class that was that way. Let's go show you the quality of these gilts here.
Yeah, they're pretty even in makeup out there. Just comes down to the fine tuning.
Well, it's so hard, in my opinion, with a hog with that much dark color skin and hair on them, that it just, I feel like you can get lost with them sometimes, the illusion of it.
Well, especially with, they're almost solid black, how Poland's makeup is. So black sometimes harder to look at in the light area because it's such like a shadow, so to speak. So you got to really look at them hard.
That is 6 he's pinned back so far. They're talking about that young man on the very end down there.
They pinned him.
They pinned him. That's 7 pinned back now. I wonder if they're going to do double sort here. We talked about that. Sometimes they've done a double sort. They have 14 out here. I think they're going to keep, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see, y'all. And I guess what I'm trying to get at here, there's been times where they've had a bunch out here and they'll sort back 10, excuse the other individuals, and then come back and judge those 10 again and do like a double sort or triple sort, whatever you want to call it. It just makes it easier on the judge to really line them up accordingly sometimes.
Well, at times when you've got such a deep class and they do it, it's just showing the fairness and their character as a judge to ensure that they check all the boxes correctly the way they want to. and they give all the kids a fair evaluation.
Yep. So these 7 here are going to be the top 7 of the class. Now they're going to judge, like I said, they have 14 total they kept back. So they're going to play, I don't know if they're going to place 10th, 9th, 8th, and then excuse the other ones, or if they're going to start with 14th and work their way down. I could see them doing 10th, 9th, and 8th and excusing these individuals, then bringing these other 7 back out again and judging from 7th until we have a class winner in this final class of Poland Chinas. And I'm pretty sure the young lady in the blue that got a button, she was actually 8th. Ninth place went to the young lady in the pink, and 10th place, I'm trying to figure out where 10th place went. I think the young man. And then I think they're going to excuse these individuals. The judge is doing a real good job of going and talking to these individuals and saying, hey, we like your animal. Here's what we like. Here's what we change. Things like that are so important. And we're going to excuse these individuals out of the ring. So, yeah, he is excusing these, Dad. That's how I figured they'd do it. Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to dismiss these exhibitors who remain. If you would put your hands together as they make their way out. Very deep, high-quality class.
Now we're going to pull these 7 back out one at a time and place from 7th up to first place. And it'll be interesting to see what they do here. This is the most they've kept back, and I think of any class of the day. They've kept up to 6 before, but 7.
I think they've done it a couple times, but keeping 14 has been pretty
unusual. That's unusual for them. Yeah. Where in years past, sometimes they'd keep. I remember that one year they kept like 17 or 18 back
absolutely.
Or something like that.
Could have been in the red ones, maybe.
It was definitely in the red ones for sure. And those of you who've been tuning in all day, this young man that's coming out right now is the young man I interviewed earlier today, who, if you heard what he said a lot of really, really good things. And if you have time to tune back, he was in the last spot class of the day when I interviewed him. And he did a really, really good job in his interview. And he talked about showing a Poland China, and he's out here in the top 7 here. Seven really, really good Poland China Gilts. Now, he has that young lady in the corner over there in the green. You see her kind of sitting down, squatting her down. That means they really like that gilt, and they're not ready to look at her yet. So when a judge tells you to kind of just hang back, that's a really, really good thing. Place the young man in the plaid 7th. Down to our final 6. We see 5 moving, and one young lady in the green plaid is going to be 6th place. Young lady in the pink is going to be 5th place. I'm pretty sure they know where they want to go here in a minute for their first place. I mean, just, yeah, have that one young lady hanging back over here. Eventually, he'll tell her to start driving here in a minute. Young man in the pink striped shirt is going to be 4th. Now he's telling that other young lady to crank it back up again. That as a judge, you tell that young lady, like, hey, I really like your animal, but I don't want you to wear it out just yet because we're not going to look at you anytime soon because we know we want to put you at the top of the class here or toward the top of the class. Now he's going to compare that one with these other 2 out here that have been driving.
And he's done that quite a bit throughout the day of having them do that.
One's a little more jammed up in its head a little bit, a little shorter necked in comparison to the other 2. One looks more real broody looking, and one is just I really think there's one that's really, really just complete on all 4 ends. On both ends, not all 4 ends, on all 4 corners. And just real attractive looking female. Really big backed.
The one in the green's got a really big ditch.
The boy or the girl?
The girl.
The girl's has a really big, really big
really
back.
wide top. If we can see that from way up here,
we're 12 feet off the ground.
Big.
Yeah, yeah. We have the Grand Canyon in that young lady's. Young man in the plaid is going to be 3rd. He showed his way up to 3rd by getting pinned 6th. And kudos to that young man for doing a heck of a job showing.
Good class of them. And here again, we think we got a runaway in here. Young lady in the lime green shirt's got her, no doubt. Just in terms of freshness and what we've tried to do here today, she's still ladylike in terms of her appearance. She's got awesome shape and turn to her loin edge. You study her as she goes right directly away from you. She's inflated up high. She's got a big rear leg and knows how to use it. And the biggest thing is here again, she's extended off of both ends of her skeleton. The shape to her hip is ideal in a breeding gilt scenario. We just naturally, comparative to the one that goes in 2, love this one's skeleton. I'd probably take a little bit of extra puff out of her just to make her balance from the side. She almost throws herself off from a balance perspective because she's so deep-sided. She's just a little more extra conditioned in terms of cheek and jaw there. But, man, in terms of comfort level, we thought she outperformed the gilt that goes there in 3. The one that drops in 3 has got some pieces and parts. Rear 2/3 gets you pumped up in terms of body condition, in terms of depth of side. She's fresh up high. As you start breaking this particular gilt down, she's got to be looser in terms of her lower joints there. And the biggest concern on that particular gilt is as you watch her front foot and the position of it where she wants to pressurize in terms of her outside dew claw becomes more concerning from that standpoint. But still a good gilt that the young man's done an excellent job. There's pieces that I like about this one. Obviously, we can tell she's short-tailed and it wants to just tuck and duck a little bit, and it just throws her off from a balance perspective there from the side. She's a little thinner haired, but man, front 2/3 of that one as she opens up and comes right at you. I think she's remarkable from that aspect. She's got a big round rib, awesome swoop to her midsection. We changed just the idea to make her ideal in terms of how she wants to hook in her ham-loin junction as well. But still, I think a gilt that can go home and a guy can breed on for sure in that particular female. Young lady that drops here in 5, we thought the 1 and 4 was just a shot looser in terms of her skeleton. This one's more upright off of both ends of her skeleton, but still a good hog. She needs to be opened up just a shot better in terms of just the base of her chest, knee to ground. She too wants to get a little shorter and steeper out of her hip as well, but still a good body textured animal. I talked to these kids down the line. I think this Poland drive is going to be a lot of fun.
All right, thank you, Mr. Keplinger. That concludes our heavyweight Polands. This is going to be a first call for Class 68 York. If you're in Class 68 York, we're going to go ahead and make a first call.
That concludes our final class of Polands. There's only 2 classes of Polands, but man, the depth, the quality is really, really good. We're fixing to do the Poland drive here. and we'll see what happens from there. Good luck to all these young individuals on a job well done showing here today. The showing has been exceptional here at San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our breed champion Poland in the ring in Class 64, we have Blakely Bottleberg from the Stephenville FFA. And out of Class 65, we've got Brooklyn Peoples from Van Zant County 4-H. On standby, our second place winners, we've got Sarah Langston from Silsby FFA and Jet Monroe from Bosque County 4-H.
Well, let's pump it up for these two young ladies with a big round of applause. It's been fun, and these two class winners are very, very similar, and obviously you can see the type and kind that we have, and either one of them that's going to punch their ticket into the big dance here and be able to drive for your overall honors are very, very deserving, and it just comes down to personal preference and what you want to prioritize on. We think from a body composition standpoint, they're a wash. In terms of freshness, they're a wash. One of them's just absolutely elite. In terms of where we're at in 2026, we're all battling one area, I think, in the show pig industry where their shoulder blades want to set. If we want to make them tall-shouldered, one of them to us is absolutely elite from that aspect. Young lady, you got it. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to Blakely Bottleberg of Stephenville FFA. Coming out next is Sarah Langston of Silsby FFA.
We thought that pair was exceptionally close there. One little thing, like we said, we thought that champion shoulder blade and just the set to it and that one's particular skeleton and just probably how she used her rear heel was a shot better than another one. But, man, I mean, that's getting awfully nitpicky on another one that's exceptionally good. She's going to get to come back later as well. Young lady in the light green will be reserved.
All right, congratulations to Brooklyn Peoples from Van Zant 4-H, your reserve champion Poland. Next out, Jet Monroe, Bosque County 4-H. All right, and third overall goes to Sarah Langston from Silsby FFA, and fourth overall goes to Jet Monroe of Bosque County 4-H. All right, this time.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
for our Poland breed. Both are really good. And I kept looking at that lightweight, and I was like, man, for something like that. And they talked about the shoulder set and everything, and the elevation of that Poland China was so good and so wide and just so complete. Both were
All right,
phenomenal
backing
gilts.
up into our Polands real quickly, we will read our top 10 in Class 65 Polands. 10th was Colton Collier of the Agricultural Science and Academy. 9th was Leighton Phillips of Wiley Abilene FFA. 8th was Natalie Brock from Lubbock County 4-H. 7th was Connor Sides from Fredericksburg FFA. 6th was Paisley Oglesby from Hamilton County 4-H. 5th was Riley Wasick from Johnson County 4-H. 4th was Hudson Music from Stephenville FFA. 3rd went to Cooper Harrell from Angelina County 4-H. 2nd went to Jet Monroe of Bosque County 4-H. And your class champion again was going to be Brooklyn Peoples of Van Zant County 4-H.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the champion's formula at winning-enterprises.com.
All right, in the lost and found, we have a belt that was found in the ladies' restroom. We have a belt, probably a youth, that was found in the ladies' restroom. So check your waist, look for your belt, might be missing. Might say Paige on it. So Paige, check your belt, you may be missing. All right, in the back, if McKenna Ramirez from Atascosa County 4-H is there, raise your hand. McKenna Ramirez, Atascosa County 4-H. If you're in the back, raise your hand. If not, we need your ringside.
Well, that concludes a very fun Poland China breed. You know, with only having 2 classes, man, that was fun to watch. A lot of good quality in those Poland Chinas, and I mentioned that earlier. And I'm not a Poland guy, to be perfectly honest. I just, you know, I was talking to Chris downstairs. I was like, you know, I don't really take into account for the Polands, but man, you Poland breeders, I'll tell you what, those were good Polands from top to bottom there. And those top 10 placings especially, you get to the top 5, you're like, wow, y'all keep building them like this, they're going to be a breed to be excited about. And so, like I said, I'm not a Poland guy, but y'all made me a believer in that breed after watching those Gilts a while ago. I mean, like, man, if I had that one on feed, and if I could make some, you know, the next generation of Polands out of this, that would be fun. So, if you guys have some Polands in those classes that were in the top 5 especially, man, yeah, good luck to y'all. Those are really good Polands, and there's a lot of good pieces in those ones that were in the top 10. So, just FYI, keep up the great work on everything y'all are doing. Moving on to our York breed now. There's 3 total classes of Yorks, 111 total Yorks. And these are our 3 biggest classes of the entire show. We have 36, 38, and 37. We're going to judge all 3 of those classes and then conclude the Yorks with the champion drive for the Yorkshire breed. And end out the day with our newest breed. This will be year 3 with the Herford breed. We are currently judging class 68. Weight ranges on these Gilts go from 200 to 255. And there are 36 total head in this first York class of 3 classes. Stay tuned and we'll keep you posted. Currently we have 6 to 7 pinned back for a chance at a top 10 placing ribbon here at the 77th annual San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Purebred Breeding Gilt Show. Well, so far they've got a little tangled up there. We have 2 pinned back so far, a total of 11 it looks like. 11 or 12 that they kept in this first class of Yorkshires, and a total of 4 now that they're pinning back. So they're pulling them out one at a time. For those of you just now joining us, if they really like you, they're going to pin you right back again. That'll be the 5th one pinned back, so it goes to show you this is a really deep first class of Yorkshire Gilts here. Really deep class. And I stand corrected, there was 12 they pulled back. Only top 10 get a placing ribbon. But it also goes to show you if you've kept that many back, and these guys have been pretty consistent on keeping 10, maybe 11. Anything past that means there were several really, really good ones they want to take another look at. Go ahead, looks like they're going to pin one more. No, they're going to go ahead and place this young lady in the black. So the 5 they pin back will be at the top end of the class. Those will be your top 5 individuals. They will place from here on, from 10th all the way to 6th. Like I said, there's 12, so 10 of them will get placed and 2 will be left standing. But even if you were 11th or 12th in this class, you got to give these kids kudos for a job well done coming out there and showing hard in a very competitive first class. Now it looks like we're down to our top 10 here. Young lady in the blue, I think, will be 10th. Young lady in the dark navy will be 9th. Or no, excuse me.
All right,
She'll be
attention in the
8th.
barn. Class 69 Yorks, this is your first call. Class 69 Yorks, this is your first call.
Young man in the purple was 9th. The young lady in the navy was 8th. There's only 2 pigs left standing here, but for those of you who don't know, there's 5 pins pigging back. So young lady in the blue will be 7th. And young lady in the red will be 6th place. She showed her way up to 6th place, so good job showing, young lady. Now we're going to pull these other 5 individuals back out again and place from 5th till we have a class winner in this first class of Yorks here today. This is the first of 3 total classes of Yorkshire breeding gilts here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. Third one coming out of the gate, young man in the black shirt. Have 2 more to pull out, then we'll start placing here shortly. Got our top 5 individuals out here in the first class of Yorkshire breeding gilts. A lot of similarities in kind. They're all pretty tall at the point of the shoulder, very mobile, very flexible. Young lady in the pink is going to be 5th place. Young man in the black will be 4th place. Now we're down to our top 3 here in this first class of Yorks. Both conversing together and trying to figure out where they want to go here. They're talking about all 3 of these individuals really taking their time, make sure they nail it down, and they both in agreement on this thing. I love they're taking their time together as a group here. Young lady is going to be 3rd. And we're fixing to find out where our 1st and 2nd lie. Here we go. Here's Seth.
We get in this first class of Yorkshires, and back at the SIF pen as we come over here, Chris asked me, he said, "You got anything good over here?" And I said, "Hey, if this one can boot, scoot, and boogie, we got an easy class winner." Because back in the SIF pen, she's impressive, comes out here, and I'm glad she's mobile enough in this particular drive to go ahead and win. From a body composition standpoint, she's unbelievable. And then as you study her, as she gets into motion, everything still goes. In this particular class, good enough. Young man's done a tremendous job when we talk about a fresh-bodied one, round-ribbed, and just still got a productive look about her. She's a little more extended ahead of her blade compared to the ones that go in 2 and 3. She's just naturally better in terms of the position of her hock compared to the gilt that goes in 2. I thought the gilt in 2 comes at us with tremendous amount of width, and that's where she has the added advantage over the 1 and 3. Not quite as remarkable in terms of just the top side of her neck and skull shape comparative to the 1 and 3. Got to rearrange her in terms of how she wants to position her rear hock on her body as well, but a good gilt to be there in 2. The 1 and 3, young lady does an awesome job. When we want to talk about skin and hair, it's just right here as you study her up front in terms of just how she handles herself through the front 1/3 of her skeleton. Isn't quite as ideal. We got to lay her shoulder blade back, we got to elevate her at the point of her shoulder, and then I become real critical on her in terms of just how she handles her front knee and just how it sets into her foundation of her skeleton. The one that comes out here next, we can make the argument, hey, she's better as she comes right at you. Step off to the side of her, she reads to be flatter in her forerib, lower at the point of her shoulder. Just the slope to her rear hip isn't as ideal. She becomes shorter about that, and then early on in the drive, as you watch this gilt just pivot around the ring there, I just need to see just a shot more looseness out of her. I told Chris, I said, man, that's got like kind of those old school traditional Yorkshire heads in terms of having some generating value in terms of just the stoutness and the brim of her nose. I thought was unique in that one. This one's so close, and I'm guessing at one time in her life, guys were pumped up on her, and I would be. And she looks like she has value to breed on because she's a flat-back, hard-backed individual that you like. She's just too upright on both ends of her skeleton. She's too steep in how she's designed out of her upper hip, and we just got to make that particular gilt go freer. I talked to these kids here again. Good class. Let's put our hands together as they head out.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Smith County 4-H. 6 was Cammie Johnson from Belton FFA. Fifth, Campbell Rowe from Brewer FFA. Fourth went to Bryson Nichols from Clyde FFA. Third went to Reese Mabry from Brock FFA. Second went to Weston Warndale from Navarro FFA. And our class champion was Cooper Holman of Kendall County 4-H.
Once again, we just completed class number 68. We're moving on to class number 69 of our Yorkshire Breeding Gilts. 38 total head in this class, and weight ranges on these females goes from 256 to 290. And like we mentioned earlier, this is the largest class of the entire show by like one or two. So we're talking 38 total head. This is the largest class. Just wanted to give everybody an update where we're at.
Attention in the back. Colin Bradley Roberts, if you hear us, raise your hand. But if not, Colin Bradley Roberts, your class is underway in class 69 Yorks.
Well, we've had a few pinned back here, 6 total that I can see. There's probably a few more underneath us getting weight on the scale, and there's 4 out in the big arena. Another very deep set of Yorkshire Gilts here.
So, Landon, we're on Class 69, I take it?
That is correct. It's our largest class of the show.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I do have the results. Sorry, I've been away. That we're just getting all these things lined up.
You were talking. Just let's get that out of the way real quick.
No. I want information for our listeners for the Grand Drive as well. So was working on that for them as well. But I do have results of Class 68 for our class champion bloodline of the sires and our second place. The first class champion, our first place, went to Cooper Holman. The sire of his gilt was No Doubt 52-7. It's bred by him and his family, CC Show Pigs, out of Sisterdale, Texas. Congratulations to them. They work really hard with their genetic line there around the Sisterdale area, and congratulations. Our second place in that class was Weston Wernadell. Sire was, I think, twice 12-11, and that was sired by the breeder Trude family in Indiana. Hope I've said that right, Trude family in Indiana. Congratulations to both of these breeders for a fine job. Looks like we've got 6 pins so far in this class 69. We got 38 head. As Landon said, this is the biggest class of the entire show. And the weight ranges was from 256 to 290. In our Yorkshire show, we were actually up in numbers from last year to this year. Is not very much, but it is up. We are 1 greater than last year. We were 110 last year, total Yorkshires in the Yorkshire show. This year is 111. And, of course, we have 3 classes, and then we'll name, after we judge Class 70, then we will name the champion reserve all the way through 5th overall. Would like to thank Taylor Ford and his crew for giving us a play-by-play here view, and a ringside view, that is, and allowing us to give you a play-by-play view and understanding what's going on out in the ring. And I hope you've enjoyed what we've tried to do for you being at your house, at the office, or wherever you might be viewing this show. We greatly appreciate it. You know, San Antonio has worked very hard. I mean, we have just a small number of paid employees, but to run this whole show, it takes over 7,000 volunteers that devote their vacation time, non-paid time, just time away from home to help see to it that this show runs successful, and it's because of all these volunteers it does. And we thank all of our volunteers and our swine committee, especially here for this show, for what all they do for us, and also the ladies that cook for all of our volunteers here at the swine show. They are great cooks. They feed us, and we couldn't do without them. They do a phenomenal job.
Yeah, those cooks, man. Lunch today, I don't know if you tapped on that or not. That was good. I'm ready for a nap. That was so good.
Yes, it was good.
So good that I spilled my first plate on accident, and they doubled it up.
He did.
Looks like we were finally underway. We had to get some things situated on the scale. Not bad by any means. There was just some hold up on some things down there, and they finally got it all worked out, and ready to rock and roll, and want to thank WW Scales for being here and all they do to make sure the scales are cleaned off and on the arena, and they do check them. For those of you wondering, like, they do check them. They check it into the officiated scale and then the ones in the back just to make sure, you know.
And they use weights to make sure they are
I've heard stories where this scale was this much off and all that stuff. And granted, sometimes that does happen, but they do go check them. Like, okay, you say this scale's off, we're gonna take weights. They went and took weights, and they went to the arena scale, and they were the same weight, so they were not off, like some people think sometimes. And I get it; some things happen. They're human. Technology's technology, but at the same token, they really do try to make it good and consistent for all these kids. So they're here to help out, and that's all I'm going to say there.
Looks like we've pinned a couple back here.
2 so far. Yep. Yes, sir. Looks like 3, actually.
Awesome.
We have exactly 10 here, it looks like, Wayne. So 10 total means 10 total ribbons. Or 10 ribbons and 10 kids. Everyone's going to get a ribbon here in this class.
Everybody's going to get a ribbon that's still here.
Unless there's a white horse in the back. I would say dark horse, but these are all white pigs here. Or white hog, I guess. Not white horse. They prance around like a pony, though, I can tell you. Like we'd mentioned earlier, this is our second of 3 total classes of Yorks, and then we move on to our final breed, which is the Herford
All right,
breed.
attention in the barn, Class 70 Yorks. This is your first call. Class number 70 Yorks, first call.
One more class of Yorks after this, followed by the overall selection of our Yorkshire breed. Then we round out our final breed, which is Herefords, and there's only 2 classes totaling 36. So the total number of Herefords we have for the breed totals out to most of the class sizes in the other breed. So that breed should go pretty quickly.
Yes, it will. You know, we've talked about what San Antonio has done on these scholarships. One thing I haven't touched on is how they can be used once they graduate from high school or from, being able to go on to college. But the scholarship money is not only used, can be used for a 4-year college or a 2-year college. They allow you, as long as it's being used in the state of Texas, you can further your education through not only a Texas college or university, but they also any recognized agriculture and natural resources, vocational or technical training school in Texas. So their goal here was to make sure that this money could be used to further educate your exhibitors that have won these scholarships to further their career and advance.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the lost and found section, we've got a lost wallet. If you left a wallet over by the feed store area, we may have it up here at the announcer stand. We've got a lost wallet at the announcer stand found over near the feed store.
And then within this scholarship, they can, they can win the $10,000, but they can be eligible to win up to $20,000 before they max out. And it can be in any competitive event. It doesn't have to be back in the Gilts show or win it in the Market Barrow show, but they will max out at 20. So what a great job that they've done to ensure that these kids get further educated by seeing the foresight of this great scholarship program. Looks like we're down to the final 3. I think they're going to confer a second, and they'll be ready to place them third up through our class winners. So they're conferring presently, looking at the differences, talking them over of the strengths of each one of these breeding gilts. It looks like they're going to make their decision.
Man, that is one thing I love about Texas, and you come to the Southwest, and obviously we got an incredible cheering crowd, and that's something what Chris and I talk about so many times in the Midwest. These kids don't maybe get pumped up, and people aren't rooting for them, and that is one thing in this industry that I try to tell our people and our team at home is, hey, if you don't win, please go to the ringside and cheer these things on. And I know I'm getting a little bit on my soapbox here, but that's a testament to Texas and the Southwest and the atmosphere that you guys bring it. At times, it's almost got like a ball game kind of feel to it. Back to the pig show, and to be quite honest with you, had a top pair here that come together, fairly quickly, fairly logically out here. Young lady in the pinks, those got our class winner. Just more motivated in terms of her skeleton. Just opens up with more width underneath as she comes right at you. I told Chris, I said outside of head shape and probably crest line, she's the winner for sure. And we're just not going to nitpick her from that aspect. Not like her head's atrocious or anything. I told Chris, I said, hey, this thing's probably just a shot more sportier looking out here in terms of the look ahead of her blade. As that gilt comes right at you there, just in terms of the shape of her front knee, isn't quite as ideal as our class winner, but man, she does paint an awesome picture from the side. Good top pair. Congratulations to those two young ladies. The one that comes out here in 3 is one that's right there. It's just a little unorthodox, and I don't know how to exactly describe it. When she kind of stops there, she wants to just kind of tremble or dance. I don't know exactly what it is. But it just kind of throws her off from a balance perspective. Start breaking that one down from a skeletal standpoint at the foundation in terms of just how she wants to handle her front foot, is a little bit concerning, I guess, from that aspect. But the young lady's done a tremendous job as well. So we drop out the young fella's gilt here. That goes next in terms of knee set, in terms of position of her front foot. Isn't as ideal, but man, she is a deep-sided, stout noggin individual that still remains motivated in terms of how she wants to utilize her upper hip. She's got a little more slope, but yet at the same time, sometimes when we have that kind of slope, allows those gilts to just grab and go. And to be quite honest with you, in the farrowing house, if they have that kind of slope, 9 times out of 10, they're going to be able to push them things out themselves. Gilt that comes out here next is one that works her way to the top, out of the sift pin, and you're always rooting for those kids from that aspect. Bare proportions, awesome in terms of length to height ratio. For me, she's too upright off of both ends of her skeleton to move any higher. Talk to the kids down the line here again. Another good class. Let's put our hands together for those kids.
Another phenomenal class of Yorkshire is moving on to our last and final class of York Gilts.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
That total breed, and then we take about a 20 to 30 minute break to kind of set up the ring for the scholarship presentation and Supreme Champion Drive of the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Junior Purebred Breeding Gilt Show here, and yes, it is 2026.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, in the back of the arena is Class 70 Yorks. That will be the final class in this breed. Currently, here are results for Class 69. In 10th, we had Carissa McEnroe from ARP FFA. 9th was Blair Reynolds from Liberty County 4-H. 8th was Kyla Lindsay from Bernie FFA. 7th was Colin Roberts from Grand Oaks FFA. 6th was Emma Johnston from Ponder FFA. 5th went to Macy Wofford of Community FFA. 4th, Ryan Chandler of Victoria County 4-H. 3rd was Addison Horn of Harrison County 4-H. 2nd stood Christopher Oglesby, Hamilton County 4-H. And class champion went to Paisley Matoka from Jackson County 4-H.
Well, as we evaluate this final class of Yorkshire Breeding Gilts here, the guys are out here looking, and look, they went ahead and pinned one back. So these individuals are getting the secondary evaluation. So one young lady is going back to get weighed, and the guys are going around right now telling them kind of what they like and what they don't like about them. Please give these individuals a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Sorry, I had to go make an announcement on the loudspeaker. But what they're doing right now is they are evaluating these one at a time here in our final class here. They pulled one out from the big arena for a secondary evaluation and decided, hey, we want to bring this gilt back in comparison to the ones we've already kept back to see how she compares with these other ones. And Chris was real high on this one, and Seth was like, you know what, this is a really good gilt, so let's bring her back. They weren't too prideful to excuse that individual. They said, this is actually a really good gilt, maybe we missed one. So they brought her back, and she's getting weighed at this time, and pulled them out one at a time. If they really like them, they'll pin them back, and those individuals will have a chance at the top placings in this final class of Yorkshire Breeding Gilts. Once again, if you just joined us, after the conclusion of this final class of Yorks, we will judge for champion and reserve champion Yorkshire Breeding Gilt. Pull all of our first and second places back out from the three classes and crown those individuals. At the conclusion of the York breed, we'll bring out our final breed, which is our Herford Breeding Gilts. And of those 31 head, those make up two classes, so that breed will go relatively quickly, I feel. And I'll tell you, if the quality's all there, it's going to be real quick. You know, but in a sense, sometimes, like especially at the county level, you'll have a few that really rise to the top and other ones that are pieces. And as a judge, I kind of appreciate that because you really get to know something about a judge and what they hold dear to their heart as a judge, what boxes you like to check off first. Because when you're dealing with hogs that only have pieces to them, it's not a complete animal. What do you value more than other things? When you have a complete animal, it's easy to say, hey, this is the best animal. Here's why they have all this. But when you have something that one of them has a lot of bone, one of them has a lot of muscle, one of them can't walk but has everything else, one of them is clean-fronted, one of them is real pinched in the ham, what hog do you use over the other one? And it really makes you as a judge dig deep to what you hold near and dear is the most important thing in your mind to have in an animal. So that's when it's fun to really watch a judge to really see what they value the most in a show animal or a breeding stock. So that'll be fun to watch and see kind of how they judge those Herefords out here. I'm actually excited to see them. And, you know, when we did the Exarban, Dad, I was excited because they have a Tamworth breed. I had never seen Tamworths in person until we went to the Exarban.
Yes, last year was our first year to...
Second year.
Well, it was our second. Last year, it was, we've already gone another year, but it's 2 years ago, first time we'd ever seen a Tamworth show. And it was funny, the first year we went, they were structurally correct, just not much structure to them. But then we went last year in September and did the commentating again, and they had increased the quality, had a little more structure in those hogs, and they were even better than the first year we came through. So we've kind of seen the same type of approach with the Herefords. They had Herefords several years before they gained a scholarship, which just is the first year that San Antonio is awarding a scholarship. They kind of tested the waters with this breed, and kids that showed them the last prior years were receiving cash money instead of a scholarship at a much lower amount. And so they showed that there was interest in that breed and continued to have entries, and so they saw the foresight to add another scholarship. That's why now we're at 95,000 in total scholarships here at San Antonio. We have 9 breeds. That's $10,000 each, plus the $5,000 for the Supreme.
That is unbelievable. That's awesome.
Yes. Hey, I've got the results of our sires for Class 69. We're currently, of course, on Class 70. Paisley Matusha, sire was Dream On 89 Matacha. Sorry about that if I butchered that a little bit. But the sire of that gilt was Dream On 89-2.
Dream on. Oh,
And
wrong. That's a
it was
song.
the breeder was Kilmer Swine Farm out of Indiana. There was a Kilmer that judged years ago in Houston Livestock Show. I think it was Dick Kilmer, so I don't know if there's any relation there. Anyway, our second place there,
Tate Oglesby.
That gilt, his gilt was sired by Fax 45-2, and Paisley Oglesby from Texas was the breeder of it.
Congratulations to the Oglesby family.
Absolutely. And it looks like we have another deep set of Yorkshires here. We've really stepped up the heat a little bit, huh?
Yeah, in our final class, we got some really big broody females out here. And, man, you talk about clean-fronted, mobile, and some good structure. And these are purebred Yorks. You know, we see a lot in the market show that we have York-appearing crossbreds. These are purebred York. These things are papered. What is it, like 11/16? They got
Attention in the barn. If you have
like
a first or second place York, this is your first call back to the ring. If you have a first or second place York, this is your first call to return to the show ring.
But these are really, really good gilts. There's one out here that I really, really, really like, and just the overall look and proportion and all the, you know, we talk about all the boxes, man. There's one out here that really just stands to the top, and I'd be surprised if he did not use this one. And he's looking at him one more time, but like I said, Dad, there's one. I think you pointed at the one that I was.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's out there. Oh, I gave it away. So we'll see if we're right or not.
We're talking about females here, so it's a she.
Yep, it is a she, but I was talking about the one driving.
Yeah, and he used him. Yep,
Well,
that's exactly right.
Young man's in the purple's got our class winner, and he was absolutely game mode from the time we got to the sift pin. I could tell the young man wanted it, and hey, I'm always rooting for those kids that want it, and you can tell they want it. It's always nice when they got a good project to go ahead and lead us off with in this particular class. I think Chris said it best. He said, man, that thing's got a high-quality look from the side. She does. Opens up with a tremendous amount of width underneath. She's tall-shouldered. She's still comfortable enough in terms of her step out here. Obviously, we're not blind. We can see if we want to get critical on her, we want to change just the shape of her interior hock. But, man, we can't just single trait that one in this particular drive and allow us to go ahead and beat her. Nice kind of gilt to start us off with. She's just simply more sportier than the gilt that goes here in 2, and I like things about that one. Probably a little more traditional in terms of her look from a Yorkshire female standpoint. Didn't think she opened up with as much chest width as she comes right at you. But, man, in terms of just a maternal value, maternal traits, that's a gilt that you can gravitate to for sure. The young fella that drops out here in 3's got one, just in terms of having some added shape, having some added muscle. Man, from an aesthetic value, you can get pretty excited in terms of just how her tail set is. But yet at the same time, that particular gilt's just more upright in terms of her shoulder blade. She's too steep out of her upper hip from an aesthetic standpoint from the side to go ahead and move up higher as well. Young lady that comes out here next, just in terms of preparation for the show, I can get real excited about. She's a big-bodied, round-ribbed individual. Just up front, we got to be better in terms of her neck design, her cheek, and then as we study her at the foundation of her skeleton, that's where I get the most critical in terms of toe position and knee quality, but still a good hog all in all. Young lady that drops in 5, One thing I will say is, so many times, probably something I need to keep preaching to my kids at home. When I put her fifth, she still had a smile on her face, and I think that's a testament to what we still need to have in this industry. Even though you go fifth, you're fifth at San Antonio, so be proud. And I could tell this young lady was happy to be there, and I guess we've probably lost sight of that a little bit. Young lady's got a good gilt in terms of pattern, design, and look. Awesome in terms of depth of side. You study that gilt, she's a little more refined in her jawbone there. She's just a little more narrower gauge throughout, but the young lady does an awesome job. Compliments to her on a job well done. Talk to these other kids down the line. It's our last class of York, so let's put our hands together for those kids.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
Third, Callan Smith, New Home FFA. Second, Kyle Williams from Montague County 4-H. And our class champion, Walker Cozart of Klondike FFA. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's our champion York Drive. Coming out of Class 68, Cooper Holman from Kendall County 4-H. Coming out of Class 69, Paisley Matoka from Jackson County 4-H. And then out of the heaviest class, Walker Cozart of Klondike FFA. Coming out second place winners, we'll have Weston Werndale from Navarro FFA, Christopher Oglesby, Hamilton County 4-H, and Kyle Williams, Montague County 4-H.
No better way to end a York Drive other than three really good York Gilts. Now, all three totally different sizes of Gilts here. There's one that's an absolute tank out here for as big as she is. She can move. And there's other two that are smaller versions of her, and they all look very good. One doesn't have quite as much muscle to her, but she's also about 100-something pounds smaller. That does play into that factor. You got to judge them as size, but you judge them for what they are. And the guys are talking about it. They're having fun. They're, like I said, these three all line up together very, very well. Kudos to those guys for doing a phenomenal job on sorting these Yorkshire Gilts here. The quality is definitely there in these purebreds. Let's hear what Seth has to say.
Well, second to last drive. Obviously, you guys know what I'm going to ask for. These kids deserve it. Let's put our hands together for them. The Yorks have been good. There's been some challenges along the way here, and it's a breed that, I have a great deal of respect. Anybody that knows me knows I'm a history buff, and I like to study pedigrees, and obviously a lot of the crossbred boars that, we use throughout the country, a lot of them have Yorkshire in the pedigree. I know for some of you younger guys, you're probably like, no, they don't, but they do, and that's why I have respect, for them, and I know where they've come from. They've had their peaks and valleys like every breed, but, I think we have three of them out here again. You can tell the type and kind that we like, and if you don't, I don't know what you're looking at, but, I think all three of these are high-quality individuals within this particular breed, and what we've been, dealt with here today, I think all three of them, are deserving to be out here. For us, one of them's probably just the squarest built, coming and going, probably just doesn't have as big of a glaring hole as another one out here. We think she's awfully sporty. Young man out of the first class will be your champion.
Congratulations to Cooper Holman, Kendall County 4-H. Out next, Weston Werndale, Navarro FFA.
There's another one out here that we talked there in class, just so high end in terms of her look and her value from the side, opens up and comes at you just so tremendously well. To talk this one and where her glaring hole is, like I talked there for the champion drive, if we can deflate her interior hocks, she can win and win for fun. Unfortunately for us, that's a pet peeve of mine, and I know it's a pet peeve for Chris there, but man, we darn sure can't leave this one out of that drive. Young man in the purple will be your reserve. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations to Walker Cozart, Klondike FFA. Out next is Kyle Williams, Montague County 4-H. Third will go to Paisley Matoka from Jackson County 4-H. Out next is Christopher Oglesby, Hamilton County 4-H. And Christopher Oglesby will have your fourth overall York. And fifth overall will go to Kaya Williams. Congratulations to those York exhibitors. We apologize for a slight delay, but we will now call those Herford Gilts. Those Herford Gilts in Class 73. Class 73 Herefords. This is your first call.
What a great Yorkshire show that was here at the San Antonio Purebred Breeding Guild Show. Now we're moving on to our final class of the day. Our final class is, plural.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the Champions formula at winning-enterprises.com.
What your priorities are when you have that kind of weight range and everything, and it's fun. As a judge, you really get to figure out what you like and what you hold true and dear to your heart as the most important thing that a breeding gilt needs. So it'll be fun to watch Seth and Chris judge these next two classes. And obviously, this is a new breed for us in Texas. 2 years ago, Jason Correa judged it, and it was his first time here to judge this deal, and he was on the board, I think, for the Herford Association. I said, man, I'm excited. I've never seen a Herford pig in real life. He's like, Landon, get ready, son. And it literally had a Grand Drive feel because nobody in Texas have seen a Herford show. And so when San Antonio brought it in here, it was fun to watch everybody get excited for that show. So looking forward to it. 2 classes. We're going to take about a 20-minute break after the Herefords are over with so we can set up the ring for the Supreme Champion Drive and the scholarship presentation. Stay tuned and welcome to the Taylor Fort Podcasting. Thanks for tuning in all day. For those of you who've tuned in over the past 2 days at the Purebred Show.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Talking to the mic. Welcome back, everybody. I have a special guest with me, Miss Purdy Gertie Dudley.
Hello.
From New Braunfels, Texas, correct?
Yes.
Gertie, what grade are you in this year?
I'm in 11th grade.
11th grade, so that's a junior, is that right?
Yes.
So what's so cool about this, we're doing our Herford breed right now, but for those of you who don't know, Gertie was the champion Herford Purebred Gilt here last year at San Antonio. That's pretty exciting, wasn't it?
Yes.
So were you nervous when you got it? Like when you first showed your Herford, and this was your first time showing a Herford, is that correct?
Yes.
What was going through your mind as you were going out there in the ring?
I was kind of scared, but I felt confident in her. I had a good feeling that she was going to win for me.
Oh, really? So
yeah.
you knew right out of the gate, like, hey, this girl's really good. I think I might win this thing.
Yeah.
That is confidence at its max right there. So what did you have to do to get your Herford Gilt prepared and ready for this part of the show?
I just made sure that she looked her best and that she was walking her best and that she just felt like herself.
Ratliff? from Pleasanton FFA, we have not checked you in the Herford class or lightweights. Gabrielle Swallow from Garland, we have not checked you in either. Okay, your class is underway. Either raise your hand or make your way to the ring.
All right, so we took a quick break right there so they can make an announcement. So, okay, so my question to you, like, what did you have to do to get that gilt prepared and ready to go? For those of the kids, and the reason I bring that up, Gertie, there's a lot of kids out there who are just now starting out. What did you have to do to get prepared and ready to take her out there in the ring? What are some things that you had to do to get her ready and then also mentally prepare for that? So kind of go over that kind of day with you.
So just like every day, I'd make sure that I washed her, that her skin was right, that she just looked her best, and made sure that she was walking her best, made sure she wasn't hurt or anything, and that's just kind of how it was every day. I just made sure she was doing good, eating, drinking, everything like that.
So it's kind of cool because wasn't your oldest sister's Helen? She's at Texas Tech. I'm so proud of her for being a Red Raider. But enough about Helen. I love her to death. But this is about you right now. You're under the microphone here. So she won, Supreme Champion spot here at San Antonio, right? Or was she reserve spot?
I think she was reserve spot, yes.
I know she has a San Antonio belt buckle.
Yes, she was reserve champion.
All right,
So
ladies
it's
and
kinda
gentlemen, we're
cool.
going to dismiss one of these at this time. If you would put your hands together for this young man as he makes his way out.
So it's kind of cool to do something like that because that's your first, like, big...
All right, if you
buckle
can hear me in the
major.
barn, this is the official announcement for the Supreme Drive. It is going to be scheduled for 4 o'clock. The Supreme Drive is going to be scheduled for 4 o'clock. We will start calling those hogs back before that and hope to start with the ceremony promptly at 4 to the best of our ability.
Okay, we're making a lot of announcements here because the Supreme Drive's coming up too. So, where were we, by the way? We were talking about Helen, and so, like, that was your first big major win, wasn't it?
Yes.
How exciting was that?
It was really exciting because it was one of my first years showing, so I just got to see my sister win, and I thought that was really cool.
And so it's Gertie's time to shine, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah? I totally hear it. So what advice would you give a young person out there that is just now starting out and they're kind of on the fence, like, do I want to show pigs? Do I not want to show pigs? What advice would you give them that made you appreciate what we do here in the pig industry?
I would say that if you're thinking about doing it, just go for it because it is so much fun. And even if you don't win the first couple of times, obviously you're not going to win your first year. So just trying every year your hardest and making it possible for yourself.
Okay.
Just kind of.
That's some really good advice. So what do you want to do next year? Like you're going to be a senior next year.
Yes.
So what are the plans after that? Do you have any yet, or are we still just trying to figure that part out?
I'm trying to figure it out still.
Cool. Any
I don't really
thoughts?
know. I
No?
don't really know where I want to go.
Okay. Well, you know what? And for those of you who don't know this, I've watched this kid grow up, and I've always been very proud of her. She's a great kid. She comes from an even better family, and her sister's done so well over the years, and kind of Gertie's bided her time, but she's a heck of a shower. Let me just tell you, all three of those kids are a heck of a shower, but Gertie has such a great attitude. She's so competitive in the best of ways, and I'll tell you, I'm just very proud of her. And everybody, this is your Supreme Champion Herford Purebred Gilt Shower from 2025, so that's kind of a treat to have her come up here and watch this Herford Drive. So, Gertie, thanks for coming up and doing a little interview with us.
Thank you.
Have a great one.
First call, Class 2 Herefords to the ring, please. First call. Well, as we get into this first class, we got a pair of them, to be quite honest with you, we'll see how it's going to stack up in the next class. But obviously, these are two high-quality Herefords. And as Chris and I talk about them, both of them come with some advantages. One come to the pig show here today, kind of wins this class in a dominating fashion in terms of bulk and dimension and stoutness, but yet at the same time still has length to her hip, still has length out ahead of her blade there. Young lady here directly in front of me has got our class winner. Young man's got a very, very good gilt as well. She's probably a little more concave in her chest there as she comes right at you. Gives you an absolutely beautiful view for this particular breed as she goes right away from you. Got some density, got some stoutness about her. She just simply gets engulfed by her class winner in this particular drive. Young lady comes out here in third, and she did an excellent, excellent job. I like the body texture to this particular gilt. I like the swoop to her midsection. She's a comfortable kind of gilt. I just got to pry this one open off of both ends of her skeleton, compared it to the two gilts ahead of her. But little lady, you're doing an awesome, awesome job. The two dark pigmented ones are going to come here next. And this gilt's got a sporty look about her. She's got freshness just absolutely written all over there. As we sit and break this one down, she's a shot more fragile in terms of her rear leg bone. Wants to get a little more east and west. We naturally prefer her in terms of just her flatness of back, her design and look from the side compared to the gilt that goes here in 5. I like the freshness as well. I'm going to guess, I haven't read ear notches in terms of pigmentation. They're probably litter mates. This is a gilt that's tall-shouldered. We just got to make her longer and leveler in terms of the design of her hip, and just make her longer in terms of her neck length there, but still a nice kind of gilt. Good class. Let's put our hands together. Second to last class of the day for these kiddos.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Keplinger, for calling the hogs and judging the class. All right. Class 74 Herefords. This is your official call again. Class 74 Herefords, we are ready for you.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Class 74 is underway in the back. Class 73 results are in 10th place, Kyler Langston, Valley View FFA. 9th was Kaylin Phillips, Royce City FFA. 8th went to Kirkland Land Troop, Royce City FFA. 7th was Caney Boyette from Erath County 4-H. 6th was Kason Longcrier from Lindale FFA. 5th was Aubriana Harrison, Reeves County 4-H. 4th was Gabriel Swallow from Garland FFA. 3rd was Brooklyn Mabry from Brock FFA. 2nd was Brigham Bottleberg from Erath County 4-H. And our class champion went to Talon Toch of Gillespie County 4-H.
All right, we're rounding out our last and final class of our Herford breeding gilts here, followed by the overall selection of our Herford breed. In Class 74, there were 281, or excuse me, not 281. There are 16 total head, and weight ranges are from 281 to 350. So they made an announcement a while ago, but those of you who want to tune in, we are starting the grand drive promptly at 4 o'clock. So once we conclude the Herford breed, we're going to come back, and we'll probably come back on a little bit beforehand. Dad's going to go over the pedigrees of, I think, the champions and reserve champions, possibly the 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall of each breed. So that way we can do a recap and then start the Supreme Drive and scholarship presentation promptly at 4 o'clock. It's something to be seen. It's exciting. It's fun. I hope you have time to watch it. Stay tuned.
All right, attention in the barn, Allie Van Horn. Allie Van Horn, we have something of yours at the Lost and Found. Allie Van Horn, we have something of yours at the Lost and Found at the announcer stand. Ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder, the Supreme Drive is officially scheduled for 4 o'clock. We will look to call the animals and the kids back 5 to 10 minutes prior to that, so be sure you're ready. Also, exhibitors, you need to bring a person to watch your pig while you go through the buckle and scholarship ceremony. So we'll bring an exhibitor and a guest back to the ring, someone to watch that animal while you get your hardware and your scholarship, potentially.
Looks like we have enough to make the top 10 in this class here, and we're going to kind of sort through these individually here. We're taking them out one at a time. If they really like them, they'll pin them back, and they'll be at the top end of this class here in our final class of Herefords. Say something? We're in our final class of Hereford Purebred Breeding Gilts here. Like I said, pulling them out one at a time. Really, really good gilts here. There's some I'm like, wow. It's just different to me. And like I said, I'm not a Hereford guy, but I have learned to really appreciate these. I think Jason Correa kind of got me on the bug with these things years ago, like I mentioned earlier. And, you know, there's some of these you're like, man, if they had a different color look to them, they'd look like a different hog. You'd think they'd fit right in with the Polands or the Chesters or the Landrays or the Durocs even. They're that good. And so it's really cool to see this breed kind of taking off. What I've seen in a lot of these, maybe not quite as much structure, maybe not quite as much bone work. And then you see some, you're like, wow, where'd the bone come from on that one? But they're really, really good. And so it's really fun to see this breed kind of taking off here in Texas. It's still relatively new here in Texas, but, you know, we like to do everything big in Texas, so I'm sure that it's really going to start kind of going and kind of a ripple effect around the state. So I'm excited for this. I'm excited for San Antonio bringing this breed in. It's fun. It's interesting. The kids love it. I think the parents love it just as much. So that's what this is all about in the grand scheme of things anyways. So that's why we're here. This is fun. This is a pig show. This is San Antonio. Place them from the bottom up here, and we've got 4 pinned back for a chance at the top placing spot. There's 4 pinned back. Once again, those individuals will make the top 4. We're placing from the bottom up here, so we are now down to our 7th, 6th, and 5th places here. 2 young men and 1 young lady still left standing out here. Young lady's going to be 7th in the red. Sorry, we're kind of bouncing back and forth. We're trying to get all the pedigrees lined up for y'all for the grand drive here at 4 o'clock. Once again, the Supreme Drive will be at 4 o'clock promptly with the scholarship presentation, which is so cool because you take the kids out, give them their scholarship, take pictures, look at the beautiful awards, all the things. Young man, the taller young man is going to be 6th. Young man in the purple is going to be 5th. Now we're going to pull our top 4 out here and judge them accordingly till we have a class winner in our final class. But the scholarship presentation is so much fun because it highlights the kids first, and that's what this whole organization is about. It's about the kids and showing a project. And it's a way for them to show off their months and months of hard work behind the scenes. And these kids are doing a phenomenal job coming out here, and we have a great support group of parents, sponsors, and family and friends supporting these kids here at San Antonio. Have 2 of the 4 final 4 in this final class of Herford Purebred Breeding Gilts. At the conclusion of this class, we'll bring the 1st and 2nd back out from the previous class, and the 2 first place will compete for the champion overall Herford Purebred Breeding Gilt here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. I've got the pedigrees on those 2 Hereford Gilts. Our first place in class number 73 was exhibited by Talon Touch, and the sire of that animal was Trademark, and the breeder was Bottlebur family, and the second place was exhibited by Brienne Bottlebur, Trademark, and same breeder as the first place. And actually, what's funny and ironic enough, those 2 were litter mates. So that's kind of cool. You know, you talk about a really good litter, and if there's 2 or 3 in the litter that really rise to the top and you really can't make a determination of which one you want to keep, well, 1 and 2 was right there. So congratulations to those 2 exhibitors. And the Bottlebur family for raising a really good set of Herefords. Down to our final 3 in our final class here. Here we go.
Well, good way to end us for the last 2 days in the last class of the Herefords. And got a top pair out here as they drive right at you. Both of them are very, very high quality in terms of just the base of their chest, knee to ground. Excuse me, knee to ground there. The one that's, probably just a little more ideal as she goes right directly away. She's probably just got a little more harder shape out here. Young lady in the green's got our class winner. Congratulations to her. I do really, really like the pliability, the roundness of rib, the gilt that goes here in two. Like I stated, I like her chest width. I like the depth of side that she's got. As you study her from stifle to stifle there, not as ideal as our class winner, and you'd probably just pick her up just a little bit on her front feet out here. It doesn't cause her any issues. I bet back on the concrete, though, it's a little bit problematic from that standpoint, but still a very, very nice kind of gilt to go there in two. The 1 and 3, as Chris and I talked about, he said, man, I really, really like the freshness. That thing's got a big rolled up back in her that you like about her. It's that view right there that becomes the biggest issue in terms of just where her front knee sets, where her blade sets. She's just got to combine a shot better and just be a little easier out here in how she wants to get out and stroll, but still a good gilt that the young lady's done an incredible job in terms of maxing her out from a show ring perspective. Skin and hair presentation, compliments to her on that. A little bit of a low fronted one comes out next, and we just got to elevate that one at the point of her shoulder. Gets just a little bit drier in terms of her mid-rib section there. She actually does roll up with a little bit more bone work as we analyze her from that aspect. Just too flat and dry and harsh in her midsection compared to those ahead of her. Young man does a good job as well coming out here. Just a gilt that just gets a little more basic, a little more practical. Probably doesn't have the extra pizzazz that we're looking for here today. Good class. Let's put our hands together for the last class of the day for these kiddos.
All right, thank you to our judges once again. Mr. Keplinger, Mr. Hofschulte doing a great job working with the kids, letting them know what they see and giving them a fair evaluation. Next up will be selection of our
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
And coming out of Class 74, we've got Kelsey Scott of Midland County 4-H.
We only got a few more of these, and I know we're getting a little bit more diminished on crowd, but these kids deserve it. Let's put our hands together for these two young ladies out here. I know the numbers weren't big in classes, but to be quite honest with you, we got a pair of them out here that are extremely good for their breed. There's one that's just more far-reaching in terms of bone, in terms of feature, in terms of body composition, more correct in terms of just a length-to-height ratio. She's long and level off of both ends of her skeleton. Young lady here directly in front of me has got our champion.
All right, Talon Toch, your champion Herford exhibitor. Out next, Brigham Bottleberg from Erath County 4-H.
the young man comes out in that class, and we talked that top pair, and there was some discussion between them because you talk about a boxy build. That view as she comes at you for this particular breed reads with quality. She's fresh in terms of her turn to her loin edge. She's awesome in terms of just her maturity pattern. She gives you an awesome Alita look in terms of how she wants to leave you. We like her second best. Congratulations to him.
All right, congratulations to Briggan Bottleberg, your reserve champion Herford showman. That will leave Kelsey Scott as our third overall winner and Carson Mitchell as fourth. Congratulations to each and every exhibitor over the past 2 days. Thank you to our judges. Thank you for our college interns. Thank you for our swine committee members. And thank you to you parents and family that brought these young people here. We will now take a break, and we'll look to start back the Supreme Drive at 4 o'clock. Again, on the bad side of things, get your trailers in and out when you're reloading and going home. You got about 20 minutes per stop. Attention in the barn, lost and found, Sandra Hamby. We have your phone, Sandra Hamby. We have your phone. We will deliver it to the livestock office. So Sandra Hamby, your phone is headed to the livestock office. Also in the lost and found, headed to the livestock office, we have a page. Looks like a youth belt. A page with a youth belt is headed to the livestock office, was found here on the grounds. Attention in the barn, Talon Toch. If somebody could bring up a bio or just bring it when you come, we still need a bio for Talon Toch from the Herford division. We need a direct. I know they're going to be. All right, if we could get any of our swine committee volunteers or remaining interns to come back to the arena, we'll kind of start getting set up. If you've got a breed or reserve breed champion, we are going to have a first call in 5 minutes. So at 5 till, we will call you back to the show ring. At 5 till, we will call you back to the show ring. Again, exhibitors, you may bring a special guest to manage that breeding gilt while you go get your buckles and potentially scholarship award if you're a breed champion. So again, we will start with the ceremony, passing out buckles and scholarships, and we'll just be student only. So we need somebody to watch those gilts when you come. So we need 2 people per pig, one the exhibitor, one their guest of their choosing.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the Champions formula at winning-enterprises.com.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're about ready to start the award ceremony. Just kind of a recap. We had at this junior 77th annual Junior Breeding Gilt show, we had a total of 1,370 head show up here at San Antonio. That is up from what it was in 2025 at 1,319. We had a really good show. Durox was the biggest show of the entire show at 405. And then our next biggest was the Berkshire show at 290. And then we had the Spots at 201. And the Chesters at 147, and then they graduated from there. Really a great show all the way inside and out. They're going to do these presentation of these scholarships. That's one thing that San Antonio has worked really hard on. You know,
all right, breed and reserve breed champions, this is second call. Breed and reserve breeds, this is your second call.
San Antonio has really had that foresight of building their program around these scholarships to help educate these young people. It started in 1984, where there was just only 15 total scholarships of any kind given, and it totaled $90,000. What they're going to give here in 20 to 25, 26 year will total $1,865,000 worth of total monies that they're going to give back in some form or fashion, and that's quite an accomplishment for such a great livestock show here. You know, when it's to date, not counting 2026, they have since 1984 they have given out $279 million worth of, either in form of monies through sale or through scholarship of any kind. So that's quite the accomplishments, and we really appreciate all that San Antonio does, because San Antonio has very few people that are paid here. They deal with 7,000 volunteers that devote their free time here. Either they're giving up vacation or they're doing it without pay to come here and work several weeks. And this show could not operate without all of the volunteers. And we thank them for all they've done. Here for the Junior Gilt Show, we have they will be giving out $95,000 in scholarships. We have 9 breeds that will receive $10,000 scholarships, and when they start the ring of for the Supreme Drive, the Supreme will get an additional $5,000. So that's where the $95,000 comes in. What's also cool about the scholarship program is the fact that these kids that are awarded these scholarships can further their education. It's just not to a 2-year or 4-year college here in Texas. They
Testing,
do
1,
have
2.
to do it in Texas, but they can go to a vocational school, a technical school of any sort, as well as any recognizable agriculture or natural resource school as well, besides your normal universities and colleges. So, they're here to help educate and provide a great future for these young people that have worked so hard to get to this point. If we're able to, somewhere during the show, we will recap our champion and reserves on the sires. We won't probably be able to announce the people. We're going to try to see if we can slip in as they're announcing the recipient, the champions and reserves. I'll try to give the sire and the breeder if we can work it in, because you'll be able to hear the total live feed from our announcer. So if we can chime in a little bit too, I'd love to give you guys the sires and the breeders of each of these respectable gilts that have done so well for these breeders, to give the breeders some great recognition for some hard work on their part as well.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, who'd like to give out some buckles and some scholarships? Oh, we're in San Antonio. We can do better than that. Let's hear it for these kids that have shown the past 2 days. That's better. All right, at this time, I'd like to have the pleasure to introduce Mr. Tyler Landry with the San Antonio Livestock Show. Tyler is the subcommittee chair for the Breeding Show Swine Committee. If y'all would, let's give it up for Mr. Tyler Landry, who's going to say a few words.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the 77th Annual San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. My name is Tyler Landry, and I'm a proud volunteer with the Livestock Committee. We want to congratulate all the exhibitors for their efforts and achievements. We also want to thank all you parents, family members, educators, advisors who give so much of their time to support these young people. Our mission is a volunteer organization that emphasizes on agriculture and education to develop the youth of Texas. Because of the dedication and efforts of close to 7,000 volunteers, the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo is able to provide financial support to Texas youth. I also want to give a big shout out to our volunteers and everybody that makes this happen. You know, let's give them a round of applause, because without them, I mean, this wouldn't be possible, and there's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that, you know, y'all don't see, and just thank you to them. To date, the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo's educational commitment totals more than $279 million. More than 19,000 students are impacted annually to further their educational and agricultural goals. The funds are raised through the rodeo and other annual events and are awarded in the form of scholarships, grants, endowments, auction proceeds, calf scrambles, certificates, and show premiums. Currently, all 254 Texas counties are represented in the program. Approximately 1,500 active scholars attending Texas colleges and universities. I also want to introduce Dick Evans, the chairman of the board, and Michael Kirkpatrick, the vice president of the board. Well, with that being said, I know it's been a long day, and this Texas weather went from cold to being really hot, so I'm going to hand it over, and let's give out some money and scholarships.
Way to go. Way to go. Guys, let's give it up one more time for the San Antonio Stock Show executives, volunteers, for all of the time, efforts, and finances they give to the youth of Texas. All right, with that, we're going to start our buckle ceremony for our reserve breed champions at this time. We're going to go in show order. So coming out first, the exhibitor of the reserve champion Duroc Gilt, Mr. Dallas Martinez of Shelby County 4-H. We will take a moment to get a picture with each kid and their award. And again, these reserve champions are getting buckles, I believe produced by Creative Awards. Landon says I'm right. All right, out next, the exhibitor of our reserve champion landrace, Miss Taylor Horn of Harrison County 4-H. All right, next out, the exhibitor of the reserve champion Hamp Gilt is Miss Bristol Shoemate of Ponder FFA. All right, next up, ending our first day of the show, our reserve champion Burke, Mr. Zane Byers of Hale County 4-H. All right, out next with our reserve champion spotted gilt will be Lila Bonert of Kendall County 4-H. All right, next up, the exhibitor of our reserve champion Chester Gilt, Miss Haley Friesenhahn of Southwest FFA. All right, next up, exhibitor of our reserve champion Poland, Miss Brooklyn Peoples of Van Zant County 4-H. All right, continuing on, exhibitor of our reserve champion York, Mr. Walker Cozart of Klondike FFA. All right, and our final reserve champion buckle is going to our reserve champion Herford showman, Briggan Bottleberg of Erath County 4-H. All right, let's move on to our breed champion winners, and we have the privilege to give out not only a beautiful belt buckle at this time, but each of our 9 contestants is going to receive a $10,000 San Antonio scholarship. Let's put our hands together for that accomplishment. All right, first up from the heavyweight class. Anyway, our champion Duroc showman, Miss Kylie Keith of Lee County 4-H. All right, next up, the exhibitor of the champion Landrace Gilt, Miss Paisley Oglesby, Hamilton County 4-H. All right, up next, exhibitor of our champion Hamp Gilt, Miss Addison Horn from Harrison County 4-H. All right, next up, the exhibitor of the champion Berkshire Gilt, Mr. Carter Stone of Hyco FFA. All right, next up, our champion spot showman, Miss Avery Mabry of Brock FFA. All right, next up, the exhibitor of the champion Chester Gilt, Mr. Hayden Pompa of Samuel Clemens FFA. All right, next out, exhibitor of our champion Poland, Miss Blakely Bottleberg of Stephenville FFA and Morgan Mills 4-H. All right, next out, exhibitor of our champion York, Cooper Holman from Kendall County 4-H. All right, and next out, exhibitor of our champion Herford Gilt, Miss Taylin Toch of Gillespie County 4-H. Ladies and gentlemen, those 9 kids will receive $90,000 in scholarships, with the Supreme Champion being eligible for another 5. Let's put our hands together once again for these great awards. All right, ladies and gentlemen, give it just a moment to kind of clear our ring, get some pigs moved in, and then we will bring out our reserve champions, followed by our breed champions. While we take just a moment to stage some hogs, again, we'd like to give some thank yous. First off, once again, to the San Antonio Livestock Show, their executive committee members, their assistant vice presidents, their committee chairs, committee members. Thousands of volunteers make this place a reality each year. You can go to a lot of stock shows in the country, and it'll be hard to find a committee or group of people that work any harder than this group. It's not just during the show. Many times it's setting panels and working facilities throughout the year. It's unloading trailers in the middle of the night. It's reloading trailers late into the evening, and it could not happen without them. So once again, let's put our hands together for our San Antonio volunteers and executives in that great group. Some other folks we would like to thank. We've had a great group of interns this year. That has included students from both Blinn Community College as well as Palo Alto Community College, working both this arena as well as the crossbred ring. Would not be possible without those people. We would also like to thank our swine registry representatives, Mr. Jeff Nemechek of the National Swine Registry, and Mr. Roy Flock of Certified Pedigree Swine, representing those breeds. And also, we would like to thank all the leadership of our superintendents, Mr. Danny Nusser, regional program leader for the North Region of Texas A&M AgriLife Extension, Mr. Michael Clausen, county judge in Swisher County, Texas, former extension director, and Mr. Rebel Royal, assistant superintendent, district director for the District 2 Lubbock area. Let's put it together for all those folks that helped here make this show happen over the past 2 days. Also, while our judges are maybe listening for a moment, let's put our hands together for Mr. Keplinger and Mr. Hofschulte for doing a great job. I think if you watched, you will appreciate that they evaluated every animal. I think they talked to every kid. They let kids know why they won, but they also let kids maybe know why they didn't achieve their goals today, and both very important in building our youth and growing them for the future.
As Mr. Williams is going to be reading off all the names of the kids for the reserves, we're also going to be reading off the pedigrees, the sire and the breeder.
All right, I think we're ready to bring some hogs out. Let's put our hands together again for these kiddos as we start our reserve champion drive. Coming out with the reserve champion Duroc, Mr. Dallas Juan Carlos Martinez, Shelby County 4-H. Parents are Berto Martinez and Brandy Smith. His hobbies and interests include showing pigs and playing football. And someday he wants to be the starting quarterback at the Ohio State to win a national title. He might have paid attention to our judge. All right, next out, Miss Taylor Horn from Harrison County 4-H. Parents are Brad and Candy Horn. Taylor enjoys showing livestock, both market and breeding, hanging out with friends and family, going to church, and playing both basketball and volleyball. She plans to attend Texas A&M to get a business degree and to get a scholarship for a collegiate sport.
Sire Wildcat 17-9, Chad Day.
Out next, Miss Bristol Shoemate from Ponder FFA. Parents are Jacob and Francis Shoemate, and she loves showing hogs, running cross country, and fishing. Someday she wants to achieve a law degree at either Texas A&M or Texas Tech.
Phenom 6-2, Krieger Farms, Ohio.
Next up, Mr. Zane Byers of Hale County 4-H. Parents Todd and Mariah Byers. He loves playing flag football and baseball, as well as competing in skill-a-thon and food challenge, along with meat judging. Someday, he hopes to go to college and eventually raise pigs and cattle, and maybe even raise some Michon hogs in a special program.
Cyrus Henhouse, 54-8. Travis and Adrian.
Next up, Miss Lila Bonert from Kendall County 4-H. Parents Michael and Elaine Bonert. She loves showing pigs and cheerleading. Some days she wants to attend Tarleton State University and pursue a degree in animal science.
Connus, breeder.
Out
Luke
next,
Lentner.
Miss Haley Friesenhahn of Southwest FFA. Parents are Megan and Shad Friesenhahn. She loves showing pigs along with playing soccer, and someday wants to become a vet after attending Texas A&M.
Sire Blue Collar, breeder Cole Farms.
With our next breed champion, Miss Brooklyn Peoples of Van Zant County 4-H. Parents are Cassie and Josh Peoples. She loves taxidermy, crocheting, hunting, and showing pigs. And some days she wants to be a taxidermist along with a real estate agent.
Follow me.
Up next, Mr. Walker Cozart of Klondike FFA. Parents are Will and Shayla Cozart. He loves claybird shooting, showing pigs, fishing, hunting, and playing football, and someday wants to attend Texas Tech University. And our final reserve champion winner, Mr. Brigham Bottleberg of Erath County 4-H. Parents are Josh and Jamie Bottleberg. He loves football, baseball, stock shows, hunting, and fishing, and someday wants to be an underwater welder. Ladies and gentlemen, your reserve breed champion showman. All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together one more time for these reserve champion showmen. They represent the top 18 pigs in the show. There was over 1,350 animals exhibited this year. With breeds ranging in size anywhere from 50 to about 400. All right, our breed champion winners, starting off with our Duroc, Miss Kylie Keith, gilt named Sparky. She's from Lee County 4-H. Parents are Dustin and Lachelle Keith, and she loves showing pigs, reading, math, cooking, playing outside, and being around cattle. She wants to go to Texas A&M someday to become a vet as well as a wildlife rehabilitator. Miss Kylie Keith. Out next, Miss Paisley Ray Oglesby of Hamilton County 4-H. Parents are Chris and Morgan Oglesby. She loves golf, shopping, and turquoise. Someday she wants to go to Texas Tech and become a radiologist. Out next, our champion hamp showman, Addison Horn from Harrison County 4-H. Parents are Brad and Candy Horn. She loves showing, market, as well as breeding swine, spending time with family, worshiping the Lord, and playing with her puppies. Some days she wants to attend Texas A&M and become a Juris Doctorate after studying political science. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Addison Horn. Out next, Mr. Carter Stone from the Hyco FFA. Parents are Eric and Tanya Stone. He loves baseball, fishing, and showing pigs. and is going to see where the future takes him, Mr. Carter Stone. Out next, your champion spot showman, Avery Mabry of Brock FFA. Parents are Casey and Deidre Mabry. She loves stock shows, showing pigs, and hanging out with family and friends. And someday she wants to go to Texas Tech and study agriculture. Miss Avery Mabry. Up next, Mr. Hayden Pompa of Samuel Clemens FFA. Parents Michael and Nicole Pompa love showing pigs and steers, along with playing football, fishing, and welding. Someday he hopes to go to trade school to pursue a career in welding, and his favorite saying is, "You've got the stuff." Mr. Hayden Pompa. Coming out next, Blakely Bottleberg with our champion Poland Quick Step. Representing Stephenville FFA and Morgan Mill 4-H. Parents are Josh and Jamie Bottleberg. Love showing pigs and cattle and FFA competitions, including photography and as well as reading. She wants an ag science degree from Tarleton State University. Next out, Mr. Cooper Homan of Kendall County 4-H. Parents are Chris and Lon Homan. He loves showing pigs, playing baseball, and golf. Someday he wants to attend Texas A&M University and become an engineer. Mr. Cooper Homan. And next out, we've got Miss Taylin Toch of Gillespie County 4-H. Parents are Michael and Megan Toch. She loves showing livestock, playing softball, and hanging out with friends and family. Some days she wants to attend Northern Oklahoma College to play softball. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together once again for our breed champion showman. Thanks.
Well, kiddos, let's just park them here for a minute, and I'll try not to get too long-winded, but yet at the same time, I guess I get the opportunity to step into this ring, and what an absolute honor. And hats off to San Antonio for, putting on an event like this, and I don't prepare my grand drive speeches. I just kind of go off of a whim there. But before I do some things, I'm going to do a few housekeeping things. I want to thank the San Antonio Stock Show for giving me the opportunity for a guy from a small town in Ohio to step into the ring and to be able to step into the ring with the red gates and the cowboy hats and the black pins. Oh man, what a dream come true. And obviously I grew up in the stock show industry, and I'll tell you kids, I never got to show at my state fair. I never won my county fair. But obviously I had hopes and dreams, and we've talked about the goals to get there. And it's been something that I've absolutely I guess put everything into this industry, and I've got the privilege enough this is what I do as a livelihood. So I want to thank the San Antonio Stock Show for giving me the opportunity. A few other things. This has been an incredibly well-ran show. From the back to the young ladies that were opening the gates to the guys that were helping me, all the ring help. All the people that put on these events, and I know it sounds cliche, but man, there's so many thankless jobs that go into this to run a show of this quality. So I think they deserve a big round of applause first. Another big round of applause is to these kiddos and parents for coming out here and bringing the livestock that you brought. We're appreciative of it. It's been a top-notch show the last 2 days, and that's what you expect when you come into the state of Texas. They always ask me, family members said, what's the best state for livestock? No doubt. And believe me, I'm an Ohioan, and I root for our Buckeyes and our people from Ohio as much as anything. There's nothing like Texas, in my opinion. So I want to thank this guy right here. Chris and I have known each other for a long time and probably had some distance between us just from a relationship for, probably 5 or 10 years. And that's just because of life and what gets in the way or whatnot, or somebody that you don't see quite as much. But the last few years, I've had the opportunity to go to some of the biggest gilt shows in America throughout the country. And for some reason, we've teamed up, and I couldn't be happier to team up with a guy like that. And I've stated there earlier in the day, yesterday, Chris is what I call a true hog man. And we're losing those kind of guys. This is a guy that's in the trenches every day, whether he's breeding hogs, collecting semen, selling show pigs. And as good of a hog man as he is, as the time I've got to spend with him and his family, he's as good as a hog man as he is as a father and a husband and just a human being. So I think we need to give that guy a big round of applause. First things first, I'm not going to leave her out. My beautiful wife came along, and she's been my biggest supporter the last few years. And honey, I appreciate all what you do for me, and I appreciate the dream and the support that she gives me, not only on our trips, but the things that we've got to experience the last few years. She's somebody that's always by my side and supporting me, doesn't question me too much, but I do appreciate it, honey. To my mom and dad back home, thank you, because I'm an only child, and obviously in their eyes, I'm the absolute best. I'm not always the best, but to them I am. They have always been my biggest supporters, and I'm appreciative of them allowing me to always support me in my dreams since I was in 2nd grade. And I'm appreciative of that. Obviously, Eli and Evan, you guys might be watching, or you guys are probably heading into a pig show somewhere there. But thank you guys at home. One thing before we go ahead and name your champion, the guy upstairs there was talking about goals. In this industry, that's the biggest thing that you guys got to work for, whether they're life goals, whether we're winning these hog shows. And I'll tell people, this livestock thing is cyclical. It's like it's like a roller coaster of emotions. It's a roller coaster of years that you have. Some years are way, way up. Some years are way, way down. But I'll tell you this, for you kids, if you guys stick to your guns and you guys are loyal to the ones that are good to you, your time will come. Whether you're in this ring here today or whether you are in this ring and you don't actually win today, those times will come for you guys. And that's the biggest thing is loyalty in this industry, not getting jealous of because one kid wins and one kid doesn't. But those are the things that you guys got to do, whether you're kids or whether you're parents. Here again, it's been absolutely awesome. Let's give these kiddos and these exhibitors one more big round of applause. The one thing, as Chris and I were sitting back there talking, I said the one thing that I'm the most happy with the hogs that we have out here is these ladies look like ladies. That was our objective to do the last couple days. Men need to look like men. Ladies need to look like ladies. These are sow prospects. They got to go on and make the next generation better. We think there's 3 or 4 of them out here. I'll go circle them one more time. We'll get you a champion.
All right, congratulations to Carter Stone, your champion Burke, and Supreme Champion Showman from Heiko FFA. All right, congratulations to Carter. I believe he will be eligible for an additional $5,000 in scholarship to go with his $10,000 for a supreme total of $15,000 ships to use in just a couple years. All right, coming out next, your reserve champion Burke showman, Mr. Zane Byers of Hale County 4-H.
Well, first off, I'd just like to say thank you to the San Antonio Livestock Show for giving me the opportunity to be in this ring. Man, it's been a lifelong dream. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the ring held back there. I'm telling you, that's the best I've had. You guys are amazing. Let's give them a good round of applause. I got my #1 fans here. I think they're my fan club, my 2 girls, my wife, and my mother-in-law, Lori. They came out here yesterday with their #1 fingers. That was something that definitely pumped you up. I'll tell you what, I got to work through all the kids in the back, and I'm telling you, it's a little harder to be telling people or telling the youngsters what's wrong with their hog as they hit the trail of tears there. But man, their attitude stayed positive. Their positive mind created the positive vibe, and that's just a testament for how you guys are as parents here in Texas. And I'm telling you, these youngsters are just second to none. Man, I do think this show has been amazing from top to bottom. I'm not going to be as long-winded as what Seth was. He kind of reiterated. He could basically hit the points that I was going to talk about today. You can go ahead and fire these things back up, and I'll go ahead and select your reserve.
All right, congratulations to Mr. Zane Byers, exhibitor of your Reserve Supreme Champion Gilt for 2026. All right, guys, that's a hog show. Congratulations to everyone. Thank you to our volunteers. Thank you to San Antonio. Thank you to our judges. Thank you to you, families and exhibitors. Be safe going home. But one final announcement, guys. Please be courteous to one another. Help us get trailers in and out so everybody can get down the road to the next one. Guys, please keep that time limit short. Keep people moving. We've got a lot of cars and trailers to get in and out again, so please be neighborly to one another.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the champion's formula at winning-enterprises.com.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.